Hello, let me know where you're from in the world and what time it is after liking this video. Like all stories, I suppose I should start at the beginning. My name's Perry Kears. I'm 37 years old, work in education and usability. Weird combo, I know. And I like hard rock and big band jazz. I enjoy playing darts, cooperative games, and playing rounders. Oh, and I'm married. Though, I suppose I might as well not be. Sorry, I suppose that's not really the beginning at all. Let me try again. My wife, Alice, and I had been married for 5 years when the troubles started. Now, I don't believe in the supernatural per se, at least not rationally. Having studied psychology as part of my educational program, I do, however, believe in the power of the psyche to create incredibly elaborate traps for itself to get lost in. I suppose the closest thing I can come to think of the paranormal is how an otherwise seemingly healthy brain starts to put itself through impossible puzzles and challenges without having any real motivation for doing so. I want to make it perfectly clear right now that my wife had no history of mental illness, no abuse, no need to hide or compensate for things in her life and her psyche. Hell, it took me almost a year before I ever even heard of Richter syndrome. Have you? I'm not surprised if you haven't. It seems it's incredibly rare and not considered an actual disease. The similarities between cases are too much like one another for it to be a coincidence, however. But once again, I suppose I'm not really starting from the beginning. Alice worked with children with learning disabilities aged 10 to 16. She was very patient and, quite honestly, put me to shame in her ability to explain things in easy-to-understand ways. She was, in my belief, also gorgeous, funny, intelligent, curious, and all in all a very good person. I think I remember the first instance of the Richter syndrome rearing its ugly head. We'd been cuddling a bit on the couch on a Friday evening after dinner, watching some easy-to-digest movie or another. She got up, telling me she was going to send a couple of work emails before bed, kissed me, and walked upstairs. To my surprise, it took less than 5 minutes for her to come down again and sidle up against me. She seemed a bit perturbed by something, but I shrugged it off. "Done already, hun?" "No, I think the computer's broken. There's something weird going on with the screen. A big line or tear or something straight across." I groaned in my mind. A broken monitor, while not a huge expense, is still annoying as hell, especially considering it wasn't that old. I didn't think any more of it until the next morning. I got up first, as I usually do, letting her sleep in. Figuring to get a head start, I went and turned on the stationery in our joint workroom to see if I could see what's wrong and how big an issue it was. Considering Alice got no work done, I figured it was big. But fiddle as I might, I couldn't find anything wrong with it. Chalking it up to a graphics glitch or similar, I made a mental note of cleaning the inside of the chassis and went to make breakfast. Apparently, the effects of Richter syndrome are compounded over time, so it starts out slow, then accelerates exponentially. The next incident, if you can even call it that, didn't happen until, I don't know, 4 months later? We were once again on the couch, cuddling and watching a movie. She's got her arm up behind my back, absently playing with the hair on the back of my head. She often does this, and I love it, but this time, after fiddling around a bit, she would repeat the same motion, a downward stroke with 2 fingers, then a swipe right-left, then left-right, as if covering up the downward stroke. Rinse and repeat. At first I didn't react to it, but after she'd been doing it for a good 10 or 15 minutes, I got curious. "Hun, why are you combing the same spot over and over?" "What do you mean?" She looked at me in askance, apparently not understanding the question. "Well, you've been sort of combing over the same spot on the back of my head for about a quarter of an hour now. Do I have something in my hair?" "Oh, no. I think you have like a straight patch where you're losing a bit of hair." "A straight patch?" "Yeah, like a line." Untangling myself from her, I felt around on the back of my head, but couldn't find any area where the hair was thinner. "You sure?" "Yeah," she said, touching me on the back of the head again. A pause, a bit of fiddling, then, "Huh, I can't feel it anymore. I must have imagined it.
Yeah, I suppose.
It struck me as weird, but hell, we're entitled to that, aren't we? Next time was a couple of months later, after which things started accelerating. I came home early one day to see her at the dinner table, dejectedly looking down into what looked like a barely touched lunch. At first, she didn't react when I called out to her, so I went up to her, gave her a hug and a kiss, and asked what was wrong. "Oh, hey, Perry. Nothing, I went down to the bookstore to return that book I bought last week because it was damaged during printing or something, and the clerk told me I was just imagining things and that there was nothing wrong. I pointed it out to her and she started telling me I was nuts and that this was my problem. I asked to talk to her manager about it, and she started calling me crazy and foul things and to get out of the store. It was just so sudden it completely killed my mood. The kids are out for a sports day today, so I went home early." I spoke gently to her as I hugged her again, nuzzling her wonderful curly chestnut hair. "It's okay, hon. Try not to let it get to you. People like that are horrible, and they're just trying to drag you down with them. Tell you what, why don't we go to the movies tonight, eat out, and just forget about this, and I'll take it down to the store first thing Monday." She smiled then, that lovely warm smile, and kissed me. I think that was the last time I saw that smile as it should be. Come Monday, I went down to the store intending to... Well, to be honest, I went there intending to start trouble. You don't yell at my wife and get away with it. Not my gentle, loving Alice. Turns out, the clerk at the store and her manager had a different story to tell. They told me Alice had come in complaining that there was a crease or tear in the book that must have happened during printing, and demanded a new book. The clerk, per procedure, checked the book before intending to dispose of it, but was confused when she couldn't find anything wrong with it. Asking my wife about it, Alice had told the clerk that it's right there, page 32 to 84. So naturally, I opened the book myself, and, well, okay, I hadn't actually checked it before, but flipping through the pages, I couldn't find a single thing wrong with it. The clerk's manager continued the story, saying that when the clerk prompted Alice, my wife had gotten angry and raised her voice, causing the manager to come over. Alice had told them that they were swindlers, and that the book was obviously defective, and that they just wouldn't take responsibility. The argument had devolved from there, Alice insisting that the pages were somehow torn or marked, and them denying it. Eventually, the manager had lost it and told Alice she was crazy and to leave the store. She seemed remorseful about it, and I wasn't too happy with it, but seeing as how there wasn't anything wrong with the book, I asked them if they would replace it for me, just to settle my wife's mind and mine, and the manager agreed. I think she just wanted to put it behind her. So did I. As it turns out, that was a futile hope. After this, I forget in which order things happened. All I can say is, things started getting worse. She threw away a store-bought salad when we were out walking, because someone had obviously dug around in it, looking for something in the middle. I came home one day to half the lawn being mowed so deep there was almost no grass left. Alice said there was a furrow in the grass that looked horrible, so she cut until the grass was of equal length so it wouldn't look weird. I got an ominous feeling after that, compounded by several other small but significant events, always with the tears, furrows, lines, and rips. About 2 years after the first event, things started getting really bad. I came home to the house smelling of smoke, and went upstairs to find Alice having ironed a shirt so hard she'd burned her way through it and into the ironing board beneath. She didn't seem to realize the damage she was doing, and insisted she was just trying to iron out a stubborn crease. Later that same week, the police brought her home. The story they told me was that she'd been chucking books at the manager down at the bookstore, claiming they were all faulty and torn. The manager, recognizing my wife, had told the police she wouldn't press charges if I agreed to get her some help. What else could I do? But she resisted efforts to get better, claiming she was fine, that it was somehow just a big conspiracy against her, trying to cover up the imperfections and mistakes all over the world, people ruining things, like our lawn, to try and get to her. About a week after the book incident, I came to her having wrecked her laptop, our stationary computer, and the smart pad, claiming they had pixelated grooves in them. Another week with lots of small events, all with the same fixation, and I come home to the police ringing on the door again, this time without my wife. Turns out she'd tried ironing out a crease in the suit jacket belonging to a father of one of her students, while he was wearing it, with a baseball bat. Apparently he hadn't gotten badly hurt, just some bruises, but she'd been taken into an emergency psych ward, raving about people's blindness to the tears and grooves everywhere. When I got there, they wouldn't let me see her, saying she was violent. I stayed outside all night, but come morning I forced myself to go home and get some rest. I don't think I slept for more than 2 or 3 hours, but when I woke up and called, they'd transferred her to a high-security psych ward for psychotic and violent behavior. I drove there, and they let me see her, for a short while. At first, she was calm, expressing concern for the state of my clothes and hair, and saying I should get some sleep. She quickly got herself worked up talking about everyday things, however, and soon she was screaming at me, accusing me of abandoning her and refusing to see what she sees, that I was just a cog in the great conspiracy against her and those like her. In the end, they had to sedate her and drag her away. That was the last time I saw her. She wouldn't let me see her anymore after that, but the last thing she said got me thinking, others like her. So I started doing research on the symptoms, and after about a week I came across something called the Richter syndrome. Apparently, people suffering from Richter are somehow trapped in a mind maze wherein they start seeing flaws in things. It's not really flaws per se, as some people see everything as broken or imperfect. People suffering from the Richter syndrome keep seeing jagged or straight tears, often beginning in books, texts, or artwork with repeating patterns, as if, hidden in the information of letters, there's a rip in what should be and what is. I can't exactly explain it since I've never suffered from it myself, but that's supposedly what it is. Richter gets progressively worse until the people suffering from it start seeing these things everywhere. Always in something, though. It's not just overlaid over their entire environment. They fixate on small things, a supposed crease, a tear, a furrow, a groove, a shallow indentation, always in the form of an uneven-edged tear or line. Supposedly, it often happens to people with no history or predilection for mental health issues. And as I said before, it apparently starts small, then gets progressively worse over time, until they become violent and paranoid. Apparently, from what little I've been able to gather, there's been no cases of people getting better. They've had to be hospitalized for the rest of their lives. I haven't seen my wife since then, more than 2 years ago now. I never divorced her, and I haven't dated since. My life moves on, but I just can't forget that fixated mania, the preoccupation with rips in information. It just seems too bizarre. The weirdest thing about Richter syndrome is that there's no mention of it existing prior to the digital age, which is why saying that the people suffering from it are hospitalized for the rest of their lives may be a bit premature. It also seems that almost all of the cases have never heard of others suffering from the disease or read about it, but they still tend to refer to themselves as one of many. That may just be the paranoid psychosis talking, but it just makes me wonder, what the hell causes a healthy mind to develop such a weird fixation? Could you really tell yourself if it happened to you? I guess this isn't really very paranormal or supernatural in any way. I just wanted to share my story about how a loving, caring woman turned into a paranoid psychotic for seemingly no reason. I mourn her, though she's still alive, and I wish I could help both her and others like her. But the mind is a devious thing, inventing ideas and seeing patterns where there are none. I wonder what a rip in text, not a page text, would even look like. Has anyone heard of the left-right game? A few points before we start. Firstly, I am not the protagonist of this story. I just went to university with her, and though she went on to become a professional writer, I most certainly did not. She'll be taking over from me further down, but until then, please forgive my slightly awkward delivery while I give you guys the necessary context. Secondly, I don't know what you will make of the following events, and I'm sure many of you might consider it all some sort of hoax. I wasn't present for any of what transpired in Phoenix, Arizona, but I can vouch for the person who wrote the following logs. She is not, and has never been, a fantasist. Okay, so I once knew a girl called Alice Sharma. She was an undergrad at Edinburgh Uni the same time I was. My educational poison was history, a degree which has greatly benefited my career as a bicycle repairman. Alice Sharma studied journalism, though perhaps studied isn't the word. It's not an exaggeration to say that she lived and breathed the subject. Editor-in-chief of the campus paper, recognizable voice of student radio. She was frustratingly tunnel-visioned, and she was a journalist in her own right before anyone gave her a professional shot. We met in student halls and became friends almost immediately. A meandering waster trying to stay off his parents' farm and an intrepid, ambitious reporter may not seem the most obvious pairing, but I learned not to question it. She was inspiring and smart, and she proofread all my essays. I'm not too sure what she saw in me. We were eventually flatmates down in London, where she chased her dream and I chased my tail. She got a few jobs here and there, but nothing befitting of her skills. After months of fruitless internships and rejections, Alice called a flat meeting, telling us that she was moving to America, accepting a position chasing stories for National Public Radio. The job had come out of the blue, the result of a Hail Mary application she thought had been dismissed out of hand. We threw her a bittersweet going-away party and put the room up for rent. That party was the last time I saw Alice Sharma. She dropped out of contact a few months after her departure. Complete radio silence. I assumed she was just busy, so I carried on with my small but happy life, and waited for her to pop up on television with some important words below her name. Chief correspondent, senior analyst. Something like that. The radio silence was broken last week, and for reasons you'll glean further down, I'm less happy about it than I would have thought. Arriving home from work, I found a lone email in my otherwise bare inbox, an email that would later be described as suspicious by my tech-literate friends. Despite being born in the early 1990s, I didn't own a computer until uni, and I've missed several important lessons in the world of cyberspace. Lessons like, don't call it cyberspace, of course. And more importantly, don't open emails with no text, no subject, and no sender's address. I realize most of you would have deleted this anonymous, blank email immediately. My friends certainly would have. But beyond my basic ignorance about online safety, something further compelled me to open it. The only thing of substance in the entire message was a zipped folder labeled Left Right AS. I don't have to explain what I was hoping those final initials stood for. Opening the zipped folder, I found myself staring at a stack of text files, each one titled with a date, continuing sequentially from the very earliest file, 07/02/2017. To any Americans in the room, this is the 7th of February. I've since read the files a few times and shown them to some friends. They don't know what to make of it either, but they certainly aren't as concerned as me. They think Alice is just in a creative writing phase, and if I didn't know her, I'd have to agree. But the thing is, I do know her. Alice Sharma only cares about the truth, and if that's the case with these files, insane as it may sound, then it's very possible my friend has documented her own disappearance. The people who suggested this forum said you discuss strange occurrences, etc. If you guys have come across anything to do with the below or know any of the people involved, then please send any information my way. Has anyone here heard of the left-right game? The left-right game, Draft 1, 07/02/2017. They say great stories happen to those who can tell them. Robert J. Guthard is an exception to that rule. As I sit at his table, sip his coffee, and listen to him recount the past 65 years, it sounds like he's reading off a shopping list. Every event, his first job, his second wedding, his third divorce, none of them receive more than 1 or 2 sentences. Rob plows through the years, the curt, dispassionate curator of his own personal history. Yet the story itself is so fascinating, so rich with moments, and so wildly meandering that it somehow stands on its own merits. It's a great story no matter how you tell it. By the time Rob was 21, he'd gotten married, had a son, worked as a farmer, a mover, a boat engineer, and grown estranged from his spouse. Here's him talking about that. Rob: Course my wife started to get dissatisfied. I was away a while. As. For work? Rob. Vietnam. As. You were in Vietnam? How was that for you? Rob. I ain't never been back since. That was everything he had to say concerning his first divorce and the entire Vietnam War. Rob had 4 marriages after that, and even more professions. After the war, he worked with a firm of private detectives, got shot at once by the mob, then he became a courier, which is how a poor boy from Alabama got to see the world. Rob. I've been to most of the continents with that job. I've been to India. You from India? A.S. My mom and dad are from India, yeah. Rob. See, I could tell. He'd been arrested once in Singapore after one of his packages had been found to be full of white powder. He spent 3 days locked up before someone got around to checking the substance. It was chalk. A friend he made during his brief custody, Hiroji Sato, invited Rob to stay with him in Japan. Just getting over the breakup of his 3rd marriage, Rob took the offer. He stayed in Japan for another 5 years. Rob. The Japanese are good people, good manners, but they got all these urban legends and ghost stories that Hiroji was crazy for, spent all his free time chasing them down. Like, you heard of Jorogumo? A.S. I don't think so. Rob. Well, she's this spider lady lives in the Joro Falls round Izu. Meant to be real pretty, but real dangerous. Hiroji took us out there to get a picture of her. Ass. Did you ever meet Jorogumo? Rob. Nah, she didn't show. None of them did. I didn't believe it all until we went to Aokigahara. Aokigahara, affectionately titled the Suicide Forest, the next stop on Rob's adventure. It's an area of woodland at the base of Mount Fuji, a notorious hotspot for young people looking to take their own lives. Hiroji, Rob's ghost-obsessed jailmate turned best friend, took him to Aokigahara to chase Yurei, the ghosts of the forest. A's. Did you find anything? In Aokigahara? Rob. Well, I ain't gonna ask you to believe me, but I was a PI, professional cynic. Even I can't deny there was a spirit in those woods. From that moment on, Rob's sentences start getting longer. A childlike excitement creeps into his voice. I get the distinct feeling we're moving beyond background, beyond Rob Guthard's old life, and towards his new one, the one he wants to talk about, the one that led him to contact the show. Rob. It walked up to me through the trees. Looked like static you see on a TV screen, but it had a human shape almost. Ass. Almost? Rob. It was missing an arm. It reached out to me, but I bolted out of that forest so fast. Hiroji never saw it. Holds it against me to this day. Hiroji had good reason to be annoyed. Rob says that Mr. Sato had been going to the forest 2-3 times per year for 3 decades. To have a rookie come along and claim to have seen a Yurei on his first trip? I'd be more than a little cranky. But Rob didn't stay a rookie for long. In fact, it was in those woods that he discovered his current passion. The supernatural, or more accurately, the documentation and investigation of urban legends. Legends like Bloody Mary, the Jersey Devil, Sasquatch. Rob has looked into them all. Rob. I figured if one was true, then who knows how many others could be. As, how many have you proven so far? Rob. Since Aokigahara, ain't none of them had any proof to them. Except for one. That's why I called you guys up. At this point, Rob can't hope to repress his smile. The left-right game appeared on a paranormal message board in June 2016. Only a few people frequently visited the forum, and of these regulars, only Rob took an interest in the post. Rob. The whole thing had a level of detail you don't see in other stories. A.S. What details grabbed your interest? Rob. Logs. High-quality pictures. The guy documented everything, said he wasn't going to play the game anymore. I think he wanted somebody to keep investigating. S. And you were that somebody. Rob. That's right. I set about trying to verify his information right away. S. And how did it go? Rob. Well, it didn't take long to realize the left-right game is the real thing. The rules of the left-right game are simple. Get in your car and take a drive. Take a left, then the next possible road on the right, then the next possible left. Repeat the process ad infinitum until you wind up somewhere new. The rules are easy to understand, but Rob says they're not so easy to follow. Rob, there ain't all that many roads where you can turn left and right and left and right and keep going. Most of the time you find yourself at a dead end or needing to turn in the wrong direction. Phoenix is built on a grid system so you can keep going left and right as long as you need to. AS, did you move to Phoenix for the left-right game? Rob, that's right. I try not to seem incredulous. Selling your house in another state, packing up and moving your whole life to Phoenix, Arizona, just to play a game you saw on the internet? It seems like insanity. Rob smiles as he reads my expression. I can clearly read his expression too. You'll see, it says. Just wait. I wouldn't have to wait long. Included within the 9-page submission Rob sent our show was a long list of suggested items the chosen reporter should bring with them. Clothes for 3 days, a pocket knife, matches, bandages. There were also a set of qualifications the reporter should have. The ability to drive, basic vehicle maintenance and its human equivalent, first aid training. He didn't just want to talk about the left-right game. He wanted to take one of us along. Rob leaves a short while later to embark on a few errands, prepping the run, as he calls it. He shows me to the guest room and we part ways, on good terms but very much aware of the other's poorly veiled opinions. He knew I saw him as a charming obsessive, chasing after a fairy tale. He saw me as a naive cynic, on the cusp of a new world. All I could think as I heard the front door close is that by tomorrow afternoon, one of us would be right. More after this. When I wake up the next morning, Rob is in my room, holding a tray which he'd knocked on the bottom of to rouse me. I don't manage to record the start of our conversation. Rob, I got bananas, strawberries, chocolate syrup. We got some more downstairs, but I wanted you to wake up to something good. We won't be eating this stuff on the road. Rob has made me waffles. He sets them down on the nightstand and talks through the coming day as I eat. I'll admit it feels a little uncomfortable, waking up in a stranger's home to find said stranger already standing over me, but I quickly move past it. I tell myself that he's an older man, accustomed to living alone in his own house, not usually having to think about boundaries. Anyway, he certainly knows his way around a waffle iron. Rob, we hit the road at 9. I wanted to give you time to get ready before everyone shows up. AS, there are other people coming? Rob, we got a 5-car convoy on the road today. They'll be here in an hour. This is the first I've heard of a convoy, and to be honest, I'm surprised. The game is Rob's obsession, and I'm here at his request. The idea that anyone else would have an interest in today's drive is a little perplexing. Half an hour later, sated, showered, and dressed in the functional clothing Rob had so painstakingly outlined, I take my pack out to the porch. Rob's already there, waiting for his associates to show up. S, I thought you'd be conducting a few more errands. Rob, if you ain't prepared by the morning of, you ain't prepared. AS, okay, I guess that's fair. Oh, Rob, is the garage locked? The inside door won't budge and I wanted to mic up the car. Rob, yeah, it's locked up. I'll open it for you. AS, thank you. Rob, in fact, it's about time I wheeled her out. Fair warning, Miss Sharma, she's a thing of beauty. To Rob Guthard, beauty took the form of a dark green Jeep Wrangler. Rob climbs in and lets it roll out of the garage where it dominates every inch of driveway. The car is large, 4 doors with a roof enclosing the entire compartment. It's also been modified extensively. Yet another example of Rob's dedication to the game. Rob, what are you thinking? As, I think you're 2 caterpillar treads short of driving a tank. Rob, yeah, I fixed her up good. I put the winch in, heavy-duty tires, the light rig on top is LEDs. They'll make midnight look like noon, but they don't use hardly any power. AS, aren't Jeeps open top usually? Rob, not all. This is the Unlimited. I like to have a covered car when I head on the road. I climb in and stow my pack. Rob had removed the back seats to afford more storage space. The place is packed to the brim. Jerry cans of gasoline, barrels of water, rope, snacks, and his own neatly packed set of clothes. I wonder if the rest of our convoy would take the game so seriously. Rob, We got Apollo coming up in 10 minutes. No one else has given me a time. I sent the schedule weeks ago. This always happens. A's. His name's Apollo? Rob. That's his call sign. Apollo Creed, I think he said. A.S. Why are you using call signs? Rob. Did I not tell you? Oh yeah, we're gonna use call signs on the road. Keep communication clear. A.S. What's your call sign? Rob. Ferryman. S. What's my call sign? Rob. I thought about it. I was thinking London. You're from London, right? A.S. I'm from Bristol. Rob. Bristol? That's fine, I guess. It's less than 10 minutes before Apollo turns the corner. Rob jumps out of his chair and paces briskly over to the edge of his property as his first guest pulls up and steps onto the sidewalk. Apollo vaguely resembles his namesake, dark-skinned, tall and noticeably well-built, though it's clear he couldn't be less of a fighter. This Apollo Creed is all smiles and seems to have a penchant for laughing at his own jokes. S. How far have you come? Apollo. I've come out of Chicago. Took 3 days hard driving. A.S. And you know Rob from the forums? Apollo. Everybody knows Rob. Rob's the god. Ah ha ha. Rob walks over to Apollo's car, gesturing him over to talk shop. Rob's clearly impressed with Apollo's choice of vehicle, a blue Range Rover packed to the ceiling with kit. I was more impressed with Rob himself. Somehow, this 65-year-old farmer's son had become respected in a vast online community. My dad is Rob's age, and he's just discovered copy and paste. The rest don't take long to arrive. 2 Minnesotan librarians, also around Rob's age, pull up in a gray Ford Focus. They're brother and sister, and they've shared ghost hunting as a hobby their entire lives. I find it hard to suppress a smile when they meekly introduce themselves as Bonnie and Clyde. Clyde, we would have gotten here sooner. We had to drop by to get some blankets. Pleasure to meet you, ma'am. A.S. Pleasure to meet you, too. Clyde. Would you be the journalist? As. That's right. Clyde. You used to write for the town paper, didn't you? He's talking to his sister there. She nods. Clyde is clearly the spokesperson for the pair, yet they both seem incredibly shy. Whether they admire the famous outlaws, or just the name, it's pretty clear they couldn't be more different from the real thing. Next to show up are Lilith and Eve, English Lit students at New York University, and proprietors of the YouTube channel Paranormicon. Unlike Bonnie and Clyde, Lilith and Eve have no issue holding a conversation. As soon as they learn who I am and what I do for a living, they attempt to conscript me for an expedition to Roswell. Lilith. We have a friend there. He's been seeing some. Eve. He's a seismologist. Lilith. Yeah, and he's been recording readings over the years that show subterranean movement, predictable movement. Eve. We're going to see him in July, but we could work it around you if you're free. A.S. I'll have to check my schedule. Eve. Okay, cool. Let me give you my email. They quickly hurry off to film an intro for their latest video, featuring a quick interview with Rob, who seems pretty welcoming of the attention. The last 2 cars arrive within a few seconds of each other. A lithe, strong-willed older lady who goes by Blue Jay and a younger man going by the call sign Ace. Blue Jay has arrived in a gray Ford Explorer. Ace, much to Rob's annoyance, has arrived in a Porsche. Rob, did you think that's going to help on the road? I didn't write that. Ace, it's my car. What am I meant to do? It's my car. Rob, you didn't read my itinerary. You got nothing packed in there. Ace, I did read it, sir, okay? Calm down. I have a bag. I won't ask you for anything. Rob, well, I know that's true. Ace and Rob were off to a bad start. Ace takes a phone call, and despite my best efforts to get an interview with Blue Jay, she doesn't seem interested in talking to a journalist. With 5 cars and 7 travelers waiting for a green light, Rob hands out radios and charging packs, then launches into a quick safety briefing. Wear seatbelts, stay in position, communicate clearly and often. It's at this moment I start to feel a little dismay. I like Rob, and clearly so does everyone else. He'd convinced all of them to drive across the country to join in with his game. I start to worry what will happen in the likely event that the whole thing isn't real. Would Rob lose the respect of his peers? Would he accept failure when it comes? After seeing the effort he's put into these runs, the next few hours have the potential to be wildly uncomfortable. With a smile and a few encouraging words, Rob ends his briefing and beckons me over to the Wrangler. I clamber inside and make myself as comfortable as possible. Rob, you ready for this, Bristol? I'm ready. Rob, okay, then let's hit the road. The Wrangler pulls out of the driveway and the convoy follows in order of arrival. Apollo, Bonnie and Clyde, Lilith and Eve, Blue Jay and Ace keep a steady pace behind us as we come up to the first corner. Rob slowly and deliberately turns left, checking on the others in his rearview mirror. He looks back to the road as Ace's Porsche completes the first turn of the game. Shortly afterwards, Apollo checks in on the CB radio. Apollo, this is Apollo for Ferryman. How many to more go, Rob? Ha ha ha. Rob, as many as it takes. I can tell Rob wanted to reserve the radio for something other than Apollo's quips, but he seems to like Apollo enough to let it slide. I'm not sure Ace would have received the same treatment. We take the next right, then another left. Now safely assured that everyone's following correctly, Rob speaks my thoughts aloud. Rob, you're wondering the same thing Apollo is. AS, what do you mean? Rob, you're wondering how many turns we're going to take before we hit some wall or something. Before you find out this is all just a story. Does that disappoint you? Rob, I'd be disappointed if you weren't thinking something like it. But now, we're on the road. I gotta say something, and you gotta listen to it. AS, okay. Rob, we're coming up to a tunnel soon. Any time before we reach it, you can get out, walk in any direction you like, and you won't be in the game no more. Once we go through, you gotta retrace the route we took to get yourself back out that tunnel. That's when you're home. And you gotta convince someone to take you back in a car, 'cause I ain't ferrying you back 20 minutes in. You got till the tunnel to skip out on this, understand? I understand, though I have to say I'm getting a little nervous. Rob, ain't nothing wrong with a little nervous. We've taken 23 turns by this point. Already I feel like we're traversing the city pretty effectively. Rob's heavily modified Wrangler solicits a few impressed glances from passers-by, as well as several honks of respect from other Jeep drivers. Other than those few moments, everything seems completely indistinguishable from a regular morning drive. I even start to worry if there'll be anything at all for this story. Reporter takes drive with interesting man isn't exactly Pulitzer-worthy. Turn 33 leads us onto a short, unassuming street, a row of small businesses in a quiet Phoenician neighborhood, liquor, second-hand clothing, tools, and, at the end of the street, a little shop selling antique mirrors. 10 or so people shuffle along the sidewalk, smiling, talking, planning their weekends. The only lone person is a young woman in a gray coat. I briefly glimpse her at the end of the street, standing on our next corner, the back of her coat reflected in 50 old mirrors. Even from a distance, I can see that she's sullen, wide-eyed and nervous. She shifts constantly on her feet, tugging at the button of her coat. I look away to write some notes as we roll down the street. When I look up again, the woman is standing by my window, staring right at me. She's smiling, a wide, unfaltering grin that seems almost offensive in its complete insincerity. Gray woman, lambs at the gate, hoping for something better than clover when all they find are things worse than slaughter. Rob, what's happening? Rob, ignore her. Gray woman, he wanted to leave me, so I cut him out. The lake was hungry, it drank the wound clean. Miss, are you all right? The smile vanishes. It snaps from her face, and suddenly the woman is furious. Gray woman, what do you think you're doing? Have you gone mad? I reflexively press myself back in my chair as the woman, wild-eyed and gaunt, slams her fists against my window with every intent of breaking through. Gray woman, would you dance down the lion's tongue? It will shred you, you whore. It will shred you down to your sins. You fucking bastard. Rob puts his foot down, and the Wrangler rolls defiantly away from the woman. As we turn the corner, I watch her as she retches, her every movement cradled in abject hysteria. She yells despairingly at the rest of the convoy, bursting into tears when the last car passes her by. As she shrinks into the rearview mirror, I see her turn to a large mirror on the side of the shop, which the owner is in the process of polishing. I watch as she walks up to it, and with a convulsant scream, slams her head into the glass. The mirror cracks around her forehead. The owner jumps back in shock, and as the woman pulls her head from the mirror's surface, the fractured spider's web is dripping red. It all happens in a split second, and she quickly swerves from my view as we take the next left. A.S. Rob, what was that? Rob, she's there sometimes. As, on that street? Rob, on the 34th turn. A.S. Who is she? Rob, I don't know. She's never acted out that much before, though. Must be a special trip. I find Rob's lack of concern a little unpleasant, and his implication that this woman's ravings were the symptom of an internet game leaves me more than a little perturbed. As I see it, there are a few explanations for what just happened, and none of them lead to a comforting conclusion. If we had just encountered a bona fide crazy person, then one could argue that Rob is just seeing what he wants to see. Maybe he'd bought into the game's story so much that every strange but explainable occurrence would be rationalized as the next step in his favorite paranormal narrative. Alternatively, the woman could have been an actor. A more elaborate theory, sure, but not unheard of. People have lied to the show before, and Rob was receiving a ton of publicity for this attempt from Lilith, Eve, and I. I admit Rob didn't seem like a liar, but good liars never do. There is a third alternative, however. An alternative which, if you put logic aside, explains the all-troubling little details that I couldn't help but notice. Because as strange as the gray woman was, isn't it stranger that no one on the street would react? I couldn't recall a single glance in her direction by anybody on the sidewalk. Perhaps that theory falls apart when you consider the shock on the mirror seller's face, but when I think about it, he only reacted once the mirror shattered, and even then, I feel like his attention was on the mirror itself. The radio crackles. Lilith. Lilith to Bristol. Sarah. Eve got that on camera. Do you have audio? S. I think it picked her up. Lilith. My God, that was so weird. Can you send us the file when we stop? Can you ask Ferryman when we're stopping? A.S. When's our stopping point? Rob. For them, in about 30 minutes. For you? Well, you tell me. Rob turns off a busy street just before a large intersection, onto a much quieter stretch of two-lane road. Ahead of us, the road slopes downward, leading into an underpass, which disappears into darkness. We'd arrived at the tunnel. As, what is this supposed to pass under? Rob, ain't supposed to pass under anything, it's just there. S, and if we weren't playing the game? Rob, then it won't show. The question is, are you playing the game or not? Rob turns to me. It's the first time he's taken his eyes off the road since we started. He pulls the car to a slow stop at the mouth of the tunnel. Rob, you get out now, you can go wherever you want to go. But through there, you'll need a car to get yourself home, and like I said, mine ain't turning around for a long while. You understand? It's a dramatic statement, but unsettlingly, it doesn't feel like he's attempting to dramatize. It feels like I'm having something genuinely asked of me. Am I ready for what's to come? Do I accept the risks involved? Do I consent to be taken down this road and the next road and the next? Am I prepared to see this game through, real or otherwise, to its end? S. What are you waiting for? Rob smiles and turns back to the road. He picks up the CB radio, holds down the button on the side. The microphone crackles. Rob. This is Ferryman to all cars. Anyone want to step out, then pull to the side now. Otherwise, stay in formation and have some supplies at hand. We got a long ways to go. Much like the game I'm so tentatively playing, my view of Robert J. Guthard seems to change direction frequently. I'd heard all about his life, but I'm sure that I know him. I like the guy, but I'm not certain that I trust him. And though I admire his dedication to the left-right game, I'm not sure I'll like where it might lead us. Yet as he takes us into the tunnel, his face vanishing and reappearing under the dim sodium lights, I can that tell he expects this trip to be a major step in his already impressive story. And this time, for better or for worse, I'm along for the ride. Hi everyone. I've got the day off work, and I wanted to start it by posting up the next log. I also want to thank you all for your responses so far. A few people have linked me to sites that Rob J. Guthard may have operated on. Someone even offered to look for the mirror shop in Phoenix and try to retrace the route to Rob's neighborhood. I'm going to spend the day making a few international calls and sending emails out, but if you guys have any other ideas about how I could pursue this, I'd really appreciate them. In all honesty, I'm going to need all the help I can get. This whole ordeal has proven pretty categorically that I am no Alice Sharma. And speaking of which, I'm going to let her take it from here. Thanks again. The Left-Right Game, Draft 1, 08/02/2017. The next turn comes immediately after the tunnel. We'd been in the dimly lit passage for almost 2 minutes, but at the pace Rob likes to travel, it's hard to figure out how far we've actually gone. When we descended into the underpass, we were just nearing the outskirts of Phoenix. Scrutinizing the rear view mirror as we leave, it's fair to say we aren't that much further out. Everything else, the temperature, the time of day, the weather, all seems exactly like it had been before we ventured into the tunnel. I'm not sure what I was expecting, of course, but it certainly doesn't feel like we're anywhere new. The tunnel itself had been similarly underwhelming, especially considering the importance Rob seemed to place on it. In fact, the only thing of true interest since we passed through was something Rob said once we hit the halfway mark. As the tunnel's mouth loomed towards us, Rob picked up the CB radio transceiver and issued a casual warning to the convoy. The message itself was straightforward. His choice of words, however, was curious. I decided to ask him about it. "Yes, Rob, just a second ago when you told us the next turn was coming up, why did you use the word trap?" Rob, "S, I have it in my notes. You said, folks, we're coming to the end soon. First little trap's coming up. Our next turn is sharp left as we leave. Look out for it." "Is there a reason you used the word trap?" Rob, "Just one of those things. Fella who wrote all the original logs, he liked to think the road would try and trick you into making a wrong turn. Small roads off large highways, roads obscured from view, sharp turns like this one. AS. He thought the road was trying to deceive him?" Rob, "Yeah, pretty much. I gotta say I agree with the guy. By this point, we've taken the offending corner and the next right a little further on. I can't help but feel that Rob is reading a great deal into what is, essentially, an abrupt turn in an ordinary road. The level of conspiracy he's able to place behind such a simple thing, going as far as to ascribe some mischievous quality to the asphalt itself, it's hard to take seriously. In fact, I'm starting to wonder less about whether Rob can convince me this game is real, and more about whether I'd ever be able to convince him that it isn't. Perhaps this story will be less about where a magic roadway goes after a few zigzagging turns, and more about where the human mind can go if it invests too heavily in an idea. To his credit, Rob has noted my cynicism. He even seems to welcome it. But if our current surroundings are supposed to convince me, then he's going to find me more cynical than he anticipated. Rob keeps his hands on the wheel and his eyes on the road. Any attempt at an interview receives a pleasant but curt response. He's not being evasive, his attention is just elsewhere. Before I know it, half an hour has gone by without Rob speaking a word. It seems like a large part of the left-right game involves driving in complete silence. Once again, I'm not sure what I expected, but it's certainly not been an earth-shattering start. At least it gives me time to type up my notes. Rob, "Ferryman to all cars. We stop here. An uneventful hour and a half has passed since we left the tunnel." I didn't notice Rob pick up the receiver, but before I know it, the Wrangler has pulled up at the side of the road, leaving a large space behind us for the rest of the convoy to park up. The buildings are getting few and far between now. It won't be long until we were in the desert proper. With this in mind, I assume Rob is simply stopping to let everyone drink up. I probably shouldn't assume when it comes to Rob Guthard. Though this is definitely a rest stop, Rob also has some important words for the crew. He gathers us round in a rough semicircle, talking while we eat our provisions. Rob, "Now, I mentioned in the emails that, at certain points on this trip, you'd need to do some things just because I say so. This is one of those times. Y'all understand?" Eve, yeah, I guess we get to know what it is, right?" Apollo, "This is when he tells us to give him our money, right, Rob?" "Uh-huh." Ace, Yeah, I'd rather know what's going on. Rob, and I don't intend on keeping anything from you. I just want to be clear that across this next stretch you need to follow my orders to the letter.
Ace, yeah, we get it. Just tell us already.
Rob takes a few moments, perhaps to lend gravity to his point, perhaps to swallow some barbed words intended for the increasingly impatient Ace. When he does speak, it's in a measured and serious tone. He's clearly adamant that we take his words on board. Rob, for about half an hour, the next 13 turns, we'll be going one by one. We travel in order of formation. Me and Bristol will go first, then I'll radio the next car to follow. When you reach the Jeep, you park up behind me. Then we keep going as normal now. Rob takes a deep breath in. When he starts up again, his speech is even more pointed than before. Rob, there's a hitchhiker on the road, a well-dressed man with a case. You pick him up, you take him where he needs to go. You do not, under any circumstances, talk to the man. To be safe, don't look at him. Don't take anything he offers you. Don't open the door for him or wave goodbye when he leaves. You do not acknowledge him in any way. You want my advice? Don't say a word till you get to the stopping point. Lilith, why do we have to go one by one? Rob, guy who wrote all the logs says he don't like choosing cars. I don't know what that means, but I'm lucky I never had to find out. Ace, why don't we just not pick him up? Rob, that isn't an option. Ace, well, I mean, yes it is. I don't see why we... Rob, God damn it, you'll pick him up whether you want to or not. The group is silent. This is the first time Rob's raised his voice. In the ensuing stillness, Ace looks like he'd be more than happy to turn his car around and retrace the route back to Phoenix, leaving Rob in the dust with a few choice words. I can sympathize with him a little. Rob's been treating him as an annoyance, a tag along who didn't do the homework. But at the end of the day, Ace is doing nothing to fix things. Also, Rob is essentially right. He didn't do the homework. Bonnie, well, okay, I suppose we should get back on the road then, if everyone's ready. Deciding he has nothing more to say to us, Rob marches over to the Wrangler. Bonnie, Clyde, Apollo, and Eve sit on the floor sharing snacks. Ace loses himself in his phone, and Blue Jay, still maintaining a noticeable distance from the group, takes to her car with a copy of US Weekly. Lilith, Bristol, can we talk? I turn around to see Lilith holding her cell phone with the screen facing me. Yeah, sure, what's up? Lilith, have you tried to make any calls since we came through the tunnel? No, not yet, why? Lilith, could you try? I pull out my own cell and dial into the office. The line's busy, which isn't exactly uncommon. Lilith watches intently, waiting for a reaction. I'm not getting through. Lilith, they were busy? Yeah, why? Lilith, everyone is. We have signal, we can make calls, but everyone on the other end is busy. Don't you think it could just be coincidence? Lilith, I really mean everyone, Bristol. While Eve's been driving, I've been calling. My camera's automated support line, 911. You dialed 911? Lilith, for science, yeah, all of them are busy. I even called this guy at my dorm who has a serious thing for me, and trust me, he is not fucking busy. This is weird, right? It's like we've crossed a threshold and the world's suddenly doing something else, you know? In all honesty, I'm not sure I do know. I don't want to say it, but it still seems like a massive stretch. Luckily, Rob saves me from commenting when he calls me over to the car, clearly eager to get back on the road. I tell Lilith we'll look into her discovery on the other side, and she nods in agreement, retreating to her friend and immediately stealing a handful of apple slices. I climb into the Wrangler and wave goodbye to the convoy. We slowly roll back onto the road and set off on our way. Watching the rest of the group disappear into the background, I feel noticeably more isolated despite Rob's presence, or perhaps because of it, I'm not exactly sure. The hitchhiker shows up about 10 turns later. Just like Rob said, the man is incredibly well dressed, in a well-fitting brown suit with a dark green tie. Even from a distance, I can see his shoes are expertly shined, as is the varnished wooden case resting on the floor beside them. He stands on the side of the road and raises his hand gingerly, wearing a look of hopeful anticipation. Who is he? Rob, the hitchhiker. As, is that really all you're going to say? Rob, it's all I can say. You understand the rules here? As, don't talk to him. Rob, I'd say don't talk at all, not until we stop. When we stop, we're safe. Rob veers slowly over to the side of the road. The hitchhiker smiles appreciatively, grasping his hands together and shaking them in thanks. Picking up his case, he strolls over to the Wrangler whilst unbuttoning his blazer.
Ass. See you on the other side.
The back door opens and the hitchhiker pulls himself into the storage area. Finding no seating, he settles himself cheerfully on some of the softer luggage just behind me. Hitchhiker. Not much in the way of seating back here, huh? I have to admit, I do feel a subtle urge to respond. Even after the stern warnings I've received, to ignore the man seems almost instinctively rude. I was raised British after all. Hitchhiker. So where are you all from? I'm traveling in from Oakwell. I glance at him in the rear view. He meets my gaze and smiles. I flick my attention back to the road, counting the white lines. The stranger persists in trying to start a conversation. 10 minutes go by. The silence grows palpable, broken intermittently by yet another cheerful attempt at conversation. Topics include what nice weather we're having, our professions, our hobbies. In response, I busy myself with pointless but occupying tasks. I find myself playing games in my head, thinking of common phrases and making them into clunky anagrams. It seems to work, and after a short while, I start to habituate to the man's small talk. I almost don't notice that he's there. Maybe that's what allows him to catch me out. Hitchhiker. You're just a fucking disappointment, aren't you? The statement comes out of the blue. It's sharp, venomous, completely divorced from the idle questioning I'd been tuning out. I'm daydreaming when I hear it, and before I can register what I'm doing, I'm turning to face him. My lips are already parting as I go, a reflexive thought, reflexively vocalized. What? I almost say it out loud. The word is on the edge of my tongue, a single note my vocal cords were all but ready to play. Only the sudden, vice-like grip of Rob's hand on my forearm anchors me in the moment. I stare at the hitchhiker, my mouth still open. He's different now. All of the warmth, all of the pleasantry, it's drained from his face like running makeup. His smile is malevolent, calculating, and finally, it feels honest. Hitchhiker, you want to know things? I can tell you. Rob keeps his eyes focused on the road, but his grip on my arm tightens. Hitchhiker, I can tell you everything you want to know, even the things you never knew about yourself, even the thoughts you didn't know you were thinking, those little critters, all the way at the back. We stare at each other a moment longer before I turn round and back to the road. I don't count the white lines anymore. Now I'm focused intently on anything our passenger has to say. For the next 10 minutes, ignoring him is going to have my full attention. He only tries a few more times, reverting back to more innocent questioning. Nothing takes. 5 minutes later, he indicates to a seemingly random point at the side of the road, and Rob drops him off. The man thanks us, climbs neatly out, puts down his case, and waves as we depart. When we disappear around the next corner, he still hasn't stopped. Surprisingly, the silence caused by the hitchhiker's presence isn't nearly as intense as the one left in his wake. I decide to break the tension, somewhat ungracefully. As, to be fair, we are having nice weather. Rob, don't talk. As, are you mad at me? I'm sorry he got to me, I wasn't expecting. Rob, you did fine. We don't talk till we stop. I go back to my notes, making a point to write down my current feelings. For the record, embarrassed but relieved. Once I put the words down on paper, however, I feel something else. Confusion, mixed with concern. Because at the end of the day, what was I relieved about? That I didn't talk to a strange man who had tried to talk to me? Was anything really at stake? The more I think about it, the more I realize that the entire episode with this mysterious hitchhiker reduces the left-right game to two possible states. It's either real, or it's an elaborate hoax, perpetrated by Rob J. Guthard. The crazy woman, the tunnel, the malicious left turn, all of those could be explained as rationalizations. But the hitchhiker was far too elaborate, far too difficult to predict. If he was an actor, then Rob is nothing more than an impressive fraud. If he was genuine, then I'm not entirely sure where that leaves us. Something in the corner of my eye pulls me from my thoughts. A transient peripheral object that almost completely passes me by before I turn in a weak attempt to catch it. I only get a few seconds to look before it's gone from my field of view. I face forward once more, sit back in my chair, and let Rob carry us ever further down the road. It's not too long before we finally pull over. Rob, you did good. I'm sorry for grabbing you. I just didn't want you to do something you'd regret. S. No, it's fine. I was going to. Do you know what happens if you talk to him? Rob. Not sure. Came close myself once, a few years back. The way he looks at you when he thinks he's got you. I don't think I want to know. A.S. Rob, I saw something a few minutes ago. I don't know if you've noticed it. Rob. Afraid I had my eyes forward most of the time. S. There was a car on the side of the road. It had crashed off the bank. Have you seen that before? Rob. I ain't never seen that. But random stuff sometimes shows up here and there. A.S. Have people other than you run the left-right game? Rob. No one I know of. Whoever it was, they'd probably just rather crash than face that damn hitchhiker again. S. He's there on the way back too. Rob, if you're unlucky. A's. Well, something to look forward to. Rob picks up the CB radio and messages for Apollo to set off, repeating his warnings concerning the hitchhiker. I feel like everyone's going to get a similar speech before they embark. Ace will probably get it twice. Half an hour later, Apollo shows up. Though he laughs about the ordeal, he's clearly a little shaken. Apollo. Guy should call himself an Uber. You can't shut those guys up. Ahaha. Do you guys have Uber in England? A.S. Yeah. Apollo. Then you know what I mean, right? Bonnie and Clyde arrive quicker than Apollo. They pull up at the back. Clyde helps Bonnie out of the car and they proceed stretch their legs. Once Apollo joins them, it's clear that everyone has a different story to tell. The hitchhiker offered Clyde travel suites, pleasantly but firmly insisting he take one. Apollo almost got talking about his music tastes after the hitchhiker asked to play something on the radio. That particular story does leave me curious about whether we still get NPR on this road. Rob customarily greets Bonnie and Clyde, then walks off to signal Eve and Lilith. He's still sitting in the Jeep when I meet him at the door. A.S. Hey, what are you up to? Rob. Just waiting by the phone. The girls are on their way. You need anything? As. Maybe. I think Apollo's been affected by the whole hitchhiker thing a bit more than he's letting on. Rob. He seems just fine to me. As. I'm not so sure. He's only smiling when people are nearby. Could you talk to him? Rob. Well, I ain't much comfort. I got 4 ex-wives to tell me that. Think it might be better coming from you? As. I think this is a man-to-man conversation. I might just get a brave face. Rob doesn't look comfortable, but he acquiesces, climbing out of the car. Rob. Last man-to-man conversation I had, my son didn't talk to me for 3 months. I watch him wander over to Apollo, who is standing by his Range Rover, staring into his phone. Rob puts a calming hand on the man's shoulder. From a distance, it's actually a sweet moment. I start to feel bad for lying to him. I carefully open the driver's side door and climb into the Wrangler, assuming I have around 20 seconds before Rob comes back. Picking up the CB radio receiver, I stare at a list of presets, labeled 1 through 9. I don't know which button I press to talk to Eve and Lilith, and I certainly don't have time to call everyone up. Rob handed us all a transceiver before we left. It's what he's been making the all-car bulletins with. Preset 1 puts him in touch with a transceiver in each car. I've seen that in practice enough times. The rest of the presets must access the transceivers individually, and if Rob is the man I think he is, he gave our radios out in order of position. If that's the case, then either Rob or I could be preset 2. Apollo would be next, then Bonnie and Clyde. Without knowing where Rob has placed himself in the queue, the only option which would guarantee me getting through to Lilith and Eve would be preset 7. I think that makes sense. With no time to check my work, I press the button and snatch up the receiver. S. This is Bristol to Lilith and Eve. Are you guys there? The receiver crackles quietly. I look in the wing mirror and see Rob making awkward small talk with Apollo. Perhaps his 4 ex-wives were onto something. Lilith to Bristol. How is it on the other side? We haven't seen a hitchhiker. Oh, by the way, I just phoned Eve and it went through. Could I have your number to test? S. Sorry, Lilith, I'm phoning about something else. Lilith. Why? What's going on over there? Apollo's nodding to Rob. I can imagine him making assurances that he's perfectly fine. I really don't have long at all. As, I have a mission for you, but you have to keep it secret. Lilith. Sounds awesome. What's up? As. Once you're past the hitchhiker, there's a crashed car on the road, on the passenger side. Whilst you're going past it, would you mind getting some footage? Lilith. What sort of footage? As. Just zoom in and get as much detail as possible. You don't need to stop, just anything will be useful. Rob's starting to walk back to the car. I shift into the passenger seat, still holding the receiver. Lilith, is there anything specific you... As. Talk to me later, not now. Thank you. Bye. I slam the receiver into its holster a moment before Rob opens the door. He shrugs at me. Rob. He seems fine, unless there's something he ain't telling me. The rest of the day is fairly uneventful. Lilith and Eve pull in, beaming about their experience with the hitchhiker and bragging about what the dashcam footage would mean for their channel. Lilith ends her story by insisting that nothing else happened for the rest of her journey, whilst directing a highly intentional look in my direction. I look away and make a mental note to catch up with her when less people are around. Blue Jay seems the least fazed by her run-in with the hitchhiker. We do manage to get a few words out of her, though perhaps a few is an exaggeration. Blue Jay, I'm tired. After which, she goes to sit down on her own. When Ace pulls up to the side of the road, he almost falls out of his car. His legs are weak, his face gaunt, his breaths quick and shallow. I try and get him to talk about it on tape, but he shrugs me off, eager to hear about where we're going rather than talk about where we've been. We travel for a while longer, now at around 486 turns, and nearing our first night on the road. Rob signals our stopping point, a quiet clearing at the top of a hill. Rob clears a sleeping area in the back of the Wrangler, leaving a line of luggage as a barrier between us. I appreciate the thought, but don't really know how to tell him. In the end, I just say, As, thanks for making room. Apollo attempts to keep everyone from going to bed, issuing vague statements about making a fire, but people quickly shuffle off to their cars. The early start and the subsequent events of the day have taken their toll. I watch Lilith and Eve break away from the group and head to bed. I suppose I'll have to talk to them tomorrow morning when Rob isn't around. I still feel a bit bad for lying to him, and for pulling Lilith and Eve into what could be a blatant act of dumb paranoia. Rob seems like a good man, a reasonable man, as flawed as any of us, but fundamentally decent. But the fact remains that when I talked to him about the crashed car, he clearly said, Rob Vo, no one I know of. Whoever it was, they'd probably just rather crash than face that damn hitchhiker again. I want to trust Rob. I want to believe him when he says he didn't see the car, that he'd never seen a car on that stretch of road. But for a man of so few words, he might have said too much. If he truly never saw the car, how did he know the direction it was facing? I make all my notes concerning this subject on paper and in shorthand, which I'm hoping in Rob's long and varied life, he hasn't inexplicably learned to read. Long after Rob's gone to bed, I stay in the passenger seat typing up my thoughts on the day. Chuck. That was Sister Moon by Leslie Estrada, another song to calm you folks down as we head into the evening. It's Chuck Greenwald and I'm with you till the witching hour. I decided to put the radio on in the end. I was curious, and I also wanted the company. I turned the volume way down so the noise wouldn't reach Rob, and searched around for something to have in the background. There aren't many stations to choose from out here. The clearest one is Radio Jubilation, the local station for a nearby town. The current DJ, Chuck Greenwald, has been playing soulful folk music for an hour. Chuck, it's been a busy week in Jubilation as we welcome in our new school principal, a very impressive guy who's bringing some new and interesting proposals to our community. It's got a few people talking about funding for the arts. If you got a view, we'd love to hear it. I finished typing up my less clandestine notes, and just then realize how tired I am. Wanting to sleep, but not yet prepared to move the single yard between me and the air mattress, I lie back in my seat, listening to Mr. Greenwald address his beloved town. Chuck, we're going to go back to your requests very soon, and I can tell you we've got some goodies on the way. For now, though, let's take ourselves to the new box. Chuck, they're going to hurt now. Immediately, at the volume of a whisper, Radio Jubilation begins to broadcast a cacophony of bone-rending screams. The noise shreds the air, what sounds like hundreds of people, each contributing their own voice to a collective symphony of pain and torment. I instinctively move my body away from the radio, suddenly upright and wide awake. The cries are ceaseless, agonizing, punctuated only by half-stifled, tear-choked pleas for whatever is happening to stop. A moment later it does, or at the very least, the screaming cuts out as the soft tones of Chuck Greenwald take over. I look from the radio over to the sleeping figure of Rob J. Guthard. I can't help but stare at him as a single thought runs through my head. I hope this man's a fraud. I hope he's playing me. Because if he isn't, then there's something very wrong with this road. Chuck, hope you folks enjoyed that. We're going to be bringing you much, much more. This is Chuck Greenwald telling you you're always welcome in Jubilation. Chuck, stay with us. Hello again, guys. I finally got round to posting the next log. I would have put this up sooner, but unfortunately I've had bikes to repair, and if I don't do it, the customers might go online and discover it's not actually that hard. I want to thank you again for the help you've given me in finding Alice. The guy who said he'd track down the mirror shop is giving me regular updates on his progress, and I've received a whole lot of help going through American Missing Persons reports. It turns out Alice's work haven't heard from her either, and they're going through their emails for Rob's submission to the show. Everyone's been really helpful, so thank you. I've got to say, I'm sleeping worse since this whole thing began. It's strange to think that all the time Alice was out of contact, I was perfectly content. Yet now that she's got back in touch, every day I don't hear from her makes me that much more worried. That's assuming, of course, that it was her who sent me the email. I really hope it was. Thanks again, everyone, and please let me know if you find anything. Hi, guys. Firstly, I want to apologize for not being at my laptop for the past few days. I had to attend a wedding in Scotland for one of my uni friends. They booked it in midweek, and between you and me, I don't think it's going to last, which means not only have I neglected you guys, but I've also wasted money on a rental suit and a John Lewis tea set. As always, thank you for your help in my ongoing attempt to find Alice. I'm now in full contact with the radio show she was working for, and they'll be sending over Rob's submission to the show as soon as they can. I've also looked up every town named Jubilation and have contacted residents from each of them. None of them have the particular junction mentioned in the previous log, Sycamore Row and Acer Street. I even combed Google Maps to make sure. I'm not sure what town Alice passed through last February, but it doesn't seem to exist on public record. The guy who promised to retrace the route from the mirror shop came through and has sent me a few possible addresses for Rob. He also mentioned looking into the game itself more. I'm not sure what he means by that, but I want to be clear. Please don't play this game on my behalf. I don't want that on my conscience. Okay, without further ado, here's the following log. Thanks again. The Left-Right Game, Draft 1, 10/02/2017, possible opening. I want to address you, the listener, for a moment, with an advance notice concerning the following episode. I'm sure it's not been lost on you that every installment of the series so far has played host to some strange, unexplainable occurrence and spanned a great many miles of travel. It goes without saying, this has been by design. I've been summarizing the countless hours of uneventful meandering and taking extra care to document the strange phenomena we've encountered along the way. I wanted the story to be fast-moving, to have a real feel of progress with every chapter. If that sense of exploratory intrigue is why you're listening to this show, I completely understand. I'm certain it's a primary draw for almost all of you. The twists, the turns, the mysterious, strange encounters along an impossible road. But if that is the case, I feel it's my duty to inform you that, apart from a few notable exceptions, there will be almost no ground covered in this segment, and the monsters we encounter will be all too human. Stress, divisiveness, discomfort, and, as one might imagine, grief. If you want to read the synopsis of this episode on the website and wait for the next part, then you'll be all caught up, and I'm sure we'll be back on our way, heading once more into the great unknown. But I feel it's important to give the aftermath of Ace's capture its own episode, in part due to the significance of the revelations that are unearthed in its wake, but also as a gesture of deference to the man we lost. This is the story of our second night on the road. As we make the left turn, the horrifying space behind us is quickly replaced by a quiet emptiness ahead. The Wrangler crawls, defeated, toward the waiting convoy. The remaining 4 cars are parked haphazardly, taking up more than half the road. Rob drifts to the far end of the tarmac, looking to overtake and resume formation. Both of his hands rest on the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on some distant point in space. It's not hard to imagine that behind the focus and the quiet control, there's a man in turmoil, a man who can't bring himself to say anything, in fear of saying too much. This is Bristol to all cars. We're heading back on the road. Get yourselves in formation and make way for those around you. We've got a while to drive before we stop for the night. Lilith. Bristol. Where's Roe? Ferryman? Ferryman's here. Apollo. Where's Ace? AS. Ace didn't make it across. Apollo. What? Lilith. What the fuck? Bristol, where is he? It would be simple to describe what had taken place, or at least summarize the barest facts. What happened to Ace? Where he is now? Why he isn't coming back? But for some reason I can't utter a word about what's transpired. Something about the event itself makes it impossible to retell, as if the requisite phrases have been locked behind glass. AS. We need to get to the stopping point. It isn't safe to stay here. Shortly after we'd turned the corner out of Sycamore Row, Rob implied that the rest of the day's drive would be uneventful. Had he waited just a few minutes longer, he would have been entirely correct. We're on the road for another 4 hours, both of us quietly attending to our own preoccupations as the forest gradually thins out. The landscape gives way to rolling cornfields that stretch out beyond the horizon on both sides. Nothing notable happens, which is ironic, as I find myself typing up a lot more notes than I need. With the sun descends through an orange sky as we pull into a clearing beside a wild grove of apple trees. Rob turns off the ignition, and the two of us sit in silence. Rob's need to concentrate on driving had been a good excuse to stay quiet, a good excuse to not face each other. Now the wheels aren't turning, however, and the true reason for our mutual reticence is all too clear. AS. Do you think he's dead? Rob. I don't know. Rob's response isn't reassuring, and I'm oddly grateful for that. There are no comforting words he can give me, and any attempt would have seemed horrifically insincere, a mockery of the situation's onerous gravity. Anyway, given the circumstances of Ace's capture, I'm not even sure which answer I want to hear. Lilith appears at my window, rapping her knuckles against the glass with an aggressive impatience. I'd expect nothing less about now. Everyone in the convoy has been made to follow a unilateral order, my order, without explanation. They've been traveling for hours accompanied by the glaring absence of another human being. Looking in the wing mirror, I glimpse the rest of the convoy, standing by their cars, watching the Wrangler expectantly. Rob's hands still haven't left the wheel. With a sharp intake of breath, I push the door open and step out onto the grass. The ground is soft below me as I walk over to the group. There's recently been rain. I begin to address the rough semicircle. It almost feels like one of Rob's briefings. Eve. What's happening, Bristol? Apollo. Did Ace turn back? I meet Apollo's eye. For the briefest of moments, I consider telling them all exactly that. Maybe it would save them from the slow, heavy ache that's currently weighing down my chest. Maybe it would just save me from a difficult conversation. Either way, I know I can't lie to them. They deserve the truth, however unpleasant. No, he didn't turn back. They crippled his car. Lilith. The tow truck? Did he get out? The answer doesn't come easily. I'm being pressed to say the words aloud, and in doing so, to fully acknowledge what happened. It feels like I'm being driven to a funeral, like I'm being verbally marched towards an open casket. Eve. What happened to him? Bristol? Rob. He's dead, Eve. I hadn't heard Rob step out of the car when he reaches the group. It's hard to hide my relief as he takes over proceedings, addressing the group matter-of-factly. Now it really is like one of his briefings. Rob. 2 guys in the tow truck coming out of Jubilation. They got him. They took him back with them to the town. Way they were treating him, he won't last long. Bonnie. Oh, goodness. Eve. What? Rob, what are they going to do to him? Rob. I can't tell you. Nothing like this ever happened before. Lilith. Well, we need to go back. Rob. That ain't gonna happen. Lilith. We're not going to fucking abandon him. Lilith. We're going back. Rob. No, we're not. Apollo. Me and Rob can go. You know the place, right, Rob? Rob. The kid's dead, Apollo. Lilith. But he was alive when you last saw him. Rob. That's right. Lilith. So what point did you decide he was dead? Rob. When I saw him being carried away with a fucking tow hook sticking out his mouth, God damn it. Rob shouldn't have said that. I understand his reasons, of course. He wants to convey an important truth, that nothing can be done, or could have been done to save Ace. His ghastly choice of words does the job. But it also sends a ripple of disturbance through the crowd, planting in everyone's minds the gruesome image I've been trying all day to uproot. Bonnie covers her mouth in shock and sorrow. Eve turns noticeably pale, and even Lilith, who is intent on leading the questioning, is taken aback. Lilith. Did you see this, Bristol? I nod solemnly. The group bristles at my affirmation. I saw enough. I had to close my eyes when it happened. Rob tried to save him until... Before I can finish my statement, my words are cut off by something truly unexpected. In spontaneous response to my words, a harsh outburst of mocking, sarcastic laughter rings out from within the convoy. One by one, we turn towards its source, until we all find ourselves staring at Blue Jay. Her unapologetic chuckling fills the silent night air. Is something funny, Blue Jay? Blue Jay tries to speak through her, all too slowly, waning laughter. Blue Jay. It's just, you call yourself a journalist. You closed your eyes, my God. There it is. There it is. I'm sorry? Blue Jay. Do you close your eyes for magic tricks too? Eve. What the fuck, Blue Jay? Apollo. Come on, this isn't the time. Blue Jay. Oh, the time is well fucking overdue. Seriously, are you all morons? The left-right game is a hoax. It's fake. Rob Guthard's played you all like fucking children. Ace is fine, he's probably an actor. Like the hitchhiker was an actor and those townspeople too, I mean, come on. The group is taken aback by Blue Jay's incredulous tirade. She's clearly been holding her tongue since day one, our reaction to Ace's capture representing just one step too far. I saw Rob shoot one of those townspeople with a hunting rifle. I saw the wound. It was real. Blue Jay. It was a blood-filled squib. The rifle was probably loaded with blanks. You can buy both from any good theatrical retailer. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Lilith. Okay, firstly, I don't like your fucking tone. Secondly, have you noticed that we've been the only cars on the road for almost 2 days? And what about Jubilation? Are you suggesting Rob hired out a whole town? That would be fucking impossible. Blue Jay. Oh yeah, sure, that's impossible, but it's totally believable that we're driving on a magic road. Maybe this is the highest budget scam I've ever seen, but that's all it is, a scam. And Al Jazeera here is giving him all the publicity he wants. I mean, these people are sheep. But you're a fucking sycophant. My mother used to tell me that you can't strike a person from the high road. Staring down the barrel of Blue Jay's darkly self-satisfied grin, I'm more than tempted to make the descent. Okay, Blue Jay, fair enough. I'm not going to pretend to know what's going on here. For all I know, you could be right. But why would Rob spend the production budget of a Hollywood film to trick a radio journalist and 2 vloggers? Trust me, our website does not get enough traffic for Blue Jay. Oh, don't be so self-important. It's not you he's trying to fool. Blue Jay turns to Rob, fixing him a glare of pure, unadulterated triumph. Blue Jay. Admit it, Rob. Admit that this is all a fucking farce. Admit that you knew who I was before I even got out of my car. Rob's face looks like it's been carved from granite. The group looks to him for an answer, but he delivers his response directly to Blue Jay, his eyes locked with hers. Rob, it's true. I know who you are, Denise. The atmosphere changes, and for a moment, the night erupts into a foray of whispers. Rob's answer clearly means something to everyone but me. Eve. Denise? Lilith. Denise Carver? Apollo. No. You serious? Ass. Sorry, who's Denise Carver? Lilith. She's the biggest killjoy in the hobby. Blue Jay. Oh, fuck you fucking airhead. Rob. Denise here is a member of the Skeptics and Rationalist Institute of America. She likes to get herself invited on ghost hunting expeditions under a false name so she can debunk them publicly. You may have gathered she don't believe in the supernatural. Blue Jay. Actually, I do believe in the supernatural. I believe that it's a billion-dollar industry built on selling comfortable lies to the gullible, and it thrives on shitty journalists and attention whore bloggers who are willing to spread whatever shit they think will get them clicks. That's why you took so long getting around the pine tree, even when the truck was coming for Ace. You didn't think any of it was real. Blue Jay. Did you? As condescending as her delivery may be, her words spark a sudden realization. It's true that with an unspeakably high budget and a few deft stooges, you could probably replicate most of what we'd seen on the road. Yet, without realizing it, I've found myself agreeing with Rob's version of events, personally defending the left-right game's validity against its decriers. I'd set off on this journey much like Blue Jay, as a staunch, confident skeptic. But somewhere between the tunnel and this moment, I'd become a believer. Blue Jay notes my lack of protest and turns back to Rob. Blue Jay, I'm flattered you went to all this trouble. I didn't know my work was so offensive to you. Rob, I admire your work, Denise. Always have. That's why I brought you along. Blue Jay, that is bullshit. Tell your friend Ace he can't act for shit. Blue Jay pulls a pack of Marlboros out of her coat, lighting up immediately, and goes to sit on the hood of her nearby car. Her demeanor clearly signals that her part in the conversation is over, though her words leave a bitter aftertaste for everyone involved. To sympathize, it must be exhausting, spending 2 days with people whose opinions are diametrically opposed to your own, having to listen in silence while they corroborate their own seemingly preposterous views. Having said that, however, I'm incredibly glad she stopped talking. It reminds me of a time when we got on much better. The next question comes from Eve, her voice quivering. Eve, can we die here, Rob? The quiet force of her words turn everyone's heads back towards Rob. It's clear that others have been thinking the same thing, and they're looking to Rob for an answer. Rob, it's possible. The road ain't ever killed no one before, not so long as everyone followed the rules. Lilith, but you said in your emails it was dangerous. Rob, that's right. Lilith, but you didn't feel like telling us that we could die out here? Rob turns to Lilith, clearly offended by her accusation. Rob, in the 1920s, John Ebenroe killed 36 people and violated their bodies. In one of your videos, you guys went to his home in Virginia looking for the man's ghost. Bonnie and Clyde once spent $500 to stay at the Iowa murder house, a place that's supposed to possess its victims and force them to kill each other. Rob, if you all honestly believed in what you were chasing, you should be accepting death as an outcome every time you step out. We are looking for evidence of another world. What we're doing here has the scientific significance of the moon landings, the cultural significance of Columbus reaching the Americas, and a whole lot of people died doing both. If you accepted the risk chasing down the ghost of a 2-bit serial killer, you should be willing to accept the risk for this. Lilith looks like she's been scolded by a parent. There's a fire in her eyes as she observes Rob, meeting his criticism with scorn. Lilith: "Oh, so it's Ace's fault? He should have accepted the risk?" Rob: "He did accept the risk. Ace made his decisions. He saw the dangers of the road firsthand, and he kept on going. I told you this place could be dangerous, and maybe you didn't take that seriously. But you are not going to treat me like I lured any of you here under false pretenses." We stand for a few moments in the uncomfortable void left by Rob's words. No one's quite sure where to look. Apollo: "Well, what do we do now, Rob? Do we turn around?" Rob: "I ain't gonna make that decision for you. If you want to split off and head back, I suggest you wait till morning and stagger your leaving times by an hour or so. I ain't never seen nothing like what happened back there before, but this is the most people I ever played the game with. Maybe that's doing something." S: "What do you mean by that?" Rob: "Well, it's the only thing that's changed. Truth is, this ain't our world. By all rights, we shouldn't be here. Even when it's one car, the road always tries to discourage you. Maybe it's like bacteria in a vein. One or two might slip by unnoticed, but once it hits a certain point, it's like AS. Like an immune response. You think the road's pushing back on foreign objects?" Rob: "And the bigger the group?" As: "The more violent the response." It makes sense until Blue Jay laughs once more. Hearing her reaction, I reassess what I'm saying, and I can't help but feel a little foolish at the idea. Rob: "Maybe. It's just a theory. I don't know." Rob collects himself, regaining his composure. Rob: "Either way, you all have the morning to decide if you want to keep on the road. Bristol, if you want to go home, you gotta find someone to take you. I ain't ready to head back yet." He turns away from the group and marches to the Wrangler. I don't see him again for the rest of the evening, and I have no intention of bothering him. Eve and Lilith immediately crowd around me, asking if I'm all right and taking it in turns to disparage Rob's actions. I can't bring myself to join in. All I can bring myself to say is, "S, can I charge my phone in your car?" The group has very little to say for the rest of the night. A deep solemnity hangs in the air, dampening any semblance of good cheer like wet leaves on a dwindling fire. No one offers any conversation. Apollo's reservoir of quips has run dry. Everyone's wondering where they'll be going from here, pondering the sort of person they are in circumstances such as this. Do they press on towards danger, or back towards safe and familiar ground? It's a question they'll have to figure out for themselves, ideally before sunrise. I already have questions of my own. About an hour after Rob's departure, bidding farewell to the rest of the group, I walk over to Lilith and Eve's car. My bag is resting on the front seat, a black wire leading inside from the charging port. I've decided not to tell the pair that I've been charging the detonator for a military-grade explosive less than 10 meters away from them. Perhaps it will come out during broadcast. If you're listening to this, sorry girls. I pick up my bag and, checking that no one's looking, make a beeline for the apple grove. I march through the small wood, the air growing still, the sounds of the convoy quickly fading behind me. In the late evening darkness, with the moon shrouded by a legion of crooked trees, I'm puzzled that I'm not more afraid. I've seen what happens on this road, and as I pass through the grove and into the neighboring field, intentionally isolating myself from the rest of the group, I'm quite aware that help won't be coming for me. Even so, as the corn rises up in every direction around me, I find myself almost incapable of fear. The day's events have drained me of emotion, and I'm now with everything else pulled away. I'm left with only one driving directive, an overpowering urge to figure this road out regardless of what that entails. Now, judging the distance I've traveled to be acceptably out of range from the convoy, I take the block of C4 out of my bag and place it on the ground. Gritting my teeth, my body cringing with self-inflicted dread, I press the power button on the Nokia and wait for something to happen. My worries of instant disintegration are allayed slightly as the grainy image of two outstretched hands comes into view, swiftly replaced by a menu screen. I work fast, the words on the brown paper package constantly reminding me of what I'm putting at risk with every passing second. Firstly, I type my own number into the phone, assuming, or at least hoping, that the mechanism isn't activated by outgoing calls. A few seconds later, my cell phone rings, giving me the Nokia's number. Checking the call logs, I find a second, different number, which seems to have made a call to the phone 3 times in quick succession. If I were a betting woman, which I sometimes am, I'd suggest that this number belongs to whoever built the bomb, the calls representing an attempt to test the trigger prior to its implementation. If I'm right, then this should be the personal number of whoever was driving that crashed car. My third discovery is a little bit more puzzling. No texts have been sent from this phone. However, there is one solitary message residing in the phone's inbox. It's from a third separate number, and it reads thus: "Please don't do this, Rob." I stare at those 4 words, the new information grating uncomfortably against my already preconceived theories. If this text is to be believed, and my previous deductions are at all accurate, then that means Rob Guthard was driving the car. That the C4 in the trunk had belonged to him. All this time, I thought Rob may have been responsible for something terrible, but what if he was run off the road himself? If that is the case, it leads to an entirely new question. Who was responsible for his crash? As I begin to think it over, the air explodes around me. I'm jolted out of my examination by a powerful, echoing voice which reverberates the very air. The corn is thrown into a frenzy as the noise echoes from every direction, as if spoken by the air itself. Voice: "I've watched you questioning." Without a second's hesitation, I turn off the Nokia and throw the block into my bag. I jump to my feet and scan the cornfield for whoever spoke the words, backing away towards the convoy. Suddenly, realizing how far I am from my friends, I break into a run, my boots pounding the dirt as I flee back to the woods. Less than a minute later, I burst out through the trees, my bag swinging with the weight of the block. Everyone's in their cars, seemingly fast asleep. I'm starting to think they're onto something. With no one to talk to, and a long day ahead of me, I suppose there's no further recourse but to catch my breath, write up my immediate thoughts, and then, finally, get some much-needed rest. I feel a dull pressure behind my eyes as I step towards the Wrangler. Quietly opening the back door next to my sleeping area, I carefully hide the block under my luggage. Then, silently closing the door again, I wander around to the passenger side where my notes are waiting to be typed. I reach out and grab the handle, gripping it tightly. I don't open the door. In fact, after a moment staring through the glass, I let go. The pressure behind my eyes gives way, and before I know it, I've slid down to the damp ground, my back against the cool, hard metal of the door. A whine catches in my throat as ugly tears stream down my cheeks. My breath shudders as I inhale, and my attempt to breathe out plays to the world as a quiet, declining sob. The tears take me by surprise, but I don't wipe them away. In a bittersweet way, they're welcome, necessary even. They carry with them a familiar sense of heart-rending release. By the time they've run dry, I feel like I might just be able to move on from the events of the day. The sounds in my head are just a little quieter now. I've paid them their due. Bonnie. "Are you okay, honey?" I'm picking myself up when I see Bonnie walking carefully over to the Wrangler. I brush myself off, a little embarrassed at being caught. I didn't know you were awake." Bonnie. "I'm a light sleeper, and Martin..." Clyde snores. "Do you need someone to talk to?" I think I just need to sleep." "Thanks, Bonnie." Bonnie. "My name's Linda, if you're wondering." Alice. Bonnie. "That's a beautiful name." "Well, Alice, I know I don't talk much, but I know how to listen, if you ever want me to." For the first time since the pine fell, I find myself smiling. It's a weak smile, but a smile nonetheless. "Thank you, Linda. I might take you up on that. Have a good night." Bonnie. "Have a good night." Bonnie starts to walk back to the car before pausing and turning round. One last piece of comfort to offer. Bonnie. "And remember, everything will all be all right once we get to Wintry Bay." I frown a little, unsure what Bonnie means. She smiles back blankly, then resumes the path back to her car. She's mentioned that place before, upon leaving Jubilation, in what seemed like a moment of idle reminiscence. How she mentioned it just now doesn't seem like reminiscence at all. After everything that's gone on, all the suspicion I've been directing at Rob, all my worry for Ace. Is something the matter with Bonnie? Perhaps I'm misunderstanding, perhaps Bonnie misspoke, but all the same, the brief comfort her words afforded me has already faded away, leaving a familiar feeling of confusion and paranoia in its place. I let myself into the passenger side, type up a few pressing notes, and then climb through onto the air mattress. Sleep doesn't come easily. I close my eyes and try to convince myself that tomorrow will be better than this harrowing day. Yet every time I make that particular argument, a voice in my head responds, "That may depend on which way you turn." Hi guys, it's been a long week, but I finally got to my computer to post the next log. I've been working overtime to afford both London rent and Christmas presents. Hasn't been fun. Anyway, I can't say much more since this log's one of the longer ones. I'll try and get the next one up a little sooner. Thanks for all your help. The Left-Right Game, Draft 1, 11/02/2017. The next morning, everything's the same. It's strange. We're usually so blind to the quiet consistency in our everyday lives, only really taking notice once something changes. Yet as I stir a spiral of honey into my oatmeal and glance around the group, it's the notable lack of change that truly stands out. Since the previous evening, the atmosphere surrounding the convoy and the demeanor of each member doesn't seem to have altered in the slightest. The night has fallen short in its role as a grand meridian, failing to partition the past and future, and bringing with it neither perspective nor closure. It's as if yesterday has spilled, like a toppled brush pot, into the next morning, coloring everything with the same temperaments, fears, and divisions. Lilith and Eve sit facing each other, their legs crossed on a plastic ground sheet. Neither are saying very much, albeit for vastly different reasons. Lilith is still preoccupied by her own smoldering indignation, whereas Eve looks overcome with a subtle but pervasive dread. Neither have taken food from Rob's stove, a decision I suspect Lilith made for the both of them. Apollo, Bonnie, and Clyde are across from me. Apollo is making conversation, attempting to revive his usual good humor. Bonnie and Clyde help him out, laughing at his jokes and smiling along with his stories. Blue Jay hasn't stepped out of her car all morning, eating her own rations and maintaining a welcome distance from the rest of the group. Her eyes meet mine as I look her way, and I'm treated to a sharp, sardonic dismissal. And Rob? Rob is attending to the practicalities of the road, serving breakfast, then topping up the Wrangler from one of the hulking jerry cans. It's clear the routine is comforting to him. I can easily imagine this is how he deals with a great many problems, compartmentalizing, recasting himself as a blunt instrument engaged in a set of necessary processes. He's made himself too busy for grief, and will likely remain so until the feeling fades. As coping mechanisms go, it isn't remotely healthy. I should know. I'm doing pretty much the exact same thing. A.S. Clyde, could I get a few words? Clyde looks up from his food, a little surprised. Clyde, you want me? As, yeah, if that's not too much trouble. Clyde, oh no trouble at all. You want to do it now? I'm not too hungry. S, no, me neither. That would be great, thank you. Would you mind if we moved away from the stove? Clyde nods keenly. Putting my bowl to one side, I take Clyde to the edge of the apple grove. Nobody looks after us. Clyde, how are you holding up Bristol? S, getting there. How about you? Clyde, I'm getting by. S, so can I ask, why did you choose Bonnie and Clyde as your call signs? Clyde, well, it came pretty easy. We used to play outlaws when we were kids. One time Bonnie stuck up a bank. S, really? Clyde, well, no, it was an ice cream parlor, but Bonnie was pretending it was a bank, and then she ran in, holding her hand like a gun. Told Mrs. Guilford it was a stick-up. As, wow, that doesn't seem like her. Clyde, oh no, she was a wild child, always living in a story. Anyway, we got free Sundays and a new nickname in town after that. When Rob told us about the call signs, it was the first thing we thought of. S. It's a good choice. I pause, letting the previous subject fade before launching into the next one. All things considered, this may be the last time me and Clyde are on such casual speaking terms. A.S. Bonnie told me she talked to the hitchhiker. Clyde's disposition shifts. There's sudden alertness that wasn't there before, rushing to the fore in immediate response to my words. In the following silence, at the center of his wide-eyed stare, an educated guess suddenly becomes much more. Clyde. What? When did she tell you? As. I'm sorry, Clyde. She didn't. You just did. I can almost see the stone fall in Clyde's throat, the deep, burning embarrassment and hurt that comes from being deceived, from a close secret you held getting out into the world. I don't feel exceptional either. Lying to Clyde, bringing him away from Bonnie under the guise of an interview, beyond the personal abhorrence, it also flies in the face of everything I've tried to be as a journalist. Clyde can't bring himself to talk, so I press forward. As. I think it might be best if you call Bonnie over here. Nodding vaguely, Clyde wordlessly shuffles back to Bonnie, whispering in her ear. She puts a hand on his shoulder and helps herself up. Whatever he's told her, she doesn't seem angry as she joins us beneath the shade of the apple trees. Bonnie. I didn't want to cause any trouble, and Clyde's been looking forward to this trip for so long I didn't want us to turn back. I'm sorry. As. What happened, Bonnie? Bonnie. I just said 2 words. I wasn't talking to him. I was doing what Rob said, but then I just said bless you. That's all it was.
As. That's it?
Bonnie. Well, he thanked me, and then he was just so easy to talk to, and I thought, well, I've already talked to him. What will a few more words do? Clyde. She hardly said anything else. As. What about him? Did he say anything? Bonnie starts to smile, the same way she did last night. A dreamy, enthused expression glowing with reminiscent joy. Bonnie. He told me about this wonderful place. Wasn't it wonderful, Martin? Clyde. Bonnie. Bonnie. Just a few houses by the sea, but he made it sound so nice. Clyde. Bonnie, please. Bonnie. What's wrong? I can talk about it, right? When I look back to Clyde, his lips are firmly pressed together, his facial muscles tight. He's holding something back, but what slips through betrays a poignant dismay. Clyde. It's all you talk about, Bonnie. You mentioned it a few times after, and since jubilation you ain't stopped. S. Are you guys talking about Wintry Bay? Clyde grimaces, and Bonnie grins when they hear the name. As. Bonnie, are we heading there? Bonnie. The hitchhiker said it's on our way. I'm so looking forward to seeing it. I can't say I feel the same, and it's safe to say Clyde agrees with me. Before now, I'd only heard Bonnie mention Wintry Bay on 2 occasions, but it sounds like she's talked about it a whole lot more. I sympathize with Clyde for what he's had to deal with. However, the gross irresponsibility of his actions aren't lost on me either. A.S. Does Rob know? Clyde. I didn't want to. A.S. You didn't want to trouble him? Or did you just not want him to turn you around? Bonnie. I'm all right, really. As. Well, either way, you need to tell Rob before we hit the road. Clyde shuffles uncomfortably. As. I'm not going to do it for you, but too much has happened on this trip already. This place is dangerous, okay? There's no place for lies anymore. I hope that Clyde doesn't see the irony, given that I've roundly deceived him in the past 5 minutes. He nods, takes Bonnie's hand, and walks slowly towards the Wrangler. Rob is loading the last of the fold-up chairs into the back of the car. The conversation doesn't last long, but by the end of it, Rob rests his hand on Bonnie's shoulder and sends them on their way. He doesn't look mad. Perhaps he just has other things on his mind. That's the second thing I've done today that's inherently non-journalistic. I was supposed to be a fly on the wall for this story, a passenger, recording events with objective detachment without my own influence seeping into proceedings. In many ways, I wish I still was. But the stakes are higher now, and though secrets make for good editorial, they're also potentially damaging to the safety of the group. Following the incident with Ace, I'm slightly less concerned with an unbiased story than I am with getting home to tell it. Rob looks like he's about to make his morning address. The group wanders over, some more reluctantly than others, and gathers around the Wrangler. Rob, first things first, I want to say that, well, tempers got a little heated last night and that I'm sorry for my part in all that. I want to thank you for coming with me this far, and if you want to turn back, well, that's just fine. The group stays quiet. Rob, if you're heading back, I'd say if you travel one by one, be sure to stay on the radios, retrace the route, and follow all the rules that applied when you were getting here. Now, can I get a show of hands? Who's wanting to keep going on the road? I observe my compatriots closely. The definites will be Bonnie and Clyde, who have already implied that they want to continue, and also Blue Jay, who feels she has nothing to worry about from the road. Apollo is in the wind, and Lilith and Eve are probably a split vote. All in all, this could be the moment our convoy splits in half. Blue Jay throws her hand up lazily. Bonnie and Clyde, predictably, raise theirs. Apollo raises his a few moments later. Apollo. Hey, I've come this far. That leaves Lilith and Eve. After sharing a brief glance with her friend, Lilith raises her hand and Eve follows suit, albeit with an air of trepidation. I'm surprised that no one's turning back after everything that happened yesterday, but it's clear everyone has their own reasons. I'm just glad I don't have to say goodbye to anyone. I set about trying to divine everyone's motives for continuing on the road, but I quickly stop when I realize everyone's looking at me. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm going. That way. I gesture to the road ahead and raise my hand redundantly. Rob. Well, okay. I guess that's everyone then. We got a fair way to travel today, but there ain't much to see. Just follow the rules and take things as they come, I guess. As we pull out, I start to feel a little restless. The sedentary nature of travel is beginning to take its toll, and I'm starting to feel overfamiliar with the Wrangler's passenger seat. I'm glad that I got a chance to stretch my legs last night. Rolling, Elysian cornfields span the roadside for the next 5 hours. Turns are few and far between, but Rob's attention never wavers. I only manage to grasp his attention briefly. Aren't Jeeps supposed to have poor fuel economy? Rob, they ain't the best. That's why I always bring gas along. It's just, the fuel gauge has hardly moved since we left this morning. Rob, ha ha ha. You noticed that, huh? I was wondering if you were gonna. Why, what have you done to it? Rob, nothing. It's the road. Makes fuel burn slower. Seriously? Rob, ain't just that either. You finish your food this morning? No. Why? Rob, hardly anyone did, except Apollo. More you go, less you need to keep going. Okay. Wait, you said the road pushes against you. Rob, yep. But now you're making it sound like it's helping us along. Rob, yep. So it's hostile whilst also incentivizing us? That sounds odd to me. Rob, sounds like life to me. Reasons to stop, reasons to keep going. I suppose that makes sense. Despite his well-documented obsession with the secrets of the road, Rob seems to have a strangely laissez-faire attitude to its internal logic. It's like the road doesn't need to make perfect sense to him, or at least he doesn't expect it to yet. As the fresh rural air drifts in through the windows, I lose myself in the hypnotic endlessness of the passing fields. I wonder how many eyes have seen these vistas. I wonder where we are, not geographically, but in a grander sense. Are we still in the world as I know it? Are we beyond it? Below it? Or have we just slipped through the cracks into some intermediate domain? Rob slows the car down to a crawl, a precaution he takes before most corners. My eyes wander gently back into the Wrangler, finally resting on the rear view. There's something behind us, a humanoid figure shrouded in the soft focus of considerable distance. It staggers quickly toward the convoy, unsure on its own feet. Rob, what is that? Rob follows my gaze to the rear view mirror, his brow furrows. Rob, something new. Rob grabs the receiver. Before he can make an announcement, the speaker splutters with static, followed by Eve's frantic voice. Eve. Guys, there's something behind us. Guys, something's coming after us. Blue Jay, can you see it? Blue Jay doesn't answer. I doubt she considers it worth her time. A squealing panic rings out over the radio as Eve calls again. Eve, is it from Jubilation? Guys? Guys? Rob, stay calm, everyone. Let's pick up the pace a little. Rob lets his foot rest heavier on the gas. The Wrangler gently accelerates, with the rest of the convoy eagerly matching our speed. Apollo, who is that Rob? Rob, I ain't so sure, but we got a turn coming up. Let's just get ourselves off the road, see if he follows. The figure continues to stumble towards us. Its arms hang crookedly in the air, and as it comes into sharper focus, I can just make out that there's something wrong with its face. Eve, guys, speed up, please, please. Lilith, calm down. Eve, it's coming for us. I can sympathize with Eve's panic. I've had the luxury of traveling at the head of the convoy. I was the first across when that godforsaken pine was dropped across the road. Eve is now second to last, relying on 3 other cars to make their escape before she can follow. Ace had to wait for the rest of us, and it cost him everything. Now Eve and Lilith are 1 car closer to being where he was. Eve, its face. Oh my God, guys, please. Blue Jay, Jesus, shut up. Apollo, hey, that is not helping. Rob, it's moving pretty fast. Rob, we stay the course, it ain't caught up yet, just... Eve, oh God, oh God, oh God. Rob's warnings are cut short by the screeching of tires. Eve swerves out of the convoy's neat single file line and onto the empty stretch of road beside us. The car accelerates past Bonnie and Clyde, past Apollo. I get a brief glimpse of Eve and Lilith as our windows align. Lilith is yelling at Eve, trying to get her to calm down. Eve is screaming into the air, the puppet of her own frenetic terror. The car shoots past us and down the long road ahead. Rob swears and picks up the radio. The figure continues to lurch towards us. Rob, ferryman to Eve and Lilith. Stop the car right now. Lilith, Eve, slow down. Rob, Eve, goddammit, you're gonna... I stare through the windshield as their car stops. Not a slow, grinding deceleration, but an unequivocal, immediate halt. Their bodies are thrown forwards against the safety glass as the car becomes utterly motionless. Rob, what's happening? Rob, I told him to be careful. Why, what's... I no longer need an answer. I realize that it's written right in front of me, etched into the side of the road. A brief gap in the endless rows of golden corn, only a little wider than the Wrangler itself. A dirt track that leads off to the left, about 10 meters ahead of us, about 15 meters behind Lilith and Eve. I now understand why Rob was being so careful, and why Eve should have been as well. They've missed the next turn. Rob, ferryman to all cars. I found the turn, let's make it quick. Eve and Lilith, you stay in the car. I'm coming back to get you both. Rob flicks on his turn signal, preparing the group for the sharp left corner, and slams his foot on the accelerator. Lilith and Eve disappear behind a wall of corn as we pull down the dirt track. Rob keeps driving until enough space is left for the rest of the group. Once they're all safely pulled in, Rob climbs into the back of the car, grabs his rifle, and jumps out onto the path. I quickly climb out and follow behind him. When we arrive on the main road, the figure has covered a considerable distance, finally drawing near enough for me to see what's wrong with its face. At a certain point, midway across the crown of the head, running in a straight line down past the cheeks and under the jaw, the head simply stops. It's like the foremost section of his skull has been sliced cleanly off and has bent inwards, his entire face concave and shrouded completely in a deep shadow, a ghastly organic hood that seems deeper than physics should allow. That isn't all that's wrong with the picture, however. The man's outstretched arms are bent in several places. Dark purple contusions blossom at every unnatural joint, as if his arms had been broken multiple times. His leg is also bent to one side, the reason for the irregular walk that still carries him towards us. Rob looks shaken as he raises the rifle to his shoulder, bidding the figure turn around. The man ignores Rob's demand, continuing its march. Even when a bullet hits it square in the chest, the figure hardly slows down. We're forced to jump out of the way as it continues down the road, Eve and Lilith cowering in their locked car as it approaches. Fear shifts into confusion as the creature passes them by and continues down the road. It's as if it doesn't even know we're here. Rob breathes a sigh of relief, lowers the gun, and runs back to the rest of the convoy. The moment he leaves, my mind notes something peculiar. It's an utterly bizarre observation, especially considering the many otherworldly facets of the retreating creature. There's something familiar about it. Specifically, its fashion sense. The shirt, the dirt-covered jeans, they aren't dissimilar to the ones I found in the brown leather duffel bag resting atop the block of C4. Reaching into my pocket, pulling out my phone, I scroll through my list of contacts. As the man heaves himself down the road, I call the second number I discovered last night, the one in the Nokia's received calls list, the number that likely belonged to whoever created the bomb and whoever was driving the car that day. After a few moments, a ringtone disrupts the creature's silent walk. I end the call, realizing how reckless I've been, and praying that the strange figure doesn't see my action as an excuse to turn around. I'm lucky, this time at least. The dial tone cuts out, and the figure continues to stumble its way toward the horizon. The next thing I hear is a scream. Scanning for its source, I see Eve, her door open and with one foot out of the car. She's frantically pulling at her leg, seemingly unable to lift it from the tarmac. Eve, what's going on? With shaking fingers, Eve clumsily unties her shoelace and lifts her leg back into the car. Her boot stays in place, and it's possible to make out a slight elasticity to the road below it, a depression in the tarmac around its base. Slowly and steadily, the sole of the boot disappears into the road. Eve watches as the dark tarmac slowly sucks the boot down, enveloping the heel and dragging it beneath the surface. The thought comes to Eve the same moment it does to me. We both fix our eyes on the back of the car, where same, soft indent is gradually developing around the tires. Eve's terrified scream is drowned out by the blare of revving engines. I jump out of the way as the rest of the convoy reverse out of the corner and back onto the main road. Blue Jay, Bonnie and Clyde, Apollo, and finally Rob park themselves chaotically around me. Rob jumps out and approaches. Rob. They ain't pulled back yet? As soon as he asks the question, he sees the sight before him. Only the neck of Eve's boot remains above the ground, sinking ever further into the tarmac. The road gradually but voraciously churns at the car tires, consuming the rubber and swallowing the lowest edge of the wheel cover. In the midst of such an impossible sight, all I can say to Rob is, "Ayas, they're trying." Lilith and Eve hit the gas hard. The engine growls at the road as it furiously attempts to reverse, the undercarriage creaking and groaning from the sheer mechanical strain. The wheels themselves, however, don't rotate an inch. The tires belong to the road now, taken by the unknowable forces that continue to drag them into the earth. The engine chokes, defeated, and I can see Eve screaming into her fists as the roadway calmly continues its work. Rob, God damn it, we can't reach him. Tell him to get on top of the car. Apollo, what's happening, Rob? Rob, Bristol, tell him to get on the roof. Rob marches off to the Wrangler. The rest of the convoy gather on the road just in line with the left turn, where we assume it's safe to stand. Everyone, saving for Blue Jay, looks on in anxious silence. Eve, Lilith, I need you to get on top of the car, okay? Guys? Eve, we're sinking. Oh fuck, we're... Eve, I'm trying to help you. Rob's working on something, but you need to climb onto the roof of the car. Don't think about anything else. Open the door, wind down your window and use it as a foothold. Eve is still deaf with worry. Lilith doesn't hesitate. She places one hand on the upper rim of her open door, one foot on the base of the open window, and her free hand palm down on the car's roof. The door rocks on its hinges as she puts her weight on it. In one strong motion, she pushes herself backwards until she's sitting atop the car. The tarmac has swallowed its way to the car's lower chassis. Eve stares, transfixed by the road as it pulls her ever closer towards it. Lilith. Sarah, look at me. Lilith is crouching on the car's roof, her hand reaching down to Eve. Her friend's voice seems to be the only thing that can break Eve's fearful commune with the waiting abyss. She turns around, Lilith's hand a few inches from her face. Lilith, get up here. Her eyes brimming with tears, fought back by rapid, shallow breaths, Eve grabs Lilith's hand. Lilith gets a solid handhold around the lip of her own doorway and heaves Eve up and onto the roof of the car. Eve shrieks a little as the door swings, putting all her trust into Lilith's grip. She joins her friend on the roof just as the road consumes the lower edge of the door, spilling inside the car's cabin like magma. Rob. Damn it, they're too far away. Rob has returned from the Wrangler, rapidly uncoiling a braid of long, light blue climber's rope. I'd seen it resting in the back of the car during the trip, never once thinking that I'd see it used. Rob threads one end of the rope through a carabiner and secures it in place with a tight knot. He holds it to his side as he shouts to Lilith and Eve. Rob, okay, listen, we only got one shot at this. I'm gonna throw you the hook and you're gonna catch it and yank it taut, okay? Then you can hook it onto something and climb your way over. Don't let it fall, okay? Lilith looks pale. She nods before clambering to her feet and stepping to the back of the car. Eve watches on, her hands wrapped around her legs. Rob, well, here goes nothing. Rob begins to swing the rope over his head, a large undulating circle that quickly levels out as the weight of the carabiner eases the rope onto a flat plane. I instinctively shrug down as the rope passes over my head, swinging faster and faster. Gritting his teeth, his face reddening with the towering pressure of this single throw, Rob lets the rope fly. It arcs in the air like a cast fishing line towards Lilith's outstretched hands. I watch it pass in front of her, the metal of the carabiner glinting in the sun as it falls. She catches it, grasping the rope in her shaking hands. Despite her victory, I see her face contort with sudden and striking panic. She holds the rope high over her head, staring wildly down at the road between us. Following her eyes, my heart falls. She caught the rope, but she didn't pull it taut fast enough. Even with Rob continuing to hold his end above his head, the rope had too much slack when it landed in Lilith's hands. It's fallen in a sloping arc, the lowest point of which has scraped against the tarmac. It only rests a few precious seconds before Lilith finds herself unable to pull it free. It sinks into the ground. The rope starts to brush gently against Rob's fingers before he throws it to the ground. Rob, God damn it. Okay, if I just got something else, something we can put down. As the empty jerry cans they could step on? Rob, too unstable, and we'd have to throw them perfect. Okay. The road has claimed almost half the car now, eating up the license plate as the vehicle sinks lower and lower. Lilith looks helplessly on as we deliberate, Eve crying her eyes out behind her. Clyde, we could get a ground sheet. Rob, we ain't got one that'll stretch. Well, what about Apollo? I'm going out there. Apollo's blank statement catches us all by surprise. Turning in his direction, I note a direct and powerful confidence in his manner. Apollo, they aren't going to last much longer. It takes a second for the road to get you. That's how they got so far ahead before they stopped. I drive out, they jump onto my car, then we climb back. Rob, I ain't got more rope. Apollo, you got the winch right? If I drive out with it bunched up on my lap, I can make sure it never goes slack. Then I hook it up to my roof bars and we get the hell out of Dodge. Rob, you got the best car for it, but I should drive out there. Apollo, you need to work the winch. Bonnie and Clyde can't climb back. He skips over his rationale for not choosing Blue Jay, not wanting to waste time on a foregone conclusion. Oz, what about me? I'm lighter. The climb back would be easier. Apollo, but you can't help them when they're jumping over. We're wasting time. You know it's a good idea. Rob takes a moment to consider it, his mind fighting for a better solution. Rob, you'd better get back here, Apollo. Apollo, don't plan on hanging around there, Rob. Apollo grins before sprinting to his rover. Rob, wasting no time, runs to the winch, switches it to manual, and unspools the heavy-duty rope. His hands cross over as he drops each new length onto the ground. I turn back to Lilith. Did you hear that, Lilith? Lilith is huddled next to Eve, attempting to comfort her as the car's headlights disappear into the depths of the road. Her head snaps round when I call. Lilith, what's happening? Az, Apollo's coming out to you. You have to jump onto his car and climb back over, okay? Lilith, okay. She hurries back to Eve, grasping her friend's shoulders as she relays the plan. Rob, okay, that'll hold. Rob's climbing down from the hood of the Wrangler. He's fed the winch cable around and through the lighting rig, ensuring a good level of clearance on the way out and, more importantly, for the climb back. The rope has already been fed through Apollo's driver's side window. Bonnie and Clyde are helping to throw Apollo's baggage out of the trunk and onto the road behind him. The less he has to lose on this trip, the better. Rob, all set up over here. Apollo, okay, see you on the other side? Rob. Apollo slams his foot onto the accelerator. The Range Rover bolts forwards and powers toward the threshold. The engine roars as he rockets past the left turn and keeps on going into the territory beyond. In the few precious seconds he has, he crosses the distance towards the two terrified girls. The winch rope streams through the window and then suddenly pulls tight. Apollo is thrown forwards as the car comes to an uncompromising stop, roughly a meter's distance from Lilith and Eve. The impact looks brutal, but Apollo somehow manages to keep a hold on the rope and, inexplicably, his sense of humor. Apollo, I don't think I got the insurance for this. Clumsily, still feeling the after effects of the sudden stop, Apollo throws open his door and starts to climb out. Apollo, take in the slack, Rob. My attention fixed on Apollo, I hear the mechanical whir as the winch kicks into life. As Apollo climbs out of his car and up onto the roof, he affixes the hook at the end of the winch to one of his roof bars, securing it in place. A few moments later, the rope is pulled straight. Apollo steps down onto the hood of his car, his arms outstretched to the girls. It's a short jump, but they'll have to make it from a lower elevation, the trunk of the car already sinking to ground level. Apollo, okay, come on, I got you. We've got to move fast now. Lilith stands up, helping Eve to her feet before stepping down onto the rapidly disappearing trunk. Lilith, okay. Lilith yelps as she throws herself towards Apollo. Her front foot plants itself on the hood of the car, her other leg flailing in the air behind her. Apollo grabs her by the arms and yanks her onto the car, holding her close to him as she gets her bearing on the smooth metal of the hood. When she's stable, he lets her crawl up onto the roof, where she immediately looks back to Eve. Apollo, see, Eve, nothing to it. Come on now. Eve paces back, her hands shaking as she contemplates the jump. Fighting against her screaming instincts, Eve squeals as she steps across the trunk and makes the leap across, the toe of her shoe lifting off the car mere seconds before it descends into the murky, black pitch of the road. Eve lands short of her destination. One desperate, grasping arm makes contact with Apollo's as her legs bang and scrape against the Rover's grill, scrambling for any conceivable purchase. Apollo is wrenched sideways by the force of Eve's landing, thrown off balance by the unexpected application of her whole weight. In the gut-churning moments that follow, Apollo tugs Eve up to his chest and wraps an arm around her, his center of gravity passing over the edge of the car. The fall takes a lifetime. Wrapped in each other's arms, Eve and Apollo tumble forward towards the patient, ravenous ground. In the split second before he leaves the hood of the car, Apollo uses his last inch of footing to push himself into a slow turn. The twist continues as they fall, until Eve is looking to the road, Apollo to the pale blue sky. In one final action, Apollo pushes Eve's waist, holding her at arm's length. Apollo's back thuds into the asphalt, his head smacking audibly against it. Dazed and concussed, he manages to hold Eve aloft, keeping everything but her feet from joining him on the hard ground. Apollo, get back up. Quickly, get back up. Her face shredded by fear and guilt and sorrow, Eve stares into Apollo's eyes and whimpers. Collecting herself, she pushes herself off him, ripping out her laces and leaving a shoe and a sock behind as she clambers back onto the Range Rover. With every movement, she whispers a quivering apology. Apollo, it's okay, go on, it's okay. He repeats those two words over and over until I'm not even sure who he's talking to. The road elasticates around him, dragging him down into its depths. Eve looks back to him, her face cringing in misery. Bonnie buries her face in Clyde's chest, unable to watch the next few moments unfold. Eve, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Apollo, it's all right. Just get going, okay? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt, really. Apollo's ears sink beneath the road. Entering a new world of perfect silence, Apollo sees the end nearing. Apollo, oh God, Rob! I won't play his final moments, for your benefit and ultimately for his. Before he sinks into the road, Apollo asks for Rob to talk to his family. He wants Rob to tell them that he loves them. Rob nods, knowing that Apollo won't be able to hear his response. After a few cries of panicked despair, Apollo's eyes and mouth are enveloped by the road. His screams are drowned by the thick, churning asphalt. Eve watches the rest of his body sink, while Lilith tugs at her sleeve, pulling her towards the roof. Lilith, come on, we've got to go. Sarah, we've got to go. Eve, I'm sorry. Whispering one last heartfelt apology to the air itself, Eve steps up with Lilith and stares at the cable. Okay guys, just let yourself down until you're hanging from the rope and work your way across. Lilith, I got it. You ready? Eve looks to her friend. Eve, I don't... Lilith, just watch me, okay? Follow right behind me. The Range Rover's wheels have now disappeared. With every passing second, the cable's clearance diminishes, and the angle between the roof bar and the Wrangler's lighting rig becomes steeper. They need to start moving now, or not at all. Eve looks across the length of the rope. I can feel her mind kicking back at the prospect. Eve, I can't. Lilith, Sarah, we fucking have to, okay? Follow behind me. Lilith wraps her arms around Eve, hugging her stiff, shivering frame, before letting go and crouching down to the rope, slowly working her way under it. Her hands clenching the cable, her legs wrapped securely around it, Lilith starts to pull herself along the rope, shifting her feet up every few seconds behind her. She fixes her eyes on me as she drags herself to the halfway mark. Lilith. Is she following? The asphalt swallows the Range Rover's lower chassis. Eve hasn't moved a muscle. The stretch of black tarmac might as well be a bottomless ravine, the Grand Canyon. The idea of hanging herself over it mortifies her. Sarah, it's not as bad as it looks, please. Please come on. Lilith crosses the threshold. Her knuckles are white as she continues to cling to the rope. Rob marches up to her and helps her down into his arms, coaxing her hands free by telling her that she's safe. As soon as her feet hit the ground again, they give way beneath her, and Lilith sinks to the ground, crying out. Lilith. Sarah! Come on, please! Eve. I can't! Lilith. Please, Sarah, I need you here. Her shallow breaths quaking with anxiety, Eve slowly crouches down and grips the rope. Slowly but surely, as the asphalt consumes the car's license plate less than a meter below her, Eve lowers herself down and with clumsy desperation drags herself along the rope. She's left it late. Her back hangs mere inches from the hungry ground as she shuffles unevenly towards us, lifting her feet and scraping them up the rope, her arms straining to stay locked. Eve. I'm not going to make it. Lilith. You are! Keep going! The Range Rover's window is now disappearing. Inside, the dashboard has been submerged. With every yard that Eve manages to climb, the lowering rope ensures she stays close to the ground, even over the final few feet. My heart breaks the moment her foot slips. It happens almost too quickly to register. As Eve erratically shuffles her feet along the rope, her bare left foot gives way, swinging underneath her and kicking down onto the ground. Eve tries to raise it in time before discovering that she can't. Lilith. No, please. Thrown entirely off balance, Eve tries to pull herself up. However, with her lower leg seeping into the dark tar, her position can't be maintained. She falls, her body twisting as she falls onto the road. Lilith releases a terrible shrieking cry. Eve whimpers as the side of her head rests against the tarmac, her cheek already subsumed. Eve. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lilith. No. No, please don't be sorry. Eve. I love you. I love you. You, Jen. Lilith. I love you too. I'm sorry I didn't. I'm so sorry. Eve tries to reply, but half of her mouth is sealed shut, encased in the creeping asphalt. Her short breaths finally melt into one long inhalation, as her nose and mouth are sunk entirely. One remaining eye takes a final, fleeting look at Lilith before vanishing. I look away from what is still to sink. The important things are already gone. Lilith collapses on her knees, a screaming of torrent of grief expelled from her burning lungs. Rob is completely immobile, likely searching for something practical in which to bury himself. Bonnie and Clyde simply look lost as they turn their backs on the sinking Range Rover. Blue Jay's reaction surprises me. She stares into the tarmac, the smirk ripped from her face, replaced by a familiar look of shell shock. She repeatedly mutters something under her breath, something that sounds like, "It's not real. It's not real." We stand in silence for what seems like an age, accompanied by the breeze and Lilith's gradually waning laments. After she's exorcised the immediate torment, her screaming descends into a deathly stillness. Rob makes the first step to approach her. Rob, I can take you back home if you want to. Lilith. No. No. Lilith wipes her eyes, as tears continue to fall freely down her cheeks. When she turns around, she looks enraged. Lilith. No! I'm still going. I'm going to get to the end. Rob, you know I can't tell you when that'll be. Lilith stands up and glares at Rob, then looks over to Bonnie and Clyde. Lilith, are you guys still going? Do you have a seat free? The siblings look to one another. Bonnie nods. Clyde, you got a place with us if you want it. Lilith, is the door unlocked? Clyde, yeah. Lilith, then what the fuck are we waiting around for? Lilith marches to Clyde's Ford and climbs into the back seat. She waits for us impatiently to finish up. Rob, anyone else want to turn around? Rob looks to me and Blue Jay. Blue Jay sends a look of deep scorn his way before marching off to her own car. Rob, Bristol? The Range Rover has finally sunk. The road has settled back into a hard, permanent surface. It isn't like Rob to offer me a ride home, and I feel overwhelmingly like I should take him up on it. But there are too many questions unanswered, too many unchallenged mysteries weaved into the fabric of this journey. Going back now wouldn't be a return, it would be a retreat. A.S. I'm still going. A few minutes later, the three remaining cars roll down the dirt track, leaving another incomprehensible atrocity behind us. There's a part of me that can't believe I'm still continuing down this road. A greater part of me is astonished that no one took the opportunity to turn back. As Rob carries me on to the next turn, and the one after that, I realize we all have our reasons. I'd become obsessed with chasing the truth, as had Blue Jay in her way. Bonnie had her own, unsettling motives for carrying on, and Clyde wasn't about to abandon her. Lilith had directed her smoldering anger and grief toward the road itself, seeking deliverance at its end. And Rob? As far as he's concerned, there's only one direction to go. Still, when I think of the sorrows that have already befallen us, and the potential for unspeakable ruin that lies ahead, I realize that no one in their right mind would continue down this road. I suppose no one is. Hi guys. Sorry it's taken a while to get this posted up. I've been busy chasing leads with U.S. missing persons. I won't waste more of your time. Log is below. If you have any information, then please send it my way. Thanks for your help, guys. It means a lot. The Left-Right Game, Draft 1, 12/02/2017. Silence used to be an absolute. That's something I definitely miss. Back in the real world, it would stand as self-evident that a group of people saying absolutely nothing, by definition, could not be saying any less. Maybe things are different on the road. Maybe I'd just never encountered it before. But it's clear to me now there are degrees beyond silence. A pervasive realm of deafening quiet which, following the loss of Eve and Apollo, our group has unreservedly embraced. Constructed out of our collective trauma, cemented with a cruel mixture of grief, guilt, and harrowing self-doubt, it quickly becomes apparent that this silence is stronger than all of us. The challenge of breaking it remains unmet for the rest of the journey. We spend the next few hours burrowing through a featureless corridor of maze. The stalks rise far above the Wrangler, leaving only a thin strip of clear sky visible like the painted ceiling of a Renaissance church. I find myself glancing intermittently at the CB radio, half expecting, half hoping, for Apollo's voice to crackle through the speaker, bringing words of comfort, or a much-needed attempt at levity. After I catch myself staring at the radio for the 5th time, I decide it might be best to get on with my work. I plug my headphones into my notebook, bring up the audio files I've recorded thus far, and set about creating a very rough cut of our first day on the road. Apollo VO. Everybody knows Rob. Rob's the god. Ahaha. I listen through Apollo's first interview, making notes for the closing paragraph I'll now be forced to write about him. When I have everything I need, I listen to the interview again, and then once more. It's not lost on me that I just want to hear his voice, to lose myself in a pleasant digital echo, far removed from the frantic screams that followed him into the asphalt. I listen to Eve's interview next. She bristles with excitement as she talks about her upcoming visit to Roswell, steadfastly attempting to recruit me to the effort. She had no idea what she was heading into when she stepped out onto Rob's front lawn. Then again, none of us did. The thin strip of sky is turning deep orange as I reach our encounter with the hitchhiker. It's chilling to hear his voice after the fact, to revisit the conniving, veiled pleasantries he employed against us. I cringe as I hear Rob's hand grasp my arm, ashamed that I let myself fall for the hitcher's trickery. Rob, VO. You did good. I'm sorry for grabbing you. I just didn't want you to do something you'd regret. As, VO. No, it's fine. I was going to. Do you know what happens if you talk to him? Rob, VO. Not sure. Came close myself once, a few years back. The way he looks at you when he thinks he's got you? I don't think I want to know. S, VO. Rob, I paused the audio file, clicking back 10 seconds before pressing play again. As VO. No, it's fine. I was going to. Do you know what happens if you talk to him? Rob, VO. Not sure. Came close myself once, a few years back. The way he looks at you when he thinks he's... I certainly didn't notice that at the time. I'd been so shaken by my run-in with the hitcher, and so curious about the abandoned car that I'd been completely blind to anything else that had come my way. Maybe Rob misspoke. Maybe he meant to say weeks or months. But if it wasn't a mistake, if it was a truth carelessly uttered, then Rob has some explaining to do. The left-right game was posted online in June 2016, less than a year ago. I glanced sideways at him, a wall of corn rushing past us as we approached the rest stop. Throughout this trip, every emotion Rob's displayed has seemed genuine. The sadness, the anger, the concern. They tell a story of a man who cares deeply about the welfare of those around him. Yet at the same time, it's strikingly clear that there's something he isn't telling me. With every new piece of the puzzle, the car, the text message, the faceless creature with the ringing phone, I'm left with the dilemma of when to confront Rob Guthard with what I know. I feel I've gathered enough to bring before him, enough to demand an explanation, but there's no way I'd be able to truly verify his answer. I have a collection of strange and perplexing notions, lacking in the common thread that could bring me to any workable conclusion. If I am going to confront Rob, I need to uncover that thread. Much like the greatest journalists of our time, I should know the answer before I ask the question. The Jeep pulls up onto a large green space. Staring straight ahead, I find myself puzzled by the way the ground seems to stop, as if the horizon lies only 20 meters away from the car. As soon as the engine cuts out, I unbuckle my seatbelt, climb out, and walk towards the grassy verge. The rest of the convoy pulls up behind me as I go. I stop a few steps short of the edge, realizing we've found our way to the top of a sheer cliff. A sudden swaying vertigo takes over, forcing me to take a few steps back. It doesn't feel like we've been heading uphill. The road has been level since Jubilation, yet somehow I'm standing at the edge of a 400 FT rock face, descending straight downwards, the distant earth shrouded by stalks of corn. That's the truly strange thing about this monolithic precipice. On either side of me, the maze runs to the very edge of the cliff, and at its base, the endless harvest continues until it stretches beyond the darkening horizon in every direction. It feels like I'm standing on the cliffs of Dover, staring over a golden ocean, its waves governed by the evening breeze. I wonder for a moment where it ends. Then, taking consideration of the world I now occupy, I start to wonder if it ever does. A belligerent scream rips me from the view. The source of the noise is blocked by the Wrangler, and the first thing I see as I circle around are the shocked, wide-eyed faces of Bonnie and Clyde. Once I make my way past the Wrangler's hood, my expression mimics theirs. Lilith has pinned Blue Jay up to the side of the Jeep, a locked forearm pressing her chest against the door. Her other arm has been grasped in Blue Jay's hands, desperately stopped before it can strike her across the face. The two of them yell through gritted teeth as Lilith struggles furiously against her, vying to cause her any conceivable harm. Blue Jay, get the fuck off me, you bitch, get off! I take a few quick steps over to Lilith as Blue Jay attempts to kick her away. Lilith, we can't do this. Jen. Lilith doesn't even register my presence as she continues her assault, deafened by the bubbling vitriol in every growling breath. Jen, we are not doing this now. Not after... Before I can comprehend what's happening, I'm staring at the sky, my head knocked back by the force of Lilith's flailing elbow. A hot, raw ache radiates across my lower lip as I stagger back, raising my hand over my mouth. Before Lilith can continue her assault, Rob swings open his door and takes 2 short strides over to her. He puts one arm around the girl's waist and picks her up, carrying her safely, but firmly, over to Bonnie and Clyde's Ford and planting her back on the ground. I seem to always forget how strong he is. Rob. Damn it, this is not the time. Lilith. Take it back. Blue Jay has lost her usual snide demeanor, yet her aura still radiates an unbridled scorn. In response to Lilith's demand, Blue Jay walks back to her car and sits on the hood. She takes the Marlboros out of her pocket, along with her lighter, and ignites a cigarette. I imagine the burning embers are the only company she's comfortable to accept right now. By the time I look back to the rest of the group, Lilith has stormed away. What did she say? Bonnie. I didn't hear it all. What did she say, Bonnie? Bonnie. I heard something about... She said Lilith was... that we were complicit. Rob. Goddammit. Bristol, can you... I watch Lilith as she sits on the grass and looks over the cliffside. She begins to cry, yet I get a strong notion that it's not something I should interrupt. It feels like something between her and Eve, a final act of reactionary mourning reserved for them, and them alone. Yeah, don't worry, I'll handle it. Rob. Okay, I'll cook us something up. An hour passes. Lilith grows slowly calmer, drifting from cathartic release into a cold, wordless melancholy. Finishing up my dinner, I make my way over to her. It's a strange view. Lilith looks up at me. Her face falls. Lilith, I cut you. I'm so sorry. It's fine. You should see the other girl. Lilith. Yeah, I bet she looks like shit right about now. I help myself down onto the cool ground, staring alongside Lilith into the ocean below. Lilith. Blue Jay thinks I'm complicit in what happened to Eve. I heard. Lilith. She used to think we were morons. Now she thinks we're all in on it. Doesn't make sense. I think he has to believe this place is a lie. She needs it to make sense, and the harder it gets for her to rationalize, the more she... Anyway, she shouldn't have said what she said. She's just... I guess the word is troubled. Lilith. She's a fucking thunder cunt. Okay. Lilith. She's right, though. I killed her. And I killed Apollo, too. I look to Lilith, concerned. not quite sure what she means. Her eyes remain locked on the impossible horizon. Lilith. Sarah. She wasn't cut out for this, and she knew it. She wanted us to turn back this morning, but I didn't want to. Ass. That wasn't just your decision, Lilith. Lilith. Yes, it was. She followed my lead. Always. Through everything. And I knew why she was doing it. I knew. But I let it continue because it was convenient, because it was easy. Because deep down I liked having someone around who'd jump through fucking hoops for me. God, it's so fucked. Lilith rests her head in her hands. Lilith. She was weak, she was anxious and shy, but that should be okay, right? You're allowed to be weak, But I made her come here. I dragged someone who couldn't swim into the fucking deep end. And the last thing I did was lie to her, and she fucking knew it. Lilith takes a few deep, frayed breaths. What do you mean? Lilith. I'm not I loved her, as a friend. It was always this fucking one-way street, and I don't think she minded, but then suddenly she's vanishing right in fucking front of me. And she said what she said. I mean, how else was I supposed to respond to that? I had to say it back, right? Lilith maintains her composure as a steady stream of tears roll down her cheek. I don't know what I'd do in that situation. Lilith. I could see it in her eyes that she didn't believe me. Fuck. I wonder how many people have died while being told, comforting lies. How many of them fucking knew? I think you did the best you could, Jen. I think you did better than most. Lilith. You don't need to tell me that, are you tired? Do you need to go to bed soon? No, I don't need to. Lilith. There are some beers in Apollo's bag. Is that looting? Or is that okay? I think he'd want us to have them as long as he got a toast. Lilith laughs briefly and finally smiles. She walks over to Bonnie and Clyde's car, returning a moment later with a 4-pack. We spend the next hour and a half slowly drinking them. Lilith can't muster the right words for a toast, so we just say thank you to Apollo, raising out cans to the open air. We talk about his tireless humor, his attempts to keep us all up during our first night on the road, how caringly he spoke to everyone, even at the edge of death. We talk about Eve as well, about the pair's misadventures, awkward college parties, and the future of Paranormicon. Lilith smiles and tells me there's always a place for me once radio dies out. After everything that's happened on the road, the night can't help but feel bittersweet. But for once, on a solitary cliffside in the middle of nowhere, it's more sweet than it is bitter. That may not be much, but at the end of an awful day, it's more than either of us could have hoped for. The next morning goes quickly. It's amazing how efficient a group of people can be when none of them feel like talking. Not only that, but breakfast has become a noticeably brief affair. I manage to get through half a bag of trail mix before I find myself uncomfortably full. Rob's words about the road's sustaining properties ring in my ears as I look around the group. Everyone leaves their bowls half empty. Lilith hasn't eaten a bite. By this point, the launch protocol has been drilled into us. Despite our preoccupations and the fractious rifts developing between us, the cars line up like clockwork as they merge onto the road. In fact, the mood of the group seems strangely procedural. All radio contact starts with the stating of a call sign, followed by that of the recipient. The cars maintain an even careful distance between one another. We've seen all too clearly what happens when the rules are neglected and no one wants to take chances anymore. How far away are we? Rob. From where? You haven't got to the end of this road, right? I mean, you're still charting it? Rob. That's right. Well, how long until we get to uncharted territory? Rob. To be honest, not too long. What's going to happen once we reach that point? Rob. We're gonna keep driving. Until we get to the end? Rob. That's the plan. You know I won't judge you if you want to turn around. I'm sure you can talk someone into it. Could I talk you into it? Rob smiles. Rob. Afraid not. This trip ain't like the others. Road's kicking back like never before. I think it knows I'm coming all the way this time. As. What is this place, Rob? Rob sighs as he slowly takes the next left on a quiet, rural T-junction. Rob. I think it's a stray thread. Running off the spool. The radio crackles. Bonnie. Rob, you just took the wrong turn. An instant drum of fresh panic hammers in my chest. I stare at Rob and he stares right back. I know he's feeling the same thing I am, though he's doing a much better job of keeping it off his face. He thinks carefully for a moment. Rob. No. I've been down this road before. We took a right last time. Yeah. Yes. The turn before this one was a right, I remember. Rob. Ferryman to all cars. Thanks, Bonnie, for giving us the fright of our lives. We're on the correct road. Bonnie. No, that can't be. That's wrong. Martin, tell them. Clyde. Our mistake. Rob, let's keep going. Lilith. Bristol. There's concern in Lilith's voice. I lean over to my wing mirror, attempting to gauge the atmosphere in the car behind me. There's clearly some commotion between Bonnie and Clyde, with the latter attempting to gently remove the walkie-talkie from his sister's hands. There's something else, however. Past Bonnie and Clyde, past Blue Jay, an old dilapidated road sign made of weathered timber stands by the side of the road behind us. I can't read all of it as the peeling letters grow ever smaller, but I can piece together what it probably once said. Wintry Bay, 5 miles. Bonnie. We're going to turn around, right? 1 second, Bonnie. I'll check the map. I promptly switch off the radio. Are we not passing through Wintry Bay? Rob turns to me, a puzzled look in his eyes. Rob. Through where? In the wake of those two, innocently inquiring words, my mind reels back to the morning of our third day on the road. Watching Bonnie and Clyde wander over to Rob to confess their transgressions with the hitchhiker. The quiet conversation that passed between them. Rob's seemingly comforting response. I'd felt wretched in those moments. A few minutes prior, I had tricked and deceived Clyde. Yet I'd never once considered he might have done the same to me. Is it safe to pull over? Rob. What? Why? Is it safe, Rob? Rob. Yeah, should be. Then pull over. I switch the radio back on and grab the receiver. As I make a connection to Bonnie and Clyde's car, it's clear that an argument is brewing. Lilith is asking for me, a helpless passenger caught in the middle of something she doesn't understand. Bristol to all cars. We're stopping up ahead. Rob seems acutely aware that I'm not messing around. As soon as we roll to a halt, I throw my door open and jump onto the dusty roadside, striding over to the rest of the convoy, who are just starting to get out of their own cars. I'm conscious of a driving anger behind each step I take. You didn't tell him. Clyde. Bristol, Rob. What's going on, Bristol? Robs marches up behind me, more than a little restless to get a grip on my motives. Clyde? Clyde looks around a circle of expectant eyes. When he delivers his answer, he's unable to meet any of them. Clyde. Bonnie. Bonnie talked to the hitchhiker. Rob's expression shifts, his confusion degrading into a solemn understanding. Rob. God. God damn it. You knew about this, Bristol? I told them to tell you the morning of the third day. I saw them go over to you. I thought they did. Clyde. Bonnie. Thought you'd turn us around. Rob. Well, she was damn right. You've seen what happens when the rules get broken. You should have told me as soon as you saw me and headed right back home. Clyde. That was before before everything. I didn't know this place was... Rob. The rules are the rules, Clyde. Is anything even wrong with Bonnie? You said she gets confused? Was that a lie? Clyde doesn't answer, avoiding Rob's glare. As I process what Rob's just said, I have to say I'm surprised by the deviousness of the two siblings. When I thought they were telling Rob about the hitchhiker, it appears they'd instead told him that Bonnie was, to some degree, senile. It was a simple lie, but one that would adequately explain her odd behavior, draw sympathy from Rob, and most ingeniously, prevent him from telling me about their conversation. A truth buried beneath an unpleasant lie, its subject matter just uncomfortable enough to head off any chance of discussion. Still, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Clyde, we can head home if you want. Bonnie. No. The group turns to Bonnie. She speaks in a tone more decisive than I thought her capable. Bonnie. The hitchhiker. He was talking about the village we just passed. I was looking forward to seeing it, that's all. I'm okay, really. A.S. You've been talking about it a lot, Bonnie. Bonnie. It just sounded like a lovely place. I was sad that we passed it by. I'm sorry for worrying everyone. Please don't make us turn around Rob. Rob stares at them both. His position has been made crystal clear. Rob. We're stopping a little early today. Come the rest of the way with us. Rest up. Then tomorrow you both go home. You should count yourselves lucky you get the chance to turn around. Rob marches back to the Wrangler, signaling that the discussion is over. Rob. Lilith, you're with us. Lilith doesn't even try to hide her relief as she shuffles away from Bonnie and Clyde and climbs into the back of the Jeep. It's a little heartwarming that Rob still has the awareness to look out for her, angry as he may be. As well as his surprising strength, I also tend to forget how perceptive he can be. Bonnie, Clyde, and Blue Jay climb back into their respective vehicles. I catch Bonnie's eye, the moment before she returns to the Ford. She appears truly disappointed, but otherwise resigned to keep going, satisfied to let Wintry Bay fade into the distance. It's comforting to hear that she's ready to put the place behind her. It's just a pity I don't believe a word of it. Lilith. It was fucking weird, Bristol. Lilith seems happy to be in the Wrangler, enjoying the sense of security the modded behemoth affords, and also greatly relieved to be away from Bonnie and Clyde. She spent the last 5 minutes detailing the 30-second argument that unfolded between them, charting its disturbing nuances as well as its eerie conclusion. Lilith. But I swear she was basically like crying, like she didn't understand how we could be going the wrong way. But then, like, as soon as you pulled us over and she just stopped. Stopped. That must have been disconcerting. Lilith, you have no idea. So Rob, when are these cornfields gonna fucking end? Rob, soon. We're gonna rest up for the night in a few turns. Then tomorrow it won't be long until we're on a track through the woods. Lilith, the fucking woods? Are you kidding? Are we talking like Sleepy Hollow bleeding trees or what? Rob, I wish I could tell you. Lilith, wait, what do you mean? Rob, I ain't been that far yet. It's new territory. Lilith, oh, great. Maybe the cornfields aren't so... Lilith goes quiet, transfixed by something in the rearview mirror, before quickly turning around to get a better look out of the back window. The car behind us is out of control. Bonnie is fighting to wrest the steering wheel from her brother. The Ford swerves erratically behind us, driven mad by the dynamic power struggle taking place inside it. Rob sharply accelerates out of the way as the car behind lurches drunkenly to and fro before skidding to a shuddering halt. Rob hits the brake hard, and by the time I've turned in his direction, he's already slammed the door of the Wrangler, storming across the tarmac to Bonnie and Clyde. Rob, cut the engine! The Ford's engine goes silent, and in the absence of its rumbling growl, new sounds emerge. The sounds of a struggle and of wild, desperate screaming. Stepping out of the car for the second time today, I jump onto the road and cover the distance between us. Rob is attempting to pull a screeching Bonnie from the car. Even with his impressive strength, it seems to be a challenge. Bonnie claws at the walls, trying with all her might to regain her grasp on the steering wheel. Bonnie, please, please, let me go, let me go! Rob extracts Bonnie from the car and attempts to subdue her amidst a flurry of flailing hands and elbows. She writhes and kicks as he pins her arms to her sides. Bonnie, calm down, okay? Let's talk this through. Bonnie, he told me it was on our way. He said we'd pass through. Rob, he lied, Bonnie. Bonnie, no, we're going the wrong way. We're going the wrong way. Bonnie lashes out again, striking at Rob's legs with her own. Rob holds her firmly, hit teeth gritted through every impact. It's clear that Bonnie isn't going to let up. I run back to the Wrangler and open up the trunk. After a few moments of rummaging through my bag, I find the first aid kit and pull out an unopened pack of white zip ties. A.S. Clyde, open the back door. Rob sees me standing with the zip ties. Even in the midst of Bonnie's incessant struggle, he looks at me with an almost questioning air, as if he's wondering how we ever arrived at this point. As if he's asking whether we can really do what I'm wordlessly suggesting. Bonnie answers the last question for him. In the slim few seconds of distraction, she slams her head back into his nose, eliciting a disgustingly loud thud and a pained growl from Rob. Dazed and confused, his nose immediately fountaining blood, Rob manages to keep his arms wrapped around her. But it's clear this isn't going to be sustainable, and that she isn't anywhere close to calming down. Clyde has opened the door, stepping back and looking on like a frightened child as we carry Bonnie over to the back seat of the Ford. I lean in before him, adjusting the headrest until it's pressed against the ceiling, ensuring that it can't be removed from the bracket. I then loop a zip tie around each bracket and fasten them. Blue Jay, what the fuck is going on? Blue Jay has stepped out of her car, making her way towards us. I realize that to someone who is fighting to not believe in any of this, the following scene would appear at best as a melodramatic farce, and at worst, as the attempted detention of an innocent and distressed woman. Sadly, I don't have time to field her questions. I climb into the car, Bonnie working constantly against us as Rob eases her in after me, his hand on her head to prevent it bumping against the top of the doorframe. Once she's inside, I loop a second zip tie around the one I've already fastened on the right bracket, forcing her right hand inside it. I pull the plastic tab over the sleeve of her jumper. I hope it's not too tight, but at the very least it's secure enough to keep her in place. Bonnie continues to pull against the zip ties, but it's clear her strength has been sapped from her spirited battle with Rob. Not quite able to look her in the eye, I push a pile of luggage out of the way and climb out the other side of the Ford. Rob and I are both getting our breath back, the former pinching his nose and adjusting stoically to the fresh pain. Blue Jay. Hey, what the fuck are... You're not going to leave her like that, are you? Az. Get back in your car, Blue Jay. I walk back to the Wrangler, tuning out Denise's coarse protests. Rob reaches into the Jeep's still open trunk and pulls out a pile of blankets and pillows. In the rearview mirror, I can see him placing them on Bonnie's lap, giving her a place to rest her elbows. She leans her forehead against the back of the headrest. Even with her face blocked from view, I can tell that she's crying. We arrive at the rest stop some 20 minutes later, the vague outline of a deep green forest blooming on the horizon. It's earlier in the day than we would usually stop. Rob tells us he wants the entirety of tomorrow to chart the woods, as well as good time to turn back before nightfall should the need arise. I'm not complaining. I'm glad of the chance to rest up following today's events. For the rest of the day, we take it in turns to keep an eye on Bonnie, making sure she has everything she needs. When the Ford pulled up alongside us, Lilith, Rob, and I expected to see a quivering wreck, tugging ceaselessly against her bonds. We were all surprised and more than a little disturbed to find her smiling. By the time my turn comes around, the sun is already dipping in the sky. Rob has prepared a small pot of miso soup in case anyone can bring themselves to eat. I finish my bowl, all too aware of how unnecessary each meal now feels, and pour out a helping for Bonnie. I find her in good spirits. Bonnie, how are you doing, Alice? Az, I'm fine. How are you doing, Linda? Bonnie, I'm okay. Sorry for giving you all such a fright earlier. I feel terrible. S, it's fine, honestly. I'm sorry about all this. I gesture to the zip-tied restraints. Rob has reapplied them, fastening bandages underneath the straps to afford Bonnie a modicum of comfort. Still, the scene rings with a sinister barbarity which no kind consideration can make up for. Bonnie, it's okay. I wasn't myself. Az, I brought you soup. I know you might not be hungry. Bonnie, no, I'd love some, thank you. Everyone's being so lovely. Az, well, we just want to make sure you're all right. I submerge the spoon, drench up a measure of warm broth, and begin to raise it towards her. Bonnie, oh no, you don't have to. I can feed myself. She gestures to her bound hands, the clear implication hanging in the air. No, I don't mind. I think it's... Bonnie throws her weight sideways, her elbow jabbing outwards and hitting the bowl out of my hands. Soup spills over my fleece, just a little cooler than scalding hot, and soaks immediately into the fabric. I back away reflexively and watch Bonnie's expression flicker like a faulty light bulb from kind tranquility to utter burning contempt. It's gone as quickly as it appears, just in time for the rest of the group to look our way. Blue Jay, what are you doing with her? Blue Jay storms across from her car, angrily drawing from a Marlboro and forcing the smoke draconically back into the air. Nothing, just an accident. Bonnie, it's okay, Blue Jay, it was my mistake. Blue Jay, did she get any on you? Blue Jay leans in, placing her hand comfortingly on Bonnie's, before turning to fix me with a murderous stare. It's almost impressive how even when caring for someone, Blue Jay still manages to be simultaneously venomous to those around her. Bonnie, no, it's okay, it was my fault, it's fine, I'm sorry for causing trouble. Blue Jay laughs at Bonnie's submissive apology, unable to believe what she's thinking. Her eyes remain fixed on me. Blue Jay, you're a fucking coward. Look what he's making you do. Look. My eyes follow where she gestures. I have to admit the helpless figure of Bonnie, restrained in the back seat of the Ford, rings with an innate inhumanity, and being forced to stare my actions in the face makes me feel utterly ghoulish. The choices I've made must seem insane to Blue Jay, but that doesn't mean hers are not. Despite her pretensions of rationality, I can't help but feel that Blue Jay's actions are simply being governed by a different insanity. An insanity born out of the desperate need to explain the unexplainable, which has morphed into an ugly cocktail of paranoia, self-grandeur, and fervent antagonism. Blue Jay notes my silent expression, most likely taking it as a personal victory. Without another word, she returns to her car and shuts herself inside, festering silently and alone. Bonnie, do you want to know what's wonderful, Alice? Bonnie leans towards me, lowering her voice so no one else can hear. Bonnie, he told me there's a house waiting for me, my home by the sea. I'm sorry, Bonnie, I don't think there is. Bonnie, it's going to be such a beautiful place. Such a beautiful place. Bonnie flashes me a broad grin. Bonnie, it's been lovely knowing you, Alice. Bonnie turns away from me, placing her forehead back on the headrest. The grin doesn't fade as I turn away. I walk back to the Wrangler, faced with the choice of changing into new clothes or my thermal pajamas. After removing my fleece and lying down for just a moment, I end up sleeping in the clothes I'm wearing. When I wake up, the Wrangler is moving. The air mattress reverberates and my body rocks as we make a sharp U-turn. I sit bolt upright, Lilith waking up next to me, similarly bleary-eyed and confused. Rob is behind the wheel. The gear stick shakes as he transports us down the road at incredible speed. Rob, what's happening? Rob, Bonnie got herself free. She's headed for the turn. I pull myself into the passenger seat, suddenly wide awake. Lilith. What? How did she get free? Is she with Clyde? Rob. She hit him over the head, dragged him out of the car. I couldn't wait for him, but he's catching up. Lilith and I turn around. Blue Jay's car is gaining on us, a distant pair of high beams steadily drowning the rear window in light. Lilith. Why's Blue Jay helping him? She probably wants to keep an eye on us. Rob, do you think we'll catch up with Bonnie? Rob, I'm working on it. The Wrangler continues to rocket through the darkness. We keep our eyes fixed forward, scanning the very edge of the horizon for any sign of Bonnie's Ford. When Blue Jay pulls alongside us, I get a look at the pair. Blue Jay is naught but steely determination, dedicated to reaching Bonnie before we do. Clyde looks mortified, rocked by his sister's actions, a small contusion on his head to mark her vicious betrayal. Rob screeches to a halt once we arrive at the junction. Blue Jay's headlights are already illuminating the road to Wintry Bay, and Rob's lighting rig coats the entire area in an artificial twilight. In the middle of it all, we see Bonnie, standing next to her car, smiling. She's already beyond the threshold of the turn. Clyde. Linda! Linda, please! Come on back now, okay? Bonnie. You can all come with me. There's a place for all of us. He told me. There's a place for everyone. Clyde. Please, Linda. You have to come back. A strange trail of black dust is streaming off Bonnie's skin, rising into the air and dancing in the breeze. After a moment, it becomes clear that the edges of Bonnie are slowly degrading, converting quietly into dark ash and drifting into the atmosphere. Bonnie. I love you very much, Martin. You're always welcome. Clyde. No, please, please. Bonnie turns around and climbs into the car. Without looking back, she pulls away down the road to Wintry Bay. The trail of black particles rise from the Ford as she goes, with greater and greater volume as the entire car starts to wither away before our eyes. Less than a minute later, the Ford, with Bonnie inside it, gradually dissolves into dust and scatters to the winds. Clyde doesn't speak. His entire being is quiet. Lilith immediately runs back to the Wrangler. Rob waits a while, staring at a dancing cloud of dust, before putting his arm around Clyde and gently escorting him to the Jeep. As I turn away from the road to Wintry Bay, I take note of Blue Jay's reaction. She looks absolutely petrified, more so than I've ever seen her. She impulsively removes the pack of Marlboros from her pocket and holds them in her hands before quickly returning them, unsmoked. The night passes slowly after we return to the rest stop. All of us are exhausted and more than willing to surrender to the escapism of sleep. Rob rests in the driver's seat, giving up his space on the air mattress to Clyde. Everyone drops quickly enough into a quiet slumber, leaving me awake with only my thoughts for company. I find myself thinking of Blue Jay, of how she could possibly hope to rationalize the disintegration of Bonnie and her car. I wonder how I'd feel if the left-right game were exposed as some unparalleled magic trick. Would I feel foolish? No, I don't think so. Impressed, maybe? Relieved? Most definitely. In fact, the more I think about it, the more I miss the innocent days when I believed the game was a hoax. I suppose I see why Blue Jay is so adamant about dismissing this place. Trickery, however elaborate, is almost always a preferable alternative to genuine horror. The Jeep's door opens and shuts. Part of me tries to ignore it, to wash my hands of any other developments in this harrowing night. However, exiled as I am from the kingdom of sleep, I slowly find myself sitting up, quietly putting on my boots, and letting myself out. I step out into the cool night, observing the figure before me. Ask. Where are you going, Clyde? Clyde turns to face me. I initially interpret the look he gives me as one of resignation, but the word doesn't quite fit. Resignation is a defeat, the world exacting compliance from you against your own wishes, but the man before me is as calm as the night air around him. His wishes are clearly his own. There's no defeat in his eyes, but something else entirely. Peace, maybe. Clyde. You know where I'm going, Alice. Clyde speaks softly, a quiet conviction behind every word he says. I briefly glance towards the Wrangler, wondering if I'm really equipped to handle this on my own. Clyde. Don't call Rob. I made a mistake coming back to the rest stop. I shouldn't have done... Please, just let me go. Ass. Clyde, just wait for tomorrow, okay? He'll understand. He'll turn us around and take you home. Clyde. It won't be home anymore. Clyde's gentle stare renders me silent. Clyde. Linda had a husband once. He was a good man, died young. She could never bring herself to go looking again, and I never found who I was looking for. We've been by each other's side for 60 years. 60 years. I gotta be honest, even after all we've been through, everything you and I have seen, I never felt like I was in a new world until now. Ass. I don't think I can't let you do this, Clyde. Clyde. I'm sorry, Alice, but it's not up to you. Clyde breathes in the cool night air, exhaling through his nose. Clyde. I yelled at her to come back when she ran off to rob that ice cream parlor. I kept calling out and calling out. I spent so much energy trying to get her to come back to me. After a while, I realized she wasn't coming back, that I'd have to follow her. I should have realized it earlier. That's all I can do. Follow where she goes. Clyde looks at me, almost apologetically. Clyde. Goodbye, Alice. He turns away from the convoy and wanders back down the road. A.S. Clyde. He turns around one last time. As. Do you want company? It takes roughly an hour for us to walk back to the junction. In the time we have, I'm treated to the story of Bonnie and Clyde. The warmest fragments of their life together, the moments that built them, the waves that rocked them, and the places they once called home. I don't think I'll ever agree with what Clyde is doing, but the more he talks, the more I understand. His stories span more than half a century, supported by a transient cast of acquaintances and friends, but at the core of each tale is a pair of siblings who meant the world to one another. The pair existed as two relative souls, quantifiable only in relation to each other. In the absence of one, the remnant was indefinable, a drifting point, unanchored in space. The story ends just as we reach the junction. As. I hope she's out there. Clyde. I hope so too. Thank you for coming with me. I know it's late. As. No, it's never a bad time to see a friend off. Clyde smiles at me one last time before turning to face the road. He steps over the threshold, past the old wooden sign. In the silence of the night, I hear nothing but his soft footsteps and the quiet breeze, which after a few minutes carries the last of him into an open sky. It's a long walk back to the convoy. My mind is numb to fear as I make my way through the dark, the corn rustling in the wind beside me. It's been 4 days since I arrived at Rob Guthard's house, sat down at his table, and listened to him speak about the new world he'd discovered. In that time, I've seen things I can't hope to comprehend, sights that exist beyond the spectrum of our reality, things I wouldn't have deemed possible. For all I know, there is a wintry bay, and Bonnie has already arrived at her house by the sea, standing at the door, waiting with quiet confidence for her brother's arrival. I may never know, but I do hope they find each other wherever they may be. Hi guys. Apologies for the delay in getting this post up. Events conspired against me, it seems. Please let me know if you have any information. The Left-Right Game, Draft 1, 13/02/2017. I'm followed back from the junction by an overture of birdsong. I'm grateful for the company. In the wake of Clyde's departure, I'm welcoming of any sound that distracts me from my own solitary footsteps, grasping for any conceivable antidote to the palpable silence he's left behind. I am not, however, as welcoming of what the shrill, melodic warbling represents, the first symptom of impending daybreak. I'd only been up at this hour a few times before, stumbling back from Nidri Street and down Sweet Market after an unexpectedly heavy night out. My housemates Molly, Craig, and Tom would spend the walk joyously discussing the evening's scandals, leaning against one another as we all stumbled away from a night of horrific excess. This time around, the circumstances couldn't be more different. I'm quite alone as I make my way up the road, and the only excess in my night has been a relentless torrent of stress and melancholy. There is one similarity, however, resting in the back of my mind as much now as it did then: the nagging feeling that the day ahead will be one of bitter and immediate consequences. As somber as this night has been, I still find myself clinging to it, reluctant to witness the harrowing developments that sunrise will bring. In a few hours' time, the convoy will wake up to find they have suffered yet another loss. It won't be the brutal, heart-wrenching feeling that they experienced with Eve or Apollo or Bonnie, who perished in front of our eyes, but a muted sensation of gross unfairness, less immediate yet all the more insidious. As much as we hate to face the horrors in our lives, it can be far worse when they strike us without our knowing. To find out only the next morning that you have been affected by cruel forces acting in complete disregard of your presence and taking without concern for you, it's not going to be a pleasant morning. Nevertheless, I'm glad to see the convoy when it finally comes into view. The hulking Wrangler rests by the roadside like an old relic. Right now, I can think of nothing more comforting than climbing into its secure, rugged shell. For a moment, I find it strange how an object built for transit has become the one fixed point in my world. Then again, it's not exactly the strangest thing that's happened on this road. Blue Jay's car is parked sideways laid out across the tarmac. The windows are shrouded in darkness, yet for the briefest moment, I think I see the red dot of a smoldering cigarette, igniting behind the glass, glowing momentarily before dropping out of sight. I fix my eyes on the Wrangler and keep walking, resolved to ignore the ominous flicker of embers, and attempting to ignore its uncomfortable implications. Even still, I shudder to think of the grim conclusions that are being drawn within that acrid, smoke-filled echo chamber. I rest my hand on the Jeep's passenger side door, pausing briefly to gauge the sun's progress. I probably have less than 2 hours before I'll be expected to step over that nascent horizon, to let Rob carry me into unknown territory, onto the unexplored section of the left-right game. Whatever lies at the end of this ordeal could very well be 2 roads over. Then again, it could take a whole lot longer. I suppose there's only one way to find out. I climb quietly into the car and gently position myself next to Lilith. It's cramped, and now that she's had the space to move around, it takes a modicum of contortion to properly lie down, but it still feels more comfortable than the prospect of resting on the open space that had been reserved for Clyde. For tonight at least, it would feel like a little too much like resting on a fresh grave. The morning does come quicker than I'd like. Surprisingly, once I awake from a blissfully dreamless sleep, I realize I'm not tired at all. Perhaps it's going to hit me later in the day, or perhaps the need for sleep is yet another casualty of the road's odd sustaining quality. It's unsettling to think that the road is exerting some metamorphic influence over me, however convenient the effect. After losing most of my need to eat and drink, and now starting to require less rest, I can't help but feel that something wants us to continue on the road, removing everything else that might distract us from the journey. It's a notion that intrigues and terrifies me in almost equal measure. When I open my eyes, I find myself staring directly at Lilith, who has turned to face me in the night. I can tell she's already awake, quietly resting her eyes, understandably reluctant to face the morning without someone at her side. Hey, Lilith. Hey, good morning. How'd you sleep? Lilith. Yeah, not too bad. This place isn't so comfortable. Yeah, you get used to it. A moment of silence passes between us. I'm already aware of the empty space on the other side of the Jeep, hidden just beyond a pile of luggage and jerry cans. It would be easy for me to act surprised at Clyde's absence, to say that I had slept through the night, to throw myself into a fruitless search effort, and to realize the truth alongside everyone else. Part of me wants to avoid the weight of recent events, to step aside and let all blame fall against the road. Yet even if I wanted to, I know it wouldn't be right. I'm not going to contribute a new set of secrets to this journey. Anyway, for all I know, Blue Jay saw me return from the junction. I wouldn't want to give her the satisfaction of catching me in a lie. If I am going to tell them what's happened, then the conversation will need to happen immediately. Certainly before they have a chance to discover Clyde's absence themselves. The words don't come easily. They're impossible to form into a delicate order, and I quickly realize that any attempt is just delaying the inevitable. In the end, all I can bring myself to say is, Clyde's gone, Lilith. It takes a few seconds of quiet comprehension before Lilith sits bolt upright, alarmedly peering over the luggage to Clyde's side of the Jeep. Lilith. Rob. Lilith. Rob. What's going on? Lilith. Something took Clyde. Rob is suddenly wide awake as he twists around to view the back section of the Wrangler. I can see the realization dawn on his face as he understands what's happened. He turns back around and fumbles with the ignition. His eyes in the rear view are burning with desperate intention. He still thinks he can catch up with Clyde before he crosses the threshold. Rob. Nothing's taken him, Lilith. Hold on. Rob. He's gone. Rob. We don't know that we just got a... Rob. He's gone. He already passed the junction. Rob's eyes flick to the rear view mirror, meeting mine. The engine stays running as he turns around to face me. Rob? How do you know that? The urgency is drained from the car, replaced instead by a palpable air of inquiry. Lilith and Rob are both looking at me intently, and for the first time on the road, I feel like a figure of legitimate suspicion. A.S. I was with him when he crossed over. Lilith. What the fuck? When was this? A.S. Last night, about 4 a.m. He said that he... In response to my words, Rob swings the driver's side door open and leaves the Wrangler. I watch him march out into the center of the road, his entire body tensed and strained by a swell of anger. I quickly climb out behind him. Rob. God damn it, Bristol, why in hell did you let him? As. You weren't there, Rob. Lilith. We were fucking yards away, Bristol. You didn't think to wake us up? A's. Of course I did. He told me not to. Lilith. Oh, okay, well that's just fine then, is it? As. He'd made his decision, Lilith. None of us were going to stop him. Lilith. Well, I certainly wouldn't have let him just fucking kill himself. You tie Bonnie to the fucking headrest, but you let Clyde waltz over the road without even telling us? As. That's a false equivalency. Lilith. A false? Are you serious? As. Yes, of course it is. Bonnie wasn't herself. Clyde was capable of making an informed decision. Lilith. His sister had just died. Of course he wanted to join her. That doesn't mean you let him fucking die. You might as well have helped him blow his fucking brains out. Rob. Lilith. Rob speaks the name harshly, forcing its owner into an immediate silence. After letting the group breathe for a moment, he speaks calmly. Rob. Bristol. Are you sure there was nothing we could do? I look Rob in the eye. His words hit me harder than Lilith's impassioned tirade. Standing before the both of them, at the intersection of their expectant stares, I feel first inkling of doubt creep into my mind. What would have happened if we talked Clyde back into the Wrangler, if Rob had forced him to stay? Could he have found some reason to move forwards if we had kept him for a night, a day, a week? All I can do is hold on to my recollection of the night before, reminding myself of the sense of calm finality that radiated from Clyde when I confronted him. All I can do is trust that I made the right call. As. No, there wasn't. Rob. Okay. Well, then there ain't nothing more to say. Rob walks to the back of the Wrangler, cutting the conversation short through the quiet resumption of his usual morning routine. Lilith storms back to the car and shuts herself inside. I'm left standing in the center of the road, wondering if I could feel any more wretched. Blue Jay. I know what you did. Well, at least that answers my question. It seems that while I had been struggling to defend the validity of my actions to Rob and Lilith, Blue Jay had very quietly climbed out of her car, waiting patiently for the rest of the convoy to scatter, before directing a victorious smile toward me. As. Can we not do this, Blue Jay? She responds to my words by ignoring them completely. Blue Jay. I was up in the night watching you all. What a surprise when I saw you leave with Clyde and come back alone, calm as a fucking grave. I don't know if Clyde was in on your little game, but he sure as fuck wasn't happy with how far you've taken it. He had to go, didn't he? I don't want to dignify her words with a response. In point of fact, I'm not entirely sure what I'd say to such an absurd accusation. Her statement rings with all the trademarks of paranoid conspiracy. The unnatural confidence, the vague language, the frenetic conclusions which are so obvious to her, yet seem impossible for me to grasp. In the end, Blue Jay doesn't wait for my response. Blue Jay, I just want you to know that I am not falling for your fucking game. But you will not turn me around. And if you try anything like that with me, I will fucking kill you. I stare at the woman before me, her pupils two dark pools of venom, her smile curled into a crooked smirk of unadulterated contempt. Ayaz. Why didn't you talk to the hitchhiker, Blue Jay? Blue Jay's brow furrows, the smirk degrading from her face. I don't wait for her response. S. I mean, now that we've seen what happens to people who spoke to him, it's fair to assume you didn't. Or am I wrong? Blue Jay presses her lips firmly together, glaring at me, the veins at her temples embossed against her taut skin. A.S. It's all right, Blue Jay. I was scared too. I walk to the back of the Wrangler, where Rob has pulled out the stove and 4 camping chairs. After helping him set them up in the middle of the road and allowing him to cook me a bowl of steaming hot rice, I sit down next to him and eat what I can. We can't think of anything to talk about, and the 2 remaining chairs stay empty for the rest of the meal. When I climb back into the Wrangler, Lilith seems quiet. She's less angry now and, as I've seen before with her, is now being forced to confront the feelings her fury had been overshadowing. She shares a look with me in the rearview mirror, a look of being genuinely lost. I find myself reflecting the same expression as I stare back at her. And in that small sliver of glass, I think we both find a glimmer of understanding. An understanding that there have been no easy choices on this road, and that we should forgive each other and ourselves for the decisions we've had to make. After all, I wouldn't be surprised if there are harder choices ahead. It takes us less than an hour before we reach the woods. The drive has been predictably bereft of conversation. However, as the cornfields merge into deep green woodland, and the thin opening we're supposed to take draws nearer, Rob breaks the silence with a customary all cars address. Rob, ferryman to all cars. Just want to say it's an honor taking this next corner with you all. From here on out, we move slow, report anything unusual, and stay on the lookout for the next turn, okay? All right, here we go. Rob twists the steering wheel. We turn in a slow, deliberate arc towards the gap in the forest. The tarmac disappears below us, giving way to a rough dirt track. A towering legion of knotted trees eclipse the convoy, the sun all but disappearing behind their thick canopy. The significance of this small turn in the road isn't lost on me. We had finally crossed the threshold into the unknown reaches of the left-right game. For all we knew, we were the first people to ever have come this far, the first explorers of an entirely uncharted world. I'm not surprised when I realize I've been holding my breath. I examine my compatriots closely. Lilith isn't even looking out the window, lost in her own tumultuous thoughts. Rob is reacting exactly as I expected, looking out of every window with an air of mystified wonder. Rob, well, I'll be. It's beautiful, ain't it? As I look away from him and back out the windshield, I find myself smiling. Even after the stressful morning we've all had and the uncertain day that lies ahead, Rob's statement rings with a joyous sincerity, which I can't help but appreciate. I also can't help but agree with him. In its own eerie way, it's a beautiful place. The Wrangler moves at a crawl for the rest of the day. The woods are vast and untamable. Thin, swooping branches hang lazily over the road, clattering against the light rig as we pass beneath them. Many of the trees stand at strange, crooked angles, their various disparate inclines making it impossible to see too far in either direction. Rob spends every moment scanning the sides of the road. The trees that flank us are so thick, so tightly packed together, that it's easy to denote an upcoming turn. I suspect Rob simply doesn't want to take any chances, paranoid as he is about the road's deceptive qualities. He needn't have worried. There are only 4 turns across the entire afternoon. Each one is identified far in advance and navigated perfectly. Before I know it, we've entered the early evening, with no discernible end to the woods in sight. We've been traveling uphill for a short while, plateauing onto a thin stretch of road, an endless expanse of forest to our left, and a dangerously steep bank to our right. With one less side of the road to look out for, Rob seems a little more comfortable holding a conversation. Asks, so what are you going to do if you get to the end of the road? Rob, document it, bring it home, hand it over to the world. A.S. And after that? Rob, I guess I might take a vacation. Maybe I should visit London. You want to show me round? S. You've never been to London? Rob, I just passed by carrying packages. Never liked cities so much, try to stay out of them when I can. I'd go if I had a tour guide, though. A.S. Okay, well that's my next story then. Rob Guthard takes on London. Rob, I don't think folk would want to listen to that. As, I don't know, I think people would tune in. Or are you just worried you'll grow to like the place? Rob, Junior would never let me hear the end of that. S, fair enough. Wait, sorry? Rob, my son wouldn't let me forget it. He's always been a city boy. I stare out into the pitch-black forest, suddenly thinking back to my arrival in Phoenix, Arizona just 5 days before. I recollect my formative meeting with Rob Guthert and how I'd been treated to the briefest overview of his life. I hadn't pushed for too much detail, wanting to hear the story in his own words, and under the assumption that I could get more background after a short stint on the road. After 4 days of intrigue and horror and stress, I haven't had time for a follow-up. In all honesty, it's only now I think back on it that I realize just how little ground we covered in our first interview, how eager he was to skip past the formative details of his existence. I didn't know the names of his ex-wives, or anyone who wasn't directly involved in his work with the paranormal. For example, I didn't know he referred to his son as Junior. Often used as a general nickname for a child, it can every so often mean something much more specific. Does your son share your name? Rob turns to me confused. Rob, yeah, did I never? Lilith. Look out! Rob snaps forwards as a fleeting blur darts across the road before tumbling down the steep verge to our right. Over the engine, we can hear rustles and thuds as it disappears down the steep hillside and into the deep forest below. What was that? Was that a deer? Rob, that's what it looked like. Lilith, it went straight off the edge. Why would it do that? Rob, ain't too bright is all. Guys, can we get moving? I'm interrupted by the sound of faint rumbling emanating from the woods on the left side of the road. Lilith, what is that? Rob, we ain't waiting around to find out. Rob kicks the car into gear and pulls down the track. Less than 5 seconds later, he slams the brake on once more, stalling the car as a small group of 3 or 4 deer burst out in front of us. A few more can be heard skittering behind the Wrangler, slamming against the back of the Jeep as they hurriedly negotiate the gap between us and Blue Jay. As Rob works to restart the car, I stare out of the window and into the forest, finally aware of what I'm hearing in the trees. The thunderous sound of hooves hammering against the earth, brushing past the undergrowth, struggling over rocks and branches on their way towards us. In no time at all, the forest erupts from empty darkness into chaotic, violent life as an unbroken horde of frenzied deer burst out from the trees. Rob tries to tell us to hold on, but he doesn't have time. The path ahead floods with hundreds of stampeding deer, an unbroken torrent that blocks out the headlight's beam. Lilith jumps back from the passenger door as deep thudding knells vibrate through the Wrangler. The deer, locked in a desperate sprint with little space to maneuver, are running headfirst into the side of the car. One of the smaller deer bolts out of the forest hits the deep green metal just below my window, the reverberation shaking the glass. I think I hear its neck snap. The ones that get past the car aren't faring better. Locked in a frantic state and forced along by their equally desperate cohorts, I can only watch as they spill over the edge of the steep hillside. Countless bodies crash into the darkness, carried down into what I can only assume is a quickly developing mass grave of twisted, interlocking bodies. Lilith. Rob, get us out of here. Rob. We ain't moving through this, just stay down. Blue Jay. What the fuck is somebody help? Blue Jay sounds terrified. The Wrangler is taking a beating from the onslaught of desperate creatures, but is still managing to hold firm. When I look back towards Blue Jay, I see a different story entirely. The car is lying at an angle pushed towards the edge of the hill by the sheer force of the herd's collective impact. The passenger side is on display, riddled with slick red marks and heavy craterous dents. The creatures rush past her, clumsily clambering over the hood and hammering into the doors of the car. Blue Jay screams into the receiver, placing a hand over her eyes as one of her front tires passes over the edge, the car's chassis dropping down into the dirt. Luckily for her, when I turn back to the forest, I can see it's emptied dramatically. The flood has subsided and the last few deer are pelting through the trees and across the road, their position at the back of the herd providing them with more than enough space to maneuver around the convoy. Rob, ferryman to Blue Jay, get yourself over here, we gotta go now. Blue Jay, what the fuck was that? Rob, it was just a herd of deer, Blue Jay, but they were running pretty hard and I ain't looking to meet whatever they were running from. We don't have time to get you back on the road, get over here now. Nothing more can be heard from Blue Jay's radio except for static and a few intermittent gasps of breathless fear. Rob. Ah, goddammit. Stay in the car, you two. Lilith, hand me the rifle. I ain't taking any chances out here. Lilith finds the rifle and hands it over to Rob. Grabbing some supplementary ammo from the glove compartment, Rob climbs out and slams the door, marching through the dirt to Blue Jay's ruined car. I clamber into the back of the Wrangler, struggling over a pile of empty jerry cans and surveying the scene as it unfolds. In an almost Herculean effort, Rob wrenches the passenger side door open and holds his hand out for Blue Jay to take. I look on as she unbuckles her seatbelt, climbs out unassisted, and immediately launches herself at Rob, crying her eyes out and lashing at his chest with two clenched fists. She looks distraught, terrified, and violently angry. Rob stands there and takes it, whispering vague assurance to her as she unloads her terror and frustration into every wailing blow. Lilith. Come on, Blue Jay, we gotta go. Lilith talks under her breath, willing Blue Jay's catharsis to speed itself along. I look at her, silently sharing her impatience. Then something catches my eye, something in the distance behind Lilith, slowly making its way through the trees. I turn around and scramble to the front of the car, returning with the radio transceiver. Rob, get back here. There's something in the forest. Hearing my warning crackle out from Blue Jay's car, Rob turns in my direction, before alarmedly staring into the forest where a pale figure is winding its way towards the pair. From what I can ascertain as it briefly leaves the obscuring undergrowth, it seems to be small, tremendously thin, and crawling unevenly on its hands and feet. The creature stops in a clearing ahead of Rob and Blue Jay, in view of me and Lilith, but shrouded from everyone in the shadow of the forest. Blue Jay separates from Rob, pulling a head torch out of her bag. Slowly, and with trembling fingers, she points the beam towards the creature and switches it on. The resulting sight is incomprehensible. The beam instantly illuminates the light frame of a thin, almost emaciated child. It's barely over a year old, deathly pale, covered in dirt, its skin stretched taut over frail limbs. It stares up at Blue Jay, reflexively holding one arm over its eyes to shield itself from the bright LED light. Lilith. Oh my God, what's happening to it? I know exactly what Lilith's talking about. My hand raises to my mouth as I watch the child struggle through the stream of harsh white light. With every step it takes, the child's form starts to shift and change. Its limbs elongate, in jagged, lurching bursts of growth. Anything exposed to the beam develops with grotesque rapidity. It's as if the child is aging before our eyes. Letting out a tortured cry, the creature darts towards Blue Jay, angrily swatting the torch from her grip. Blue Jay screams in shock and pain as she holds her stricken hand, her attention transfixed on the child, who is seemingly aged almost 3 years in a matter of seconds. Even in the fresh darkness, with her head torch fractured on the ground, I can tell that Blue Jay is paralyzed with an abject, consuming horror. Rob doesn't hesitate. He reflexively grabs Blue Jay and pulls her backwards into the path of her headlights. The creature reaches out for them as they go, one hand passing after them into the light. It pulls back quickly, its eyes full of heart-wrenching, juvenile tears. The fingers of its left hand aged beyond the rest of its body. Its cries begin anew. As ghastly as it seems, the child doesn't seem malevolent or demonic. In fact, as it looks back towards Blue Jay, it seems genuinely upset, unable to comprehend the actions of those around him. As it stares sorrowfully back at its newly malformed fingers, it's not much of a stretch to assume the transformations are as painful to endure as they are disturbing. Rob, stay in the light, Blue Jay. Keep moving. Blue Jay breaks away from behind Rob and sprints towards the Wrangler. As soon as she begins to flee, the child lets out a high-pitched scream and strikes the hood of Blue Jay's car. The impact of the blow is impossibly forceful. In less than an instant, the chassis crumples into a mass of jagged metal. The one remaining headlight disappears from view as the car is launched off the path and rolls into the valley below. With Rob and Blue Jay now returned to the darkness, the child skitters quickly towards Blue Jay, grabbing her foot as it lifts off the ground and yanking it backwards. with all her momentum immediately halted and one foot taken out from beneath her. Blue Jay has nowhere to go but down. She slams into the earth, her chin bouncing off a sharp rock. Blue Jay looks up at us with stunned, pleading eyes. Lilith and I have only a few seconds to meet her gaze before she is dragged backwards along the ground. She screams in pain, her ankle caught in the child's iron grip. It doesn't even break pace as it walks back towards the woods, pulling Blue Jay along like a rag doll. Rob reaches out for her, snatching for Blue Jay's hand as she writhes and thrashes against an unstoppable force. They connect briefly, but Rob's effort to keep a hold of her is futile, dashed immediately as she is pulled effortlessly from his hands. Blue Jay resorts to clawing at the ground, dragging thick, dark soil and pulling loose rocks free from the dirt. Rob somberly unstraps his rifle, swinging it around to his front. He reaches into the breast pocket of his jacket and chambers a single bullet. Blue Jay looks on as Rob raises the rifle to his shoulder and aims for the back of the oblivious child's head. Lilith. Oh God. Lilith turns away from the window, cowering away from the insanity outside the car. I can barely watch myself as Rob places his finger on the trigger. The shot never comes. Blue Jay shrieks as the child reaches the tree line, pulling her into the undergrowth. Rob's hands are shaking, unable to do what needs to be done. Cursing loudly at the air itself, Rob lets the rifle fall to the ground. He stands immobile as Blue Jay's screams continue to emanate through the trees. His expression has been worn by everyone on the road. Like all of them, he's no longer present, lost to a realm of hopelessness and bewilderment. But unlike many others, he doesn't stay that way for long. Unlike the rest of us, Rob Guthard manages to bring himself back. Rob. Bristol, there's a torch in the green bag. Get it now. I don't have time to hesitate. I scour the contents of the Wrangler desperately. Blue Jay's screams growing increasingly distant with every passing second. Locating a large green bag in the far corner, I crawl across the Wrangler, unfasten the straps and spill its contents into the car. A heavy-duty LED torch clangs against the cabin floor, and I snatch it up before it can roll away. Returning to Rob, I swing the back doors open and jump out onto the dirt track, throwing the torch toward Rob's outstretched hand. As soon as he catches it, Rob sprints out into the forest, leaving me and Lilith behind. The events that unfold among the trees are told to us in sound and light. After almost a minute of silence, the torch's rays burst through the trees. Blue Jay's distant screeching intensifies as the child breaks into a gut-wrenching cry. A large crash echoes through the night air, the sound of bark cracking as the very trees shatter into splinters. The light dances chaotically as Rob lets out a cathartic, damaged roar. Suddenly, the child's desolate wailing grows more distant, retreating deep, deep into the woods. Then, suddenly, silence. Lilith. Bristol. What's happening? I don't know. Stay in the car. We wait for what seems like an age, lost in worry, before the gentle rustling of undergrowth calls our attention back to the tree line. A moment later, Rob emerges from the trees, holding Blue Jay's arm around his shoulder. Lilith. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. The pair stumble over to us, slowly and painfully. Blue Jay walks with a limp. Her ankle is already horribly bruised. Rob sports a series of cuts across his face, but seems otherwise unharmed. He calls back to us, utterly exhausted. Rob. Nothing to it. An irrepressible smile grows across my face, a pained grimace of sincere joy. I raise a hand to my mouth as tears of unbridled relief start to roll down my cheeks. It's a brief, fleeting moment in an otherwise dark night, but for once, we've managed to pass through the storm, battered and broken, but at the very least, still together. Blue Jay falls to the floor, slipping free of Rob's grip and unable to hold her own weight. Rob turns around to look for where she's fallen and finds her crawling slowly towards the steep verge. Rob. Blue Jay? Denise, you okay? Blue Jay stops crawling, places her hands on the ground and rises unsteadily. I suppose she can stand on her own after all. When she's finally upright, she turns back towards Rob, raising his rifle to her shoulder and fixing it on his torso. My smile vanishes. Rob, Denise, what are you... Put it down. Blue Jay. It was a child, Rob. It was a child. What did you... Lilith. Oh my God, Bristol, what's happening? Ass. Stay in the car, Lilith. Rob. Denise, you seen it just as much as me. You saw what it did. Blue Jay. It tore at my... It broke the skin. How? Why are you doing this? Rob. Denise. You know what you saw, okay? You know this is real. We ain't doing this to you. It's happening. To all of us. It's... Rob stares at Blue Jay, then down to the rifle, the sights boring into his chest. Rob. Okay, how about we turn the car around? Right now. I'll turn us around and I'll take you back home and I'll drop you off outside the tunnel. Safe and sound. I just want to get you home safe. What do you say? Blue Jay looks into the Rob's eyes. The rifle quivers in her hands. We all wait, scarcely taking a breath, for Blue Jay's response. Blue Jay. I don't believe you. The shot echoes around us. Rob falls to his knees. A look of surprise and disbelief carved into his face. A plume of dark red blossoms around his shoulder. There's no air in my lungs. My entire body is paralyzed by the shock, by the rank unfairness, the sheer impossibility of the scene before me. I still don't understand how it could possibly be happening. Lilith. Oh my God, no. Blue Jay quickly paces up to Rob, snatches a handful of ammunition from his breast pocket, and reloads the rifle with practiced efficiency. She's stopped shaking, in fact. There's a calm conviction to her movements which convinces me, with shocking immediacy, that I might be about to die. I dive back into the Wrangler, slamming the door shut behind me. I find Lilith gripped by an immediate, immobilizing shell shock. We need to go. Lilith, we need to go, okay? Lilith. I don't understand. Blue Jay. Get out of the car, both of you. I'll kill him. I will kill him. Lilith. Do you think she's going to kill us too? No. She was going to shoot Rob in the chest, but she aimed away at the last minute. She's just bargaining. Lilith. Bargaining? She wants us out of the car. I think she's going to take the Wrangler. Lilith. If she leaves us here, we'll die anyway. I know. Lilith. Well, we can't fight her. One of us will. Blue Jay. Get the fuck out of the car, both of you. I want your hands where I can see them. It's okay. Here, take this. I reach down and grab the walkie-talkie, pressing it into Lilith's hands. It's a short sprint to the tree line. We need to get round to the hood of the car, then we get into the woods as soon as there's an opening, okay?
Lilith. I can't do this, Bristol.
I'm sorry, Lilith, you're going to have to. I gently open the driver's side door, climbing out and edging along the muddy verge, keeping low to avoid Blue Jay's line of sight. Lilith climbs out after me, closing the door softly behind us. Without making a sound, conscious of every rustling leaf that passes underfoot, I gesture for us to make our way around to the Wrangler's hood. Lilith goes first, staying below the windows, working her way to the front of the car and passing around the corner. From the hood of the Wrangler, we'll be able to make a beeline to the trees. Blue Jay. Don't play fucking games with me. Before I can make my way around to join Lilith, Blue Jay's impatience boils over. I can hear her footsteps on the rough ground as she makes her way over to the Wrangler. The situation rapidly spiraling further from my control, there's only one thing I can do to stop her discovering the both of us. We're coming out! I raise my hands and stand up, making my way to the back of the Wrangler. Blue Jay stops walking before she gets far enough to notice Lilith. She turns to face me, raising the rifle to her shoulder. A moment later, I hear Lilith burst out from her hiding place, sprinting into the trees. Blue Jay quickly realizes what's happened, and with a yell of violent frustration, turns the rifle to face the tree line. Lilith has already disappeared into the dark forest, out of range and out of sight. I choose not to attempt to rush Blue Jay in the midst of this distraction, and I'm right not to. Realizing Lilith is lost to her, Blue Jay quickly spins back towards me and levels the rifle at my chest. Blue Jay, I knew you were all in this together, you fucking monsters. Her eyes are practically bulging from their sockets, her entire face contorted in malicious, sickeningly righteous hatred. After all these days on the road, I've never seen something quite like this. Az, you're not well, Blue Jay. Blue Jay, no. I'm just not willing to fall for your fucking tricks. Az, how could this all be a trick, Blue Jay? How? Apollo, Eve, Bonnie. You saw what happened to them. It's beyond our understanding, mine and yours. Blue Jay, there's no such thing as fucking magic, only fools and fucking frauds. There it was. In one sentence, the trigger for Blue Jay's creeping insanity, the inflexible belief that had broken her mind against a maelstrom of contradiction. With every impossible event she had witnessed, every brutal death that had unfolded in front of her, Blue Jay's unwavering skepticism had barred her from blaming the supernatural, from blaming the road. Instead, she had blamed us, a swiftly dwindling pool of conspirators whose crimes had swiftly spiraled from deception to reckless endangerment to outright murder. As far as Blue Jay was concerned, we were the only monsters on this road. This wasn't madness, it was self-defense. Az, it doesn't matter anymore, you can go home, okay? But just, at least take Lilith with you, please. She isn't part of this. Blue Jay, I'm not a fucking retard, Alice. Don't you think I've been watching? You are all complicit, and as far as I'm concerned, you can all fucking walk. Az, I'm sorry. I just don't think I can let you do this. She laughs, a sarcastic, ugly chuckle, holding the rifle tight against her shoulder. Blue Jay, I can't see how that's your decision. Az, well, that's always been your issue, hasn't it, Denise? You lack imagination. I step backwards, allowing gravity to carry me over the threshold of the steep, dark slope. In the last few seconds before I topple into the darkness, I clench the fingers of my left hand. When I'd been holding both my hands up, my empty palms faced vertically towards her, Blue Jay could have easily mistaken the band around my finger for jewelry. As I fall backwards, Blue Jay's eyes fix on my now closed fist as she sees what's attached to the other side of the ring. A bottle opener, a small LED torch, and the ignition key to the Wrangler. I disappear over the edge, bracing myself for what's to come. With nothing else to do, I surrender myself to the long fall, followed into the darkness by the enraged screams of Blue Jay. Hi guys, apologies for the removal of this log a second ago. Not sure why that happened. And I should also apologize for the delay in posting recently. If I could dedicate all my time to finding Alice, then I would. Sadly, I need to work as many Christmas shifts as I can get my hands on, especially now I've decided that I can't continue the investigation effectively from my flat in North London. I've been thinking about it for a while, and I've decided that after Christmas, I'm going to be flying out stateside to follow up on the leads you guys have provided. Hopefully, once I'm there, I might be able to make some real headway. In the meantime, please keep any and all insights coming, however small. I really do read all of them. Okay, here's the next log. The Left-Right Game, Draft 1, 14/02/2017. In the brief interlude before I hit the ground, I find myself alone with the stars. As I fall backward towards the slope, my gaze rising to meet the night sky, I feel a sudden weightlessness take hold, as if I'm being granted an audience with the heavens. The rich and endless firmament shines down through the canopy, with no earthly light to dull its glow. Despite everything that's happened, I'm unable to ignore how magnificent it all is, how gracefully detached from the ugliness below. Though the moment lasts no more than a second, it feels longer, like I've been gifted some fleeting respite, a transient sliver of time in which to appreciate the calm and quiet cosmos. A moment to escape, however briefly, from the events that are to come. I don't know how much longer the moment might have lasted. I suppose I never will. It's with a sense of genuine sadness that I turn myself away, twisting my body around in midair. The stars disappear from view, and I'm left staring down the slope into the valley's dark, uncompromising depths. My commune with the heavens has ended, and I'm returned to the cold, unforgiving earth. It doesn't welcome me back. I hit the slope, immediately bouncing off one shoulder and landing on the other, barreling forcefully and unstoppably downhill. My entire body is thrown into chaos, tossed into a frenetic, uncontrollable dance, swept along by the rushing earth towards the impatient valley floor. The back of my ankle flails against a hard, jagged rock. My face rolls into a small bloom of stinging nettles, their caustic leaves scraping against my cheek. I battle to bring order to my descent, my hands grasping at the undergrowth, clawing through loose soil in a frenzied search for stability. Rocks and dirt cascade around me as I pull myself onto my back, finally managing to descend with my feet pointed downhill. I've regained control just in time, looking ahead to see a large tree bursting out of the hill a few meters below me. A split second before I would have collided with the thick, knotted trunk, I throw myself to the side, my wrist ricocheting against the bark and sending a shooting pain down my arm. The valley's base comes into view, hurtling towards me as I plummet through the rushing undergrowth. I can make out the bodies of the deer who made this hazardous journey before me. I can hear the pained braying of the survivors, moaning in hollow resignation as they struggle to stand on broken legs. A moment later, I join them. The slope doesn't level out gradually. Just before the bottom, the sharp incline I've been hopelessly traversing drops off into a sheer rock face. Before I can stop myself, I'm launched from the slope, kicking dirt into the air. I spend the final 3 meters in free fall before landing on my hands and knees, my whole body subject to a complete, bone-rattling halt. My body tensed and aching, I pick myself up off the valley floor. The second I stumble onto my feet, a harsh beam of torchlight strikes the ground to my right. My muscles groaning, I jump back against the natural rock wall as the light swings my way, sweeping directly over the spot where I just landed. Blue Jay is looking for me. I would have expected nothing less. The beam glides along the ground, scanning the base of the slope, lighting up the twisted bodies of countless deer. Fortunately, the shadow cast by the rock wall offers a measure of sanctuary, shielding me from the torch's restless glare. About half a minute after it arrived, the beam rises through the trees and cuts out. I don't expect her to come after me. I certainly don't expect her to drop down the slope. Perhaps she could walk back down the road, taking a gentler route downhill, and pursue me through the valley once it levels out, but that walk would probably take half an hour each way. If I were her, I wouldn't want to leave the Wrangler unprotected for that long. Despite the fact that she's showing no signs of entering the valley, Blue Jay is clearly eager to locate me. The torch suddenly illuminates the damp soil ahead of me as she points it back down into the valley. I suspect she turned it off just long enough for me to feel overlooked, allowing me to consider stepping out into the open. I also suspect that, should the torchlight find me scrambling around on the valley floor, a bullet will quickly follow it, putting me down to lie with the deer. From that point, all she'd need to do is walk down and slip the Wrangler's key from my cold, limp fingers. Catching my breath, my back pressed against the rough rock wall, I run through my current priorities. I need to stabilize Rob. I need to lure Blue Jay away from the Wrangler. And, most pressingly, I need to contact Lilith. I reach to the back of my waistband, my hand searching for my personal walkie-talkie. My fingers touch denim, finding an empty space where the transceiver should be. My stomach drops as I search along my back. It's gone. I'd had it with me when I dropped onto the slope, but at some point during my furious descent, it must have gotten away from me. The torchlight swings back around once more. Though it's something I never thought I'd have to do, I find myself making a mental inventory of the convoy's radio transceivers. Before we set out on the road, Rob handed a walkie-talkie out to each of us. Since then, it's safe to assume that those belonging to Ace, Apollo, Eve, Bonnie, and Clyde are no longer in play. Lilith must have lost hers when her car sank into the ground, which is why I gave her Rob's before she ran into the forest. That just left mine, which could be anywhere on the hillside, and Blue Jay's. The torchlight disappears once more. I cautiously lean out from the shadows, scanning the forest around me. Blue Jay's walkie-talkie had been in her car when the child pushed it from the road. If I'm correct, then her transceiver is the only one left that I can use to contact Lilith. The car itself doesn't seem to be anywhere around me, but as I turn my head and scan the dark hillside, I can see it resting on the slope. The entire car has been stopped mid-fall, resting precariously on its side, the vehicle's crooked undercarriage crumpled around the trunk of an old and battered tree. If I'm going to get in touch with Lilith, I'm going to have to climb up there. I edge along the rock until Blue Jay's car is almost directly uphill from me. Turning around and running my hands against the damp, shrouded wall, I'm able to discern a few passable handholds. Placing my fingers into a large groove above my head, I jam my boot onto a small outcrop just above the wall and push myself upwards. It isn't an easy climb. My hands are cold, my arms are tired, and I'm certainly not wearing the right shoes. My boots repeatedly slip from their holds, causing my arms to throb as they're forced to bear my weight. After painstakingly scraping up the first 2 meters, I run out of places to put my hands, my outstretched fingers falling roughly 10 inches short of the top. I take a quick breather, letting both arms straighten as I lean back and observe the wall above me. As the torch sweeps past overhead once more, it illuminates a small twisted root on the very edge of the cliff. I have no idea if I can reach it, and there's every chance it will give way immediately, causing me to topple helplessly back to the earth. However, I can already feel my grip weakening, a noticeable ache running up my forearms. I'm not going to be able to stay where I am much longer, and I suspect I won't have the energy to make it this far again. Edging my feet up, scrabbling the side of my boot against the wall until it sticks in place. I bend my legs slightly, poising myself to make the jump. Gritting my teeth and with a sharp, tentative intake of breath, I swing myself up into the air and let go of the wall. I feel grossly vulnerable, hanging in the air with nothing but a harsh fall below me and a harrowing climb waiting above. I throw my arms forward as I hit the peak of my jump and just manage to catch the root with both hands. A heavy jolt wrenches my shoulders, threatening to yank me back to the ground. Fear and adrenaline alone sustain my desperate grip, my arms on fire as I swing my leg up to the ledge, hooking my heel over the top after a few clumsy attempts. I force myself over the edge and onto the soft soil, just in time for the torchlight to start circling back towards me. With one final surge of effort, I push my aching body upright and struggle over to the nearest tree, falling at its base and pressing myself against the bark. The light travels quickly. The tree's darkening shadow swings over from the right, covering me, and then fading again as it stretches out to my left. The light leaves me in darkness, certain to return soon as Blue Jay continues her frenzied surveillance. It started to rain a little. A few sporadic droplets fall through the sparse canopy and land on my outstretched palm. It doesn't take long before these scouts are reinforced by a steady downpour, drumming against the leaves and grass, soaking through the loam. The already punishing incline is going to prove completely unclimbable if the rain has enough time to slicken the grass and pound the soil into mud. I also doubt I'll be able to make the initial climb again, especially if the rock wall becomes coated in a layer of cold rain. As much as I have to move quickly up to the car, I also need to move carefully. It's becoming increasingly clear that this will be my only attempt at reaching the radio. The vehicle is only a short climb away. I can see its undercarriage laying against the tree, the entire left side of the vehicle pressed into the ground. Only now I'm nearby do I hear the ominous creaking sound that emanates from the car as it rocks almost imperceptibly around a thin focal point. I wait for the torchlight to swing past me once more before pulling myself out from the shadow of the tree. My dirt-covered hands grasping at any conceivable purchase, I crawl up the bank towards Blue Jay's vehicle. My feet slip on the grass with every other step as the rain seeps into the ground, soaking through my fleece. I'm completely exposed as I make my way on towards the car. Though it remains a constant concern, the torch seems to be exploring another section of the hill as I arrive beneath the chassis, the undercarriage looming imposingly over me. I briefly glance up to check on Blue Jay's movements then, slowly, steadying myself against the incredible incline, I climb out into the open once more and pull myself up until I'm in line with the warped, twisted hood. Blue Jay's transceiver is still fastened within its dock. Despite the car's battered condition, the windshield is frustratingly intact, with nothing more than a small, jagged, irregular hole near its center. It will take a bit of maneuvering, but it should be just big enough to reach through and pull the radio free. Slowly and tentatively, I thread my arm through the center of the opening, shards of serrated glass encircling my skin. My hand reaches the dashboard, slowly brushing along its surface towards the walkie-talkie as I lean into the car. The torchlight starts to swing back across the hill. Blue Jay is walking along the ledge in a frantic mission to find me. In my current position, out in the open and trapped in a slow and delicate procedure, there's no way I can get out of the way in time. My hand grasps the transceiver as the light reaches me. Though I'm ashamed to admit it, for a brief moment, drowned in the revealing glare of the torch's beam, I'm stunned into inaction. The light has stopped moving, fixed directly on me, casting my stark shadow down into the valley. I can imagine Blue Jay's triumphant glare as her desperate search is finally rewarded. Returning to my senses all too late, I grit my teeth and wrench the walkie-talkie from its dock. With no time for grace or care, I retract my arm from the windshield, inhaling sharply as an aberrant shard of glass scrapes across the back of my hand. It turns out I have greater things to worry about, as I hear a loud bang from up the top of the hill, followed instantaneously by a disgusting zipping sound that flashes past my ear. I flinch instinctively from the noise, my sudden reaction causing my boots to give way beneath me. I slam into the earth and career down the hill. What little control I have over the slope, I give away in a desperate bid to roll into the car's shadow and out of the light. I don't have time to right myself as I'm dragged chaotically down towards the valley and cast over the edge once more. The base of the valley flashes into view mere seconds before my body slams into it. The air is ripped out of my lungs, my pained cry forming a visible plume of steam that dissipates into the cold night air. I lay on my side, cradling the walkie-talkie in my hands. At the very least, I'd managed to keep a hold of it. The torch dances erratically around my position. I pick myself up and drag my body the last few meters, collapsing against the wall as torch beam lights up the ground in front of me. As I raise the radio, I realize my hands are violently shaking. I don't think I've ever been as close to death as when that bullet passed by me, and although the noise itself died quickly, its horrific implications echo in my skull. Blue Jay shot Rob as a bargaining chip to drag us out of the Wrangler. It was a show of force, a power play. The bullet that she just fired in my direction had no nuance, no pretense, no objective other than its primary function. Blue Jay's prepared to kill me, which means she's prepared to kill any of us. I raise the transceiver and switch through the channels until I find Rob's frequency. This is Bristol to Lilith. Bristol to Lilith. Do you copy? The radio crackles as I release the button. I wait 20 interminable seconds for Lilith to respond. She doesn't. This is Bristol to Lilith. Can you hear me? This time I let a minute pass. Still nothing. Everything I've been struggling for since I jumped into the valley has come up against a wall of silence. I feel a swell of frustration inside me. It isn't fair. Jen, are you there? Another minute goes by. I sit in silence the whole time, watching as the radio I risked my life to collect transforms into a useless hunk of plastic. After a while, I loosen my grip and let it drop into the wet soil. I bring my legs up to my body, wrap my arms around them, and rest my head against my knees. In a moment of rest, my breathing becomes shallow. A set of fresh tears well up behind my eyes, spilling out down my face. The rain falls around me as I quietly cry, sitting in the middle of a dark forest, muddied, injured, and alone. I'm ripped out of my melancholy as the rain is blasted in every conceivable direction, whipping against my face and splattering against the rock with incredible force. The air is whipped into a furious maelstrom, and a familiar booming sound crashes through the ether. Voice. I've watched you struggle. As soon as it arrives, the voice is gone. The wind quiets down and the rain begins to drop vertically once again. Hello? Who is that? The air is still, absent of everything but the rain. I wipe the tears from my face as I call out to the air. Can you help me? Please, can you Just... The voice has disappeared, and I suspect I won't be hearing it again anytime soon. Perhaps it just wants me to know that it's watching. One thing is certain, if the voice is attempting to bring me comfort, or make me feel less alone, then its methods are horribly misguided. Lilith, VO. Alice, are you there? My eyes fixate on the crackling radio. Lilith, VO. Alice, are you still there? I'm sorry I couldn't... Ass. Jen, are you okay? Are you safe? Lilith, VO. Yeah, I'm okay. I thought you were... What happened to you? Ass. I jumped down the hill, got Blue Jay's walkie, she shot at me. How've you been? Lilith, VO. She's gone fucking crazy. I made it to a clearing in the woods. It's straight on from the car, or at least I hope it is. I still haven't seen that thing anywhere. As. Well, it's a big forest. Maybe it's gone. Can you stay near the clearing? Lilith, VO. Yeah, I can keep hidden nearby. What are you gonna do? As. I'm going to make my way to you and we're going to get Blue Jay away from the Wrangler. Lilith, VO. How? As. I'm still working on that. I'm about half an hour away. Keep your volume down, but stay in touch, all right? Lilith, VO. Yeah, okay, will do. I'm glad you're all right, Alice. As. Yeah, you too, Jen. I fastened the radio to my waistband. My body still aches from the fall, blood dripping slowly from my hand, and my fingers are almost numb from the cold. Yet hearing Lilith's voice on the other end of the radio has brought back something I lost in the valley. A sense of resolve that jumpstarts my tired muscles, pushes me to my feet and sets me off to rejoin road. I'm still stuck in the middle of a dark forest. I'm still muddied, bloodied, and injured, but I'm no longer alone. It isn't long before my boots hit asphalt. I follow the road sticking to the tree line as I work my way back up the hill. I'm reluctant to place myself within sight of the Wrangler, where Blue Jay will almost certainly be camped out and waiting. Unfortunately, it's the only point of reference in an otherwise unknowable forest, the only location from where Lilith's location can be divined. Once the road levels out, I take the precaution of heading deeper into the trees. The road is almost impossible to see now, but I'll need the cover if Blue Jay is still on the lookout. Even though I'm only a few meters deep, the woods fill me with a palpable sense of unease. Every shadow feels predatory. Every twig that snaps under my foot sounds like the crack of a whip. When the Wrangler comes into view, Blue Jay's nowhere to be seen. Curiosity getting the better of me, I creep closer to the road, observing the scene as the trees thin out. The place is deserted, with neither Blue Jay or Rob anywhere to be seen. I have no idea what could have forced her to move him. Perhaps he managed to get away. Something feels wrong. Creeping up to the Wrangler, I find the passenger side window broken. 1,000 splinters of glass spilled across the ground, trodden into the mud. The glove box has been left open, the boxes of ammunition either emptied or removed. The next thing I notice makes my blood run cold and forces me to curse my own stupidity. The light on the CB radio is on. When I'd reached the bottom of the hill, I'd correctly calculated the number of active radios, arriving at the conclusion that only me and Lilith would be able to communicate. Technically, I'd been right. We were the only two who could talk. But that didn't mean we were the only ones who could listen. I'd forgotten that the CB radio in Rob's car had its own independent battery and inbuilt speakers. Most importantly, he'd been using it throughout the trip to broadcast and receive across all our frequencies. I switched the frequency of the walkie to a random channel, lift the receiver to my mouth, and hold the talk button. As Bristol to all cars. My voice crackles out of the CB radio. Blue Jay must have known I was going to contact Lilith, and she'd broken into the Wrangler to spy on the conversation. I can't believe I didn't think about it before now. I switched the radio back to Lilith's frequency. AS, Lilith, you need to get moving. Blue Jay heard us. She's not listening now, but she knows I'm meeting you near the clearing. Get yourself back here, okay? Lilith, can you hear me? Blue Jay, VO. Bring me my fucking key, Alice. My heart sinks. Now it makes sense why Blue Jay wasn't guarding the Wrangler. She'd eavesdropped onto my conversation, and instead of waiting for me to get back up the hill, she'd gone after Lilith. Despite all my efforts, all my good intentions, I led Blue Jay right to her. As, Blue Jay, where's Lilith? Blue Jay. VO. She's here. I hear a refrain of quiet sobbing in the background of the call. I can hear Lilith meekly calling my name. S. Okay. Okay, let me speak to her. Blue Jay. VO. Huh, what? No, you're not gonna trick me again, Alice. You don't get to confer. You get to bring me the key to my fucking car, and then you get to walk yourselves back home. Now what about that do you need to fucking discuss? AS. Blue Jay, this is INS. We're not your enemy. Denise, okay? Please, you have to believe me. Blue Jay. You think I'll ever believe a fucking word you say? Bring me my fucking keys, and if you pull any more tricks, I will put a bullet in your fucking skull. Now, do you believe that? She waits patiently for my answer. I suddenly feel like we've entered an entirely new realm. Blue Jay has the upper hand, and under the threat of fierce, unthinkable consequence, we've become the subjects of her domain. Reason, diplomacy, and sanity no longer hold sway over proceedings. As long as she has Lilith remains at the end of that rifle, I'm beholden to her madness. As. Fine. Okay, I'm on my way. Blue Jay. VO. Good. You need to remember, Alice, I didn't want any of this. You brought me here. Blue Jay lets go of the button, returning me to a familiar silence. If I keep the keys from her, Lilith will be at her mercy. And although Blue Jay can't really afford to kill her bargaining chip, I have no doubt she'll be willing to hurt her as much as she needs in order to force my compliance. If I let her take the Wrangler, however, we're both dead anyway. I take a moment to think through my options. It doesn't take long. There aren't that many left. My journey through the forest is uncomfortable and rings with an unsettling finality. Like a guilty child heading towards an unavoidable reckoning, I'm overcome by a pervasive dread which builds with every shuffling step. I do my best to keep the Wrangler behind me, carving a straight line through the woods. All in all, it takes less than 5 minutes before the clearing opens up ahead of me. Blue Jay is planted in the very center of a large glade, leaving too much exposed ground in every direction for me to even contemplate an ambush. Rob's torch lies at her feet as she keeps both her hands firmly wrapped around the rifle. Lilith kneels beside her, the barrel of the gun placed against her temple, her tear-stained face contorted by a mixture of despair and vitriolic anger. Her hands rest against her lap, her wrists bound by same brand of cable ties I'd used to restrain Bonnie. I can imagine Blue Jay bristled with poetic justice when she ordered Lilith to fasten the band around her wrists. They both see me as soon as I step out of the trees. Blue Jay, you're late. As I got turned around. Lilith, are you okay? Blue Jay, stop walking, stop walking. Blue Jay grips the rifle more tightly, sending me an unignorable message. She's keeping me at a good distance. She knows it takes her a second or two to reload the rifle, and she wants me far enough back to allow time for at least 2 consecutive shots. Everything she does, every action she takes, demonstrates that she's preparing to act swiftly against us, should anything untoward take place. S. Lilith, are you okay? Lilith, I'm okay, I'm okay. Blue Jay, hand over the keys, Alice. As. Blue Jay, take her back with you. Please, you don't have to let her. You can drop her off at a police station as soon as you're home. But just take her home. Blue Jay, hand me the fucking keys. As. Fine, I have them in my bag, let me. Blue Jay, hey, what are you doing? Blue Jay snaps at me as I reach into my bag, pointedly jabbing the rifle against Lilith. Lilith cries with distress as the barrel repeatedly prods her temple. I take my hand out of my bag and slip it slowly from my shoulder. Every move I make is being considered a potential act of subterfuge. As. Fine, here. I swing my bag in a slow arc and throw it over to Blue Jay. It lands in the wet dirt about a meter in front of her. Blue Jay. That's better? Blue Jay steps forward, momentarily letting the gun's barrel slip from Lilith Temple. She quickly bends down and places the bag over her shoulder, reaching in, extracting the key to the Wrangler, and placing it in her jacket pocket. In the fleeting seconds of distraction, I watch Lilith raise her hands high above her head and swing her elbows down to her sides in a single fluid motion. The zip tie snaps open, and without wasting a second, Lilith launches herself at Blue Jay, grabbing her waist from behind and trying to force her to the ground. Shocked at the suddenness of it all, but aware that this may be our only chance, I find myself sprinting across the clearing towards the pair of them. Blue Jay is taken by surprise following Lilith's assault, but she adapts to the situation quickly. Planting one foot in front to brace her sudden momentum, she stops herself from being brought down. At the same time, she swings the stock of the rifle down to her side, where it meets Lilith's face with a sickening crack. Blue Jay. You fucking bitch! Lilith is knocked onto her back, dazed and hurt. Without hesitation, Blue Jay swings the rifle down and fires a shot into the girl's stomach. I find myself trapped in the moment, as if reality itself is stunned by the madness taking place before it, unsure how it will continue on. The sound of the shot thunders through my consciousness, yet at the same time seems distant, otherworldly. I can't bring myself to speak, my lips uselessly parted as Lilith's fitful cries resound, uninterrupted, throughout the clearing. As, what have you done? What have you... Blue Jay is backing quickly away from Lilith, putting space between the two of us while she struggles to reload. She was right to keep me at a distance early on. She's given herself more than enough time to drive a second bullet into the chamber and click the bolt into position. Blue Jay. No more tricks, Alice. Before I know it, I've broken into a final desperate sprint, casting wet mud behind me as I dash towards the shelter of the tree line. I can imagine Blue Jay leveling the rifle, lowering her eye to the sights. Another shot echoes through the cold air, flying wide and perishing with a distant thud. As I reach the edge of the clearing, I throw myself behind the thick trunk of the nearest tree. My back presses against the rough bark, as I listen for any movement behind me. Twigs snap beneath Blue Jay's feet as she advances towards me. Blue Jay, you did this to yourselves. You did this with your lies and your tricks and your fucking games. Well, I'm not fucking playing anymore. A shot grazes the tree, ricocheting off into the woods. I can hear her beginning to strafe around my position, poised and ready to fire as soon as she gets an angle. Blue Jay, you kept lying right until the end. Everything you've done, everything you are, you fucking monster. I will put a bullet in your skull and I won't feel a fucking thing. From the moment she'd first opened her mouth, spilling her bitter, dogmatic cynicism into our group, I'd been waiting for Blue Jay to realize she was wrong. Every so often, in a quiet moment, I'd catch myself fantasizing about the stark and esoteric phenomenon that would stop her tongue and force her to accept the truth. I realize now there was never going to be such a moment, that nothing lies beyond her powers of self-delusion. She was lost to us, lost to the road, a twisted woman driven mad by her own rationality. My hand slips into my pocket. As, you know what, Blue Jay? I believe you. The next thing I hear is a faint, nostalgic ringtone, a sudden, deafening bang. In the brief time I was afforded, following my tense call with Blue Jay, I had taken one of Rob's knives to the block of C4, cutting away almost everything around the blasting cap. The block was less than a pound in weight when I'd slipped it into a compartment of my satchel and buttoned it up. When Blue Jay had asked for the key, I'd made sure to reach into my bag enthusiastically. I had a feeling she'd see my eagerness as a potential trap, allowing me a chance to throw her the satchel. She didn't trust anything I did, and it had made her predictable. I step out from behind the tree and look towards Blue Jay, lying broken on the forest ground, a large section of her abdomen removed by the blast, her arm, shoulder, and upper thigh virtually non-existent. She struggles to breathe as blood fills her airway. Blue Jay, I was right. I turn away from her and run towards Lilith. I drop to my knees beside her, grasping one of her hands. She grips my fingers weakly. Her eyes are starting to drift shut, opening again for briefer and briefer intervals. Ass, hey Jen. Lilith, H, hey Alice. She speaks softly, her words hardly making it through the intense ringing in my ears. As, try to stay awake, Jen. You're going to be all right, okay? We'll stop the bleeding and we'll get you patched up. Back at the Wrangler. We've got Roswell. In the spring. Once you're better, we'll go there together, okay? Jen. When When she manages to open her eyes once more, the look she gives me is kind and heartbreakingly knowing. I can't help but think back to our time on the cliffside, overlooking the vast ocean of fields. She'd asked how many people had died, being told comforting lies. She asked how many of them knew. I can't speak for anyone else, but as she stares up at me, hushing me with a look, I can tell that she does. Lilith, I wish we could have been friends for longer. I can't bring myself to speak. Every word seems too small, too insubstantial, too wholly insignificant to be the last thing she might hear. All I can do is stare into Lilith's eyes as her faltering breath rises in clouds of pale steam, clouds that grow slowly thinner and thinner until nothing rises at all. I lay her hand on the ground and let her fingers slip gently from my grasp. My legs carry me over to Blue Jay. My hand reaches into her pocket and lifts out the key to the Wrangler. The metal is irreparably bent, with no hope of fitting back into the ignition. This was the potential outcome which had rendered the C4 as a last resort, only to be used if my life was in imminent danger. It had done its job. I was alive, but I was also stuck in this forest. I can't bring myself to care about that right now. My mind is numb to the concept of future suffering, with no space left to contemplate tomorrow's potential trials. The horrors of the present are hard enough to face, my mind eclipsed by more darkness than I can process. The only glimmering shred of solace I can muster comes from the wishful belief that I've now seen all the terrors this night has to offer. As I turn towards the Wrangler, I find myself proven wrong once again. I stand stock still as the child's crooked form staggers out from the tree line. It looks markedly different, now a patchwork malformation of adolescence, adulthood, and old age. The face, however, is still juvenile and filled with an innocent sorrow as it lurches towards Blue Jay on uneven feet. It doesn't seem to have noticed me. I back away from Blue Jay and step slowly towards Lilith, where Rob's LED torch still lays on ground. The child reaches Blue Jay, observing her silent, mangled frame. Through my dampened hearing, I can just make out a heartbroken whine. I continue to back away as it lifts Blue Jay's limp arm, shaking it wildly as if attempting to imbue it with some semblance of animation. Frustrated tears dripping freely from its chin, the child throws Blue Jay's wrist back down against the ground. As it looks away from her broken body and turns its face to me, I watch as the soft, innocent features contract into a scowl of juvenile rage, signifying the inceptive throes of a tantrum that could eviscerate anything in its path. In the last few seconds of calm, I feel my boot brush up against the torch. Bending slowly, keeping my eyes on the child for as long as I can, I reach down with my right hand and lift it from the ground. My hopes that I wouldn't have to use it are dashed instantly. The child drops onto its hands and legs, letting out a tortured, furious scream, and races towards me with staggering velocity. I dodge out of the way at the last possible moment, hitting the soft dirt as the child skitters to a stop behind me. In the time it takes to turn itself around, I've already switched on the torch. Once again, the child is hit by a powerful beam of light. Its body lurches and spasms, its skin pulling and stretching over elongated bones. Crying out in pain, its voice deepening with every passing second, the disjointed figure dashes in my direction, clasping my right arm in its hands and slamming me down onto the ground. The torch swings wildly as the creature climbs on top of me, tearing the fabric from my right sleeve, digging its nails into the skin just above my elbow. It doesn't stop at the skin. I feel the hot, electric agony of scraped nerve endings, hear the sickening snap of breaking bone. Before I lose my chance forever, I throw the torch weakly from my right hand and catch it in my left, pressing the beam directly into the child's face. It screams a scream of decades. The child's eyes roll back into its head, overpowered by the brutal onslaught the light has wrought. I look on as its face melts and flickers through adolescence, through adulthood and middle age. The tortured scream grows hoarse and weak as its skin wrinkles and sags, rushing beyond human years into an untouched realm of decrepitude. Eventually, its eyes glaze over, and its once powerful scream becomes nothing more than a grating rattle. I let the pitiful, lifeless creature fall to the ground beside me, as I roll myself onto my knees. I stumble along the ground towards Blue Jay, falling repeatedly, a stream of red soaking into the soil behind me. Once I reach her, I use my left hand to unfasten the rifle's leather shoulder strap. I clumsily form the strap into a loop, passing it beneath my right shoulder. My head feels light, struggling to maintain focus. I grab a stick from the ground and place it through the knot of the loop, using my teeth to draw the knot securely closed around it. My left hand twists the stick over and over again, each turn tightening the leather strap until it bites into my skin. The bleeding lessens, but not nearly enough. Picking up my tired frame, barely able to keep myself upright, I place one foot painstakingly in front of the other, struggling over the damp ground, out of the clearing, and into the trees. I need to get back to the Wrangler. I can feel everything starting to fade. Even the ringing in my ears is dulled, my vision blurry. I lock the stick under my armpit, freeing up my left hand to brace me as I start to stumble against the trees. The more I lose of my faculties, the less capable I am of perceiving their decline. But I know they're slipping away all too quickly. As I struggle further through the woods, a figure steps out from the trees, stopping me in my tracks. I sway on my feet as I try to identify what I'm seeing, the very act of standing now requiring constant, dogged attention. I have never seen the figure before. It seems to be composed of a constantly shifting maelstrom of crackling monochromatic sparks. An electric cloud of black, white, and gray formed into a humanoid shape. As soon as it sees me, the humanoid creature falls backwards, scrabbling away from me across the ground, more terrified of me than I am of him. I don't know if the entity is malignant or benign, but in my current state, my mind softly screaming against the dying light, I can't make the distinction. As it backs up against a mound of earth, I try to ask it for help. The requisite words have already been lost to the advancing fog, and all I can do is reach out my hand towards him, attempting to entreat some spark of humanity within the fizzling, shifting figure. In response to my vague plea, the entity scampers off into the forest, tripping over itself before disappearing from view. As I watch it leave, a single dim beacon ignites in the far corners of my swiftly vanishing mind. A single light, whose implications kickstart my fading reason and force me on through the forest. I can see the Wrangler through the trees. It's close by, yet at the same time, impossibly far away. There's something wrong with my eyes. The car shifts in and out of focus, but every time it comes back in view, the image is less sharp, until it exists as a pulsing dark green blur against a dull, slowly swaying backdrop. My boots kick up against one another, a final stumble that brings me down to earth. When I try to get up again, I find that I'm completely unable. There's no strength left in my body, and no amount of resolve can raise me back to my feet. Though it may be my imagination, I think I can hear a steady rustling through the undergrowth, as if something were making its way towards me. Soon after, my senses start to die away, leaving me with nothing more than the cold and the silence for company. The dim light shines until the end, however, the single strand of revelation, a solitary thought that I attempt to hold aloft from the all-consuming fog. It's a memory, a vague recollection from my first interview with Rob J. Guthard. It was the day we met, the day he told me about his long and meandering life, Japan, Hiroji, Aokigahara, and the strange phenomenon he saw which sparked his obsession with the supernatural. The singular event that started him down the road to the left-right game, that led this excursion, the moment that brought us here. Rob, V.O. It walked up to me through the trees. Looked like static you see on a TV screen, but it had a human shape almost. As V.O. Almost? Rob, V.O. It was missing an arm. Sorry I've not been in touch, guys. It's been a busy month. However, I'm pleased to announce that as of yesterday night, I've finally touched down in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm posting this log from my first American hotel room, which offers a gorgeous view of both the state hospital and a local prison. Auspicious times. Drop me a line if you're in the city, or if you have any information at all. The Left-Right Game, Draft 1, 1502-2017. As the darkness closes in, I find myself dragged deeper and deeper into the depths of my own subconscious, until I sink through the back of my mind into an indescribable place, a featureless, directionless, timeless void that exists at the weakest point of life. I can feel myself drifting away, surrendered to an almost imperceptible tide, carried slowly but inexorably from the world. The rest of the night unfolds in fleeting snapshots. I briefly feel my body lift up from the ground, gravity pulling at my limbs as I'm conveyed through the forest. An unknowable stretch of time later, I feel a distinct burning sensation to my right. In the world I currently inhabit, only an echo of the pain reaches me, but I can tell that it was once substantial. Unable to divine its purpose, I let the sensation fade away, before descending once more into the placid darkness. When my eyes finally work themselves open, the sun is beginning to rise. Without an ounce of strength left in my body, all I can do is peer through my eyelashes, taking in the vague scene before me. I'm in the back of the Wrangler, propped up against a soft pillar of luggage. There's somebody kneeling beside me, tugging at my right shoulder. When I try to address them, I discover that my voice has withered to a spectral whisper, so frail that it hardly exists at all. As Rob. Hearing my voice, the figure shuffles round and kneels before me, staring into my eyes as they slowly regain their focus. Rob. You just lay back, Miss Sharma. I just finished patching you up, but I gotta make sure it's good work. As. What happened to you? Rob. Denise had me at gunpoint. Had to act like I was all but dead. When she into the forest, I got free. Took the med kit into the trees. Fixed myself up a little. I was coming to help when I heard this awful noise. Went to check it out. That's when I found you. As. Is the engine running? Rob. Wanted to warm up the place for you. You were in shock, and since the battery don't run down anymore, I thought... As. No, I mean... How? The key, it got... Rob. You think I'd risk getting out this far with only one copy of my car key? Rob seems almost insulted, and thinking back to everything I've learned about him over the course of this trip, I can see why he might be. Even in my weakened state, I can't help but laugh, though it admittedly comes out as stilted wheezing, diffusing quietly into the air. As. No, that's actually very you. I think Blue Jay would have appreciated that information last night. Rob. Yeah, well, she didn't ask. As. I'm glad you made it, Rob. Rob. Glad you made it too. They build 'em tough down in London. I rest my head back against the luggage. As. I'm from Bristol. Rob. Of course. Yeah, of course that's... Sorry. Rob tries to recover his smile, but it slips quickly from his grasp. In its absence, his features cringe into sudden, uncontrollable sadness. Rob. Miss Sharma. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Rob Guthard's weathered face bursts into a heaving mess of tears. He repeats those two words as he lumbers towards me, throwing his arms around my waist and resting his head on my left shoulder. My hand feels like lead as I raise it up and brush it against his hair, holding him against me. As the man continues to sob, I let my head roll slowly to the right, observing the damage to my arm. Last night, lost in the muddled throes of shock, the harm had been unquantifiable, the details drowned out by the encompassing haze of severe blood loss and a blaring primal alarm, which had forced me to move without questioning why. Now that I'm on the other side, bathed in the quiet warmth of the Wrangler, I'm able to fully assess the extent of my injury. Everything below my right elbow is gone. It feels almost like a dream. My upper arm is practically unblemished, save for a few dark bruises from last night's fall, yet it descends an impossibly short distance before ending in a blunt, surreal stump. The wound itself is hidden from view, swaddled in fresh white bandages. I can't seem to figure out how I should feel, and consequently, I don't seem to feel anything. As. It's okay, Rob. It's okay. Rob. I never meant for any of this to... As. I know. Rob pulls back, his eyes still watering. Rob, I'll take you home, okay? I'll find somewhere to turn around and we'll get you home. I can tell Rob's offer is genuine, and to be honest, I'm a little surprised. I still remember our verbal agreement, forged at the mouth of the tunnel, that he would not be turning his car around until he reached the road's end. I never expected he'd be the one to renege on the deal. I'm aware this could be my best chance to leave it all behind, to flee from the horrors of the road before they take even more of me. I know the way back. I know that it leads to safety, to family, to blessed normality. However, as an insidious voice in the back of my mind quietly notes, it doesn't lead to answers. As, I'm still game if you are. Rob sends me a heartbroken smile, which I would return if I had the strength. In that moment, a somber understanding develops between us. An understanding that after everything we've seen, everything that's happened, we're both still choosing the secrets of the road. The decision reveals something about us, exposing a driving force behind our actions that negates our concern for survival and overshadows the imagined protests of our loved ones. It's a decision only two broken people would make. Rob spends the morning packing up the Wrangler, giving me time to rest. The fact that he's walking around at all is remarkable, let alone conducting his usual routine at his usual pace. As I begin to feel life crawl slowly back into my veins, I wonder whether the strange force that has sustained us both, as well as the Wrangler's fuel tank, could also have a mild restorative effect. The notion should bring me comfort. Instead, it makes me feel like a lobster in a tank. A few hours later, Rob carries me out of the car, letting me rest in the doorframe. In front of me lie 3 mounds of dirt raised slightly from the surrounding earth. 2 are headed by crosses, formed from knotted sticks bound tightly together. The grave on the far left lies bare, bereft of any religious affiliation. S. Is that Blue Jays without the cross? Rob. Didn't think she'd want one. As. She wouldn't have done that for you, you know. Rob. Good thing I ain't her then. I buried what I can, but that was some state she was in. Did the child kill her? Rob goes to throw a foldable spade into the back of the car. For a brief moment, I consider letting his statement go unanswered. As, no, it didn't. I did. Rob immediately marches back round, his brow furrowed in confusion. A.S. I hid a C4 charge in my satchel. When she took the bag, I gesture to the bare grave. Rob looks as if he's seeing me for the first time. Rob, where did you... As, from your son's car. I watch as my quiet assertion strikes Rob's ears, as its meaning burrows through his consciousness, its implications contorting his features into a look of shame and damning revelation. I can tell from his reaction that I've got it right.
No.
We haven't had a chance to speak since I learned his son's name. That piece of information formed the crucial thread, stringing together the strange and seemingly incongruent discoveries I'd encountered on the road. Earlier in the week, I may have been worried to confront him with this information, but things are different now. We've come too far, we've been through too much, and if he's truly ferrying me somewhere with malicious intent, I'm powerless to stop him anyway. I raise a weak hand towards him, a quiet request for assistance. S. I think it's time we had a second interview. Following a tense and guilty silence, Rob simply nods and helps me into the passenger seat. Rob, it wasn't military, it was commercial. The Wrangler continues to crawl through the forest. I've stayed quiet for almost half an hour, letting Rob formulate a response in his own words and in his own time. Us. Commercial? Rob. Yeah, explosive charges for controlled demolition. Bobby was in the business, had his own firm. A.S. You must have been proud. Rob. Yeah, he built that place up from nothing. Touring his office was one of the best days of my life. S. So, how did he end up out here? Rob grows quiet, reluctantly accepting that he'll have to start from the beginning. Rob. Bobby was a smart kid, smarter than I ever was. He could have run the farm at 15, but country life didn't take. Instead, he moved away to Phoenix, picked up a college degree, got himself a steady career. A.S. A steady career? That's pretty rebellious for a Guthard. Rob. Ha. Well, we were pretty different people. Didn't always get along. I was still a courier in those days, always jetting off somewhere new. Of course, I went to Japan, stayed there a while. Then, as Aokigahara. Rob. That's right. Changed everything. Came home after 5 years with a new hobby. Bobby didn't care for the stories, but his ma had died sudden while I was away. We both wanted to start over, be in each other's lives more so. He came with me to the Pacific Northwest, tracking down Sasquatch. Creature didn't show, but Bobby had a good time camping, so he kept joining me. Before long, he was doing the research himself, organizing trips, picking up rumors of strange stuff all across the country. Yes. Sounds like a nice time for you both. Rob. It was.
So, was it Bobby who discovered the left-right game?
Rob. He called me up one day, out of the blue. This was about 3 years ago. Said he'd found a set of rules, said we should try out. To be honest, I thought our tripping days were over. I was back in Alabama and he was starting up a family of his own. But suddenly he's telling me to meet him in Phoenix, so of course I went along. Yes. And this time, you both realized it was real. Rob. Bobby knew as soon as we reached the tunnel. He passed that way every day, knew it wasn't supposed to be there, but there it was. He said that was the most amazing thing he ever saw. We charted it over the next year, whenever we could get the time together. But we moved slow, mapped the place out, turned back on the regular. It took us a while before we got the courage to stay on the road overnight. Both of us were terrified the tunnel would disappear or something. I can tell Rob is replaying the events in his head. The reminiscence almost makes him smile. Rob. Bobby's wife was a real doll. Used to work in his office. Kindest girl I ever met, funny too. There was a decade between them, but you could tell they were good for each other. He shared everything with her, including the road. In fact, once Bobby got a little more secure with the rules, they started to map it together, exploring their own little world. After a brief pause, Rob's expression sinks slightly. The reminiscence is growing darker. Rob. Few months go by, I'm hearing from Bobby a little less, but I expected that. Then one evening I get a call from the hospital telling me my boy had walked into some ER in Phoenix. Was he okay? Rob, no, he was in a bad way. Leg all busted up, delirious, asking for Marjorie. They found her bag in his car, but she was nowhere to be found. Bobby lost her on the road. Rob, yeah, that's right. On our second night here, after we lost Ace, you told me the road had never hurt anyone before. Rob, well, that wasn't a lie, at least. It wasn't the road that got him. What do you mean? Rob, they made it to the forest. None of us had got that far before, but this time they pushed a little further than usual. Do you know why? Rob, they were gonna have a kid. Marjorie was almost due. Wasn't traveling so well. I think they knew they wouldn't be hitting the road for a while. It was like a last hurrah, I guess. But only Bobby came back? Rob, they explored the woods till nightfall. When Bobby said they had to turn back, Marjorie didn't want to. He never told me why, never told me what happened. By the end of that trip, Marjorie was still out there and he was in a hospital bed. Rob takes a moment to collect himself, to put the facts in order. The trees are starting to grow thin, sunlight bursting through the widening gaps in the canopy. It looks like we're nearing the forest's end, Rob. Bobby took a month or so to recover. Boy was desperate to get his wife back, and of course he'd become a suspect in her disappearance. Needless to say, the first thing he did was head onto the road to find Marjorie. But he didn't. Rob. Nope. No, he found her. Just, a little sooner than he thought. I take a moment to process Rob's implication. Suddenly, I feel a stone drop in my stomach. She was on the 34th turn. Rob nods solemnly. Rob. Wasn't the woman he knew, of course. Stood there all day, just mumbling about the road. Didn't even recognize him. I remember he called me up right after he first saw her there, his heart breaking. He tried almost every day from then on, always stopping at that turn. He'd yell, he'd plead, he'd bring pictures and gifts, but she never responded. Don't know if it was really her, but whatever was on that corner, it belonged to the road. Rob. Bobby lost something of himself on that corner. After a while, his fascination with the game turned sour, turned to hate. He thought the road was something evil, that it had no place linking into our world. Rob. I was checking up on him at that point every few days or so. One weekend he said he was doing better, even said he'd been into work. I thought maybe things were turning round, but then he went quiet, didn't pick up his phone for 3 days. I had my place in Phoenix by that point and a spare key to his house. That's where I found the note, telling me he'd gone back through. One last bid to find his wife, and if he couldn't bring her back, well, he was going to destroy the tunnel. Rob, cut the road off from the world. I played the game in Phoenix, Chicago, a few different places, but that one tunnel is what links you to the road. I looked around his garage, found the box for a phone, a lot of electronics all over the place. Pretty clear what he'd done. So I jump in my car. We pass out of the forest onto a long, narrow road. In the distance, I can see our route winding up a towering wall of sandstone, disappearing into a set of rolling mountains. Rob. He passed me on his way back, just before I hit Jubilation. Thundering down the road at full speed, driving like crazy. That's when I knew he hadn't found her, that he was going to take out the tunnel, end the game once and for all. But he never got that far. Rob. I tried to talk to him, called his cell, tried the radio frequencies. There was a number on the SIM card documentation that he had. God help me, I even messaged him on that one. In the end, it was just me and him racing back to Phoenix. He was faster than me, but I was driving better. After a few bad corners, I caught up. You ran him off the road. Rob stares out at the faraway ridges, his hands grasping the steering wheel. Rob. Cell service don't work through the tunnel. He knew that. He was either going to blow it up on this side, or while he was in there. So you were trying to save him or save yourself? Rob. Neither. I was trying to save the road. Say what you want about this place, Miss Sharma, but it's a doorway out of everything we ever known. It's the road out of reality. It may be the most significant frontier we ever cross, and that's... Part of me knew that was too important for one man to take away. For the second time today, Rob battles back tears, and for the second time, he fails. They roll silently down his cheek as he continues on. Rob. He was more injured than I thought. He'd hurt himself bad before he reached me. That's why he was headed to the tunnel so quick. He wanted to destroy it while he still could. Rob. The road had taken almost everything from him, and then I took the rest. I denied him his hope, took away his chance to leave the world on his own terms. In the end, he didn't even seem angry. He just asked after Marjorie. Asked me why she did it, why she left. I laid him to rest there, visited the place often, but I never had a good answer for him. That's when I started prepping the next run. So you posted his logs online and pretended to discover them. Rob. Thought people would ask less questions that way. And where did we all fit into this? Why did you bring us here with you? Rob. I guess I thought it was time the world knew. Didn't want all this to end up an old man's secret. Honest to God, if I knew the road was gonna... I swear I never would have brought you here. Rob's features tighten, all his shame and guilt rising to the fore. I can't say it isn't deserved. Despite his intentions, despite his penitence, the man had blinded himself to clear dangers, hurt those closest to him, and, on a road where secrets had killed so many, he'd kept the most significant one of all. Well, perhaps not the most significant. You didn't bring us here, Rob? Rob turns to me, confused. I met someone in the forest last night. A figure, just like the one you saw in Japan. Looked like static you see on a TV screen. I think it was you, Rob. I think I saw you, and I think that all those years ago, in my current state, the mechanics of the event and their stunning implications lie beyond my explanatory capacity. In the end, I just raise my lost right arm and wait for Rob to make the connection. A moment later, the car screeches to a halt. Rob stares straight ahead, his knuckles white against the steering wheel. I'm aware that beneath his stone-set features, every square inch of gray matter is fighting to process the fresh revelation. If it's true that, in those quiet woods, I somehow reached across the decades to a young Rob Guthard, then it changes everything. The twisting narratives that led us to this point, Rob's burgeoning obsession, his son's tragic fate, they all took root in that single moment. More than a decade prior to my own birth, I'd placed us on the path which would lead me to his door. As chaotic as the road often seems, that moment in the forest hints at something deeper, something intentional. Rob steps out of the car for a while before wordlessly climbing back in and firing up the Wrangler. From that point on, we continue as two silent passengers, lost in thought, disappearing into the sandstone mountains. We travel across the thin mountain road for the next 2 hours, a wall of crooked rock hemming us in. When we pass on to the other side, and the outcrop falls away, the landscape below us has changed completely, and we're treated to a strange and breathtaking sight. The Wrangler is traversing the cliffs above a vast, flat desert, a tundra of vibrant orange stretching as far as the eye can see. I can just make out the road, cutting a meandering path through the sand far below us. At the center of this otherwise featureless expanse, a collection of monolithic structures, towering columns of glass and metal, rise from the ground, connected by a web of long, perpendicular streets. There's a city. There's a city on the road. Rob keeps his eyes forward, despite the epic majesty of the cityscape below us. I can tell that his mind is elsewhere, that he's still digesting the contents of our interview. In the end, I think it best to leave him alone with his thoughts. We stay on the mountain for another 20 minutes before finally winding down to the desert floor. The space ahead of us is two-tone, the sharp saffron of the desert and the deep blue sky, separated by a thin, even horizon. The only objects that cross this perfect boundary are the hulking gray towers of the city, rising from the sand and bursting through into the heavens. We snake along the desert road, the city looming ever larger as we make our tentative approach toward the border. There's an eerie contrast to the threshold as we cross it. The cupreous glow of the sand switches to gray, the scorching heat instantly cools, and perhaps most notably, what little sound there was is negated entirely. As we delve down an empty, perfectly maintained throughway, I realize that I can't hear anything at all except for the Wrangler's steady rumblings. It's quiet. Rob, that's fine by me. Who do you think built this place? Rob, I don't know. Maybe whatever brought us here. Could be that no one built it. Maybe it just is. I wonder if he's right. It's hard to think such a place would exist for any practical purpose. The city looks off somehow, as if it was built from conjecture by an architect who had only heard of cities through poorly translated rumor. All the broad features are present: skyscrapers, lampposts, window cleaning platforms, but nothing deeper. It's an empty shell, an ornament in the middle of the desert. As we turn down the next few roads, I stare up at the monolithic structures, each one standing at least 100 stories tall. My eyes track back down the countless strata of dark windows as I contemplate what it might be like to live in such a place. When I reach the ground floor, I'm presented with my answer. There's a young man standing at the ground floor window, his hand resting against the glass. He's wearing a dark gray suit and a look of almost mesmeric shock. His mouth open, his hands shaking, his unblinking eyes staring past us as the Wrangler rolls by. My eyes quickly track back up the skyscraper's glass facade, scrutinizing each row of windows in turn. I'd naively hoped the buildings would be empty, that this place would be nothing more than a colossal ghost town. Now that I know otherwise, each pane of glass feels like a dark pool of water, still on the surface, but with sinister potential lurking within its depths. A few seconds later, more of them arrive. There aren't many at first, just a few scattered figures stepping up to their windows, pressing themselves against the glass. However, like a light sprinkling of rain that erupts into a downpour, the frequency of their arrival quickly doubles, then triples, until not a single space lies unoccupied. The Wrangler shrinks, subject to the scrutiny of countless individuals, on every floor and every window, all of them clad in the same monochromatic formal wear and staring down at us like the emissaries of a grand tribunal. As the Wrangler passes by, they continue to stare straight ahead, though it's clear they're aware of our presence. Rob, there's... Rob, I see him. Rob puts his foot down, shedding the weight of 1,000 pairs of eyes as he leaves the building behind. As the final column of windows slips by us, I glance back, hoping to see them return to the depths of the building. Instead, in those last few moments, I witness their collective demeanor fracture into a desperate frenzy, their mouths opening in a silent scream as they slam their fists against the glass. Turning back around, I stare into the buildings that currently flank our vehicle. The figures have already arrived at the windows, and their calm is already fading. Rob, we need to go faster. Rob, I'm on it. The Wrangler growls with renewed ferocity as Rob plants his foot onto the gas. We lurch towards the next corner, accelerating down the road as Rob scans for any hidden turns. I achingly shift in my seat, keeping an eye on the scene developing in our wake. Shards of broken window begin to rain onto the asphalt. Watching the shattered pieces tumble through the air, it's apparent that the quiet in this city isn't simply due to a lack of activity. The torrent of splintered glass is completely silent, even as it crashes against the impervious ground. Nothing in this city makes a noise, nothing except us. The thunderous engine of the Wrangler has never sounded so loud. Looking up, I witness hundreds of hands gripping the shattered window frames, unable to turn myself away as thousands of polished black shoes step over the threshold. The figures stream out from every floor, forming an incomprehensible deluge of humanity. The first wave strikes the ground, with more and more landing against them, a heap of tangled figures struggling to separate themselves. Much like the residents of Jubilation and everyone else we've encountered on the road, they appear impervious to the fatal harm such an act should impart. Those that landed on their feet hardly even stop, turning towards us and sprinting after the Wrangler. It doesn't take long for the rest of the writhing mass to resolve itself, its constituent individuals joining the frantic stampede, their chaotic charge and desperate screams bereft of any perceivable sound. Even in the midst of the frenzied pursuit, as a foreboding shower of glass falls from every building we pass, the world outside remains silent. The chaos made even more incomprehensible framed against the ungodly stillness in which it takes place. Rob screeches around the corner, drifting onto a long and open street. The roadway ahead is flanked by skyscrapers disappearing to a narrow vanishing point. As we race down this next stretch of road towards a large intersection, the ever-growing mob bursts onto the street behind us, taking the corner with supreme coordination and continuing tirelessly in our direction. A split second later, I'm struck by an abrupt and pervasive idea. It feels unlike any thought I've ever had before, less of a notion, and more a prescient hybrid of intuition and déjà vu, as if the course of action we must take is obvious to me, despite my not knowing why. I force my voice above a grating whisper. Rob, we need to drop something behind us, something loud. Rob, what are you thinking? You just have to trust me, okay? We still have most of the plastic explosive, could you? Rob, nah, if you took out the blasting cap, I ain't got time to make a new one. Rob's glances into the rear view, then back to the road. I can almost hear the gears turning in his head. Rob, but that the only explosive on board. Think you can drive? I guess we can find out. The car thunders across the tarmac as I clumsily grasp the wheel, shifting myself over and working my foot onto the accelerator. Rob lifts himself away and climbs past me into the back of the Wrangler. In my weak state, every shuddering motion makes my bones rattle. With each subsequent gear shift, I'm forced to take my remaining hand off the wheel and reach across to the stick. The effort is precarious and awkward, my aching limbs puppeteered by willpower and adrenaline. Every passing second a battle to maintain control. The windows up ahead are starting to fracture. The noise of the Wrangler is carrying, and the entire city is starting to preempt our arrival. Behind me, I can hear the ripping of duct tape. the tearing of fabric and the clattering of falling luggage. I'm not sure what's taking place behind me. I just have to trust that Rob has a plan. I hear the back door swing open just before we reach the intersection, a metallic scraping along the Wrangler's floor, and a pained grunt from Rob as he throws something onto the road behind us. Reaching the crossroads, I slide my hand along the wheel and twist it sharply to the right. As the car lurches round and onto the next road, I feel my heart sink dramatically. We've been overtaken. The windows ahead of us are shattered, the front doors lay broken on the street, and the building's desperate inhabitants are rushing towards us, blocking off our only means of escape. I slam my foot onto the brake, and the Wrangler shudders to a halt, the engine stalling and cutting out. The streets are now spilling over, an overwhelming swarm converging on our position from 4 directions. I look back to Rob and he meets my gaze, his eyes brimming with dismayed finality. An explosion shudders through the air behind us. I look out the back window to see a shattered jerry can, one of Rob's now superfluous fuel reserves, its dark green shell violently compromised, its contents spilled out across the road and cast a light. Now that the engine isn't running, the echo of the blast and roar of the primal, balletic flame fills the afternoon air. The trajectory of the maddened crowd changes instantaneously. The silent Wrangler has fallen from their collective attention as they refocus onto the smoldering flames. Those up ahead continue to rush past us, streaming around the Wrangler as they scramble to the spilled pool of gasoline, digging their hands into the blaze, grasping hopelessly at the fire. Delicately, careful not to make a single shred of noise, I climb out of the driver's seat, joining Rob in the back of the Wrangler. He addresses me in a confused whisper. Rob, why don't they care about us? What are they doing? It's the sound. They want it for themselves. I don't how I'm so sure, but I know that it's the case. The jerrycan creaks and screams as the city dwellers tear it into smaller and smaller pieces, frantically examining every jagged scrap. With each passing second as the fire dies down, the crowd grows increasingly distressed, as if a precious commodity is slipping through their fingers. They don't understand it. They'll pull it apart trying to figure it out and they'll never get any closer, and then it'll be quiet again. Rob, where are you getting this from? I don't know, just a feeling. Rob, well, pretty sure they would have pulled us apart too. I'd say we're pretty lucky. Yeah, pretty lucky. As the last of the gasoline is eaten up and the fire dies away, the city dwellers remain in the streets. Devoid of their momentary sense of purpose, their prize vanishing into the ether, the crowd's desperation fades into a hushed despondency. I watch them as they pass by, countless faces racked with sorrow, their aimless shuffling forming a lonesome sea, a grayscale ocean that spans the desolate city. The Wrangler is now adrift in the center of that ocean. It's clear that any attempt to start the engine would bring the entire city down on us, reigniting their futile hope, causing them to tear through the car and anything inside it. For the foreseeable future, we're completely stranded. Rob, don't worry about it, okay? I don't think they're going to leave, Rob. Rob, they'll leave. Okay. And what then? They'll still be everywhere. Rob, hey, we're a smart pair. We'll think of something. In the eerie, pervasive calm that surrounds us, I sit myself down next to Rob and lean back against the wall, with nothing else to do but wait for our situation to change. After watching the figures outside for over an hour, the only thing that's different is a strange needling sensation that feels like it's emanating from now absent forearm. My arm hurts. How's that possible? Rob, don't worry, it's called phantom limb. You got some sensation, right? Like you still got something there. A lot of people get that after amputations. Here. Rob reaches into his medical kit and retracts a blue jar of tablets. Twisting off the cap, he shakes 2 pills free. Rob, you're gonna need these for the pain. I stare at the tablets for a moment before collecting them from his open palm. He passes me his canteen and I swallow them down in 2 weak gulps. You have a lot of experience with amputations? Rob, More than you'd think. My brow furrows. Though I'd meant my remark as a passing jibe, Rob's response rings with a strange sincerity. It takes me a moment to realize why that is. I forgot. You were drafted. You never talked about it. Rob. Been thinking about it a lot, though. Bunch of strangers brought together under false pretenses, told that we were serving a grand purpose by some old liar. Guess it's interesting how time repeats itself. Now that I think about it, he drove a Jeep, too. Rob, I told you didn't bring us here. Rob, that don't change nothing. Don't change what I did. To you, to Bobby, to any of them. Maybe you were there in the forest, but I was the one who started this. The one who kept asking what was at the end of the road. What do you think is at the end, Rob? Rob, starting to think that ain't for me to know. I've been moving from place to place so long, seen everyone else settle down. Far as I can see, the end of the road is just wherever you decide to stop. I rest my head on Rob's shoulder. He gently places his arm around me. It isn't long before medication starts to take effect, quietly overtaking my already weakened constitution. The pain subsides, dulled along with the rest of my senses. The sun is still streaming through the windshield as my eyes begin to drift shut. I watch the figures pass the window, my eyelids getting weaker. I don't want this to be the end, Rob. Rob, I know, Miss Sharma, I know. The last thing I see before I fall into a dreamless artificial sleep is Rob Guthard's hand reaching for the rifle. When my eyes work themselves open, the sun is beginning to set. I've been moved. As my vision adjusts, it becomes clear that I'm still in the Wrangler, my head resting against a pile of fresh clothes, a soft travel blanket laid across me. I glance around to find that Rob's nowhere to be seen. Momentarily forgetting the situation outside the car, I attempt to call out for him. The syllable catches in my throat as a shambling figure passes by the window, wringing its hands in despair and casting a long shadow through the car. With a renewed sense of caution, I slide the blanket to one side and slowly make my way to the up front. The cabin is similarly empty, except for a single scrap of paper torn from my notebook. It lies on the driver's seat, a small object hidden within the fold. When I open it, I find my headphones and 5 neatly written words. Channel 1 to all cars. My hand starts to shake as I rest the note on the dashboard, slowly climbing through and placing myself gently into the driver's seat. My heart in my throat, I insert the headphones into the jack of the CB radio, take a single quivering breath in, and press the first button. Rob? Rob. I'm sorry, Miss Sharma. Rob, where are you? Rob, down the road a little. Got myself to one of the rooftops. I know I always hated cities, but once you're above it, the view's really something. Come back, Rob, come back. Please. Rob, I wish I could. I do. But we both know those things ain't leaving. And you need the car to get wherever you gotta go, so best I can do is make some ruckus, draw 'em out of your way. I rest my head against the steering wheel, bracing myself against the weight of his words. I can't do this without you. Rob, I don't think that's true, Miss Sharma. I think whatever's on this road, it wants you to make it all the way. All I was meant to do was bring you this far. Now you don't have to listen to it, you can turn around and head home. But either way, only one of us is driving out of here. So I guess the only question left is, which way do you want to go? Well, are you ahead of me or behind me? Rob, I can be anywhere. It's your choice, Miss Sharma. In the wake of Rob's words, in the shadow of the decision, I'm cast into silence. Not because the choice is hard, but because I'm ashamed that it's so easy. It was made the moment I first stepped into the Wrangler, and renewed in every perplexing moment since. The need to know, to comprehend, to uncover the truth has been with me all my life, but I never knew its roots ran so deep, that it would endure so ardently when everything else, everyone else, had been stripped away. I stare into the rearview mirror, seeing myself for the very first time, and I have to admit, I'm scared. Stay where you are, Rob. Rob, Okay, Miss Sharma, you ready? As, yeah, I'm ready. Rob, all right then. Suppose it's about time this thing did some good. The shot explodes through the radio, before a faint booming echo reaches me on the quiet city air. Its effect on the city dwellers is immediate. Their collective melancholy shatters in an instant, replaced by a renewed fixation. Before I know it, the disparate crowd unites once more into a stampeding horde, rushing past the windows of the Wrangler and back down the road towards the source of the noise. Rob, they on their way. As the last of the city dwellers disappear behind me, I run my hand across the steering wheel and down to the ignition. As, yeah, they're on their way. Rob, okay then, what are you waiting for? With a fateful twist of the key, the Wrangler roars back to life. The wheels kick against the asphalt, transporting me through the streets of the city. As I barrel away from the intersection, I see a small contingent of pursuers rushing around the corner behind me. Rob fires the rifle again, maintaining the attention of the majority. The stragglers fall away in my rear-view mirror, losing ground against the Wrangler. I take the first left, then the next possible right, then another left. A few minutes later, I eventually find myself on the last stretch of road, leading me back into the vast and empty desert. Rob, so you gonna make it? As, yeah, I'm gonna make it. Rob, good, that's good. Miss Sharma, if you find Marjorie, if you get a chance to let me know. Well, it's more than I deserve, but As, of course I will. Rob, I appreciate that. Okay, they're gonna be here soon, so I'm gonna go radio silent for a while. If I call, you'll know I made it out. If I don't call, you just assume I made it out, okay? As, please tell me you're going to be all right, Rob. Rob, it's been a real honor driving with you, Miss Sharma. The sound of a final shot reverberates through the radio, its echo drowned out by the roaring engine of the Wrangler. The world shifts around me as I burst out of the city and back onto the desert road. The way ahead is laden with immense possibility, yet as I disappear into the vastness of the desert, I can only think of what I've left behind. Rob J. Guthard had his flaws, marked by loss, driven by obsession, his good intentions often paving the way to tragedy and heartbreak. As the tears begin to roll down my cheeks, I decide to remember him differently, as a valued friend, a good man, and, above all else, a great story. No matter how you tell it. Well then, here we are. I have to be honest, when I posted the first of these logs from my bedroom in North London, I didn't think it would go very far. After all, why would it? I wasn't a regular contributor to this site, nor a seasoned veteran of the paranormal. I was just a man who missed his friend, seeking a few words of wisdom from an online message board, open to the idea that it wouldn't lead anywhere. Suffice to say, I couldn't have been more wrong. Over the past 2 months, the incredible advice I've received from this forum and the amazing leads you've sent my way have opened up entire worlds of possibility. It's thanks to all of you that I'm where I am now, sitting in a rental car on a quiet street in Phoenix, Arizona, posting the last of Alice's records. I realize I've written more than usual for my part. Apologies for this. If you want to skip straight to Alice's section, that's fine. Otherwise, please consider this the prologue to the epilogue. It's very, very early in the morning over here, with only the gravest of the graveyard shift out on the streets. By all rights, I should be in bed, and not wasting petrol on an aimless drive through the city. The ritual helps me think, however, and I'd recently been given a lot to think about, courtesy of a young woman at a local bar. She was a forum member who'd contacted me over direct message. When we met up earlier in the night, it was clear she'd done a great deal of research, charting every mirror shop in Phoenix in an attempt to reconstruct the route Alice took on February 7th, 2017. We spoke for quite a while, about the game, about Alice, and about life in general. Once closing time rolled around, she handed me a printout of the most likely route, with all the key locations circled. Then, in the final minutes before we parted ways, she nervously asked me 2 questions. The first put me in a rather sour mood. The second provided the fuel for my 3 a.m. drive. Question 1. Are you sure she wants you to find her? I've been hearing the same query from a few of you recently, especially since Part 9 was posted. People commenting that Alice made a clear choice when she left Rob behind in the Silent City, that I was searching for someone who wasn't seeking return. I'd like to take a moment to respond to this, as I responded to it earlier tonight. To be clear, the Alice I know wouldn't do that. She was planning to come back, she'd told us as much. I'm not going to waste your time with my theories, but we've seen what the road can do to people's minds, how it can carry them away against their better judgment. I understand why it's being asked, but if those sorts of questions are all you have to offer, I'd kindly ask you find another way to help. Question 2 was less clear-cut. What are you going to do now? It's something you guys have also been asking me, but that was the first time I'd heard the question out loud. In the awkward silence that followed, it became obvious to her, and in some ways to me, that I didn't yet have an answer. I decided to take a drive while I figured it out. I've been in my car for the rest of the night. After an hour of aimless meandering, I realized I was close to one of the marked locations, the alleyway where Alice first entered the underpass, the point at which she first disappeared into the road. Turning into the side street, just after a large intersection, I was briefly relieved to see no sign of the tunnel. The part of me that still hoped this game was a fiction swelled at the sudden lack of evidence. My reaction was short-lived, of course, as I quickly realized that the tunnel wouldn't have shown itself to me anyway. Even if the game were real, I'd hardly been sticking to the rules on my way here. There was no denying that the place resembled Alice's descriptions, however, and with a long time to go until I'd feel remotely tired, I decided to work my way back along the route, retracing Alice's steps towards Rob Guthard's street. Okay, so I have to admit at this point, I suffered from a momentary lapse in intelligence. In a fog of distraction, residual jet lag, and general dullardry, I drove for longer than I'd care to admit, under the misconception that I wasn't playing the game. I thought this because I was heading in the opposite direction, and had started my run with a right-hand turn, when the rules explicitly state that you begin by turning left. Of course, as I'm sure all of you would have realized immediately, that didn't mean I was out of the game, it just meant I started playing with my first left turn, one road later. Alice was always the smart one. What I'm trying to say is that, due to this fairly mindless oversight, I wasn't exactly looking out for the woman in gray as I drove past what should have been her corner. There wasn't a mirror shop this time, of course. That's only the 34th turn when you're coming the other way. In fact, I'm not sure which of the many passing streets it was. It is strange, though, as I think back through my journey, I feel like I would have noticed her. The streets were practically deserted, so much so that any pedestrian stood out immediately. I know I should have been looking more closely, but if you asked my honest opinion, I don't think she was there at all. The moment I realized this, I felt it again. The faint, perverse hope that I'd been misled, that the entire story was nothing more than a twisted, elaborate fabrication. It wasn't long until I passed an old mirror shop, and 34 turns later, arrived on what must have been Alice's starting street. It was an inner-city neighborhood whose residents were all fast asleep. From the moment I realized that the game was in play, I'd been thinking less and less about this particular road, and more about the one directly after it, resting just beyond the crossroads. I'd come halfway across the world on the strength of Alice's account, but I'd seen no first-hand proof of the left-right game. If the whole thing was a hoax, then the next road should just be another street. If it was real, then I'd know soon enough. I crawled up to the junction with my heart in my throat. With every inch of road that passed under my tires, I found myself hoping more and more that it wouldn't be true. Let someone be playing a prank on me. Let the logs be counterfeit. Let Alice be anywhere else but on that road. I took the corner in a wide arc, parking myself in the center of the crossroads, my headlights facing down the next turn. Ahead of me was a quiet residential street. Lines of neatly parked cars, rows of well-kept yards, and squarely drawn windows. Yet at its center, in utter defiance of the modest surroundings, the road sank into a deep and dimly lit corridor, cutting beneath the street and disappearing into complete darkness. I'd always known it was true. In the presence of grim confirmation, the question I was asked earlier that night started to ring in my ears, as if echoing out of the tunnel itself. After an entire night's driving, after 2 full months of searching, I still didn't have a response. In the end, I just left the engine running, as if turning it off would somehow be a sign of retreat, and decided to type up the notes you're reading now. I thought maybe the process of putting it all down on paper would bring me clarity and leave me with either a note of farewell or a note of apology to Alice for not having what it took to find her. And now, here I am, still undecided, still writing, still sitting in this rental car on a quiet street in Phoenix, Arizona. Though perhaps the street's not as quiet as I thought. I've just looked back to the previous road, down the street where Alice began her journey. As I type this very paragraph, I can see a figure standing on the sidewalk, just outside one of the houses. It isn't the woman in gray this time, though it's almost too dark to make out. I can tell the figure is an older male, well-built and imposing, the rugged features of his weathered face half lit by moonlight. I've never seen this person before, yet he bears a striking resemblance to another man, a man whose description has been well recorded within the pages of Alice's logs. He watches me in silence, staring through the window of my still-running car. I wonder if he can help. The Left-Right Game, Draft 1/20/02/2017. The Left-Right Game was once nothing more than a 9-page document peeking out of a yellow envelope, resting quietly on my desk. I remember reading it on my lunch break. I remember it made me laugh. The submission had arrived with the first post, quietly making its way around the office, treated by everyone as a short-lived novelty of little journalistic value. The story was easy to dismiss, appearing all too similar to the rambling ghost stories and blurry UFO sightings that filled our mailbox on a daily basis, and which most of the senior staff had learned to instinctively ignore. Doomed by association, the document was quickly passed over, my desk merely a pit stop on its way to the rejection pile. I was curious, however, and after an uneventful few months in my new role, I had no compunctions about fishing from the scrap heap. Placing the envelope in my satchel, alongside a misfit crowd of similar rejects, I slipped away to a local coffee shop, reading it in an armchair by the window. Somewhere around page 3, between the description of the game's rules and the exhaustive list of required skills, my mouth started to curl into an irrepressible smile. They'd been gloriously wrong about this one. It wasn't some paranoid diatribe, nor a sensationalist plea for attention. Within those pages lay an introductory glimpse of a man's passionate obsession. As I read on, something about his earnest eccentricity, incredible thoroughness, and unquestioning confidence made it impossible to put down. When I turned the final page, reading the last of Rob Gutherd's charming and refreshingly well-formatted submission, I knew that this was the story I wanted to tell. Later that day, I found myself in the editor's office making a case for it. They didn't quite see what I saw, but I was intent to win them over regardless. I told them the story would be characterful, colorful, thought-provoking, and, at the very least, that I wouldn't be gone long. It's been 12 days since then, 10 since I first entered the Wrangler in Phoenix, Arizona, 5 since I commandeered it myself, leaving Rob behind in the silent city. I haven't updated much recently, save for a regular set of notes made for my own benefit. In all honesty, after I finished writing up my account of the city, I was struck by an overpowering sense of needlessness. There was no one left to receive these logs, no friends to proofread, no editor to hand them to. It seemed pointless to maintain the same prosaic format as before. I still largely agree with this assessment. It's only due to a set of exceptional circumstances that I've chosen to type up the following account in full. Whoever this reaches, I want to thank you for reading up to now. I'm quite sure this will be my final installment. The moon has broken, and in my entire life, I've never witnessed an evening so still. The air is cool and quiet, and the Wrangler cuts cleanly through it as I glide down a stretch of even tarmac. The scene is defined by calm and absence. Not a cloud in the sky, not a solitary whisper of breeze, not a single blade of grass stirring on the dark green banks beside me. Yet even on a night as peaceful as this, I can't help but feel far away from home. The city had served as a turning point in that regard. Before we reached those titanic monoliths, the landscapes we passed through generally resembled the world I once knew. A few obvious exceptions aside, there was nothing about the environments that looked truly divorced from reality. That's all changed now. The aberrant aspects of this new world are unignorable, constantly hanging at the corner of my eye, passively injecting a sense of wonder and disconcertion into the otherwise silent night. A few days ago, the moon started to crack like old porcelain. I hardly noticed at first, my eyes fixed on the road as it loomed above me, quietly splintering into 3 jagged pieces. As of tonight, the empty space between each fragment has significantly increased. If I focus on the sky for a little while, I can almost see them falling away from each other, charting infinite and lonesome trajectories through a barren cosmos against a backdrop of foreign constellations. The stars themselves fall further than they should. The night sky travels down past the horizon and continues below it, wrapping underneath the grassy bank. It's as if the road and the narrow plains on either side are suspended in the middle of a vast abyss, a platform in the middle of open space. At least that's what I thought it was at first. It didn't take long before I noticed the broken moon was appearing twice in the sky, both above and below me. A pair of orbiting satellites, identical and in perfect alignment. That's when I realized that there were no stars below me. I was merely staring across a flat surface so flawlessly mirror-like as to cast a perfect reflection of the heavens above. I was driving through the center of a lake. The water is impossibly still. Since leaving the shoreline proper yesterday night, I've seen neither a wave nor a ripple across its placid surface. It's also undeniably vast, reaching beyond the horizon in every direction, and continuing further still. Without being sure how I know, I'm aware that the waters carry on for an unspeakable distance, that I would sooner reach the stars themselves before setting foot on its opposite shore. I lean over and switch gears. The act of driving the Wrangler was a daunting one at first, but after the first 2 days I've managed to make do. An old scarf wrapped tightly around the steering wheel serves as a makeshift handle, allowing me to navigate corners one-handed. I don't have an elegant solution for the gear shift, but I've quickly grown used to the process. If I've learned anything from the road, it's that grace is the first casualty in the fight for survival. Adaptability, no matter how clumsy, outlasts it at every turn. A few minutes later, the Wrangler pulls up to a spacious verge, a large circle of land surrounded entirely by dark waters. At the far end, the grass seems to fall away, dropping sharply into the lake with a dead stop. The road continues, of course, but it's the only thing that does. With nothing on either side, it forms a narrow bridge of perfectly flat asphalt, raised on a bed of mud and rock. I press my boot onto the brake pedal, easing the Wrangler to a steady halt at the center of the clearing. For the first time today, I open the car door and climb out of my seat. The dull tap of asphalt shifts to a soft rustling as I make my way over to the lakeside. There's something on the shore, a barely discernible object, almost entirely concealed by a shock of verdant undergrowth. It's a miracle I'd managed to spy it from the road, though perhaps something about the stark uniformity of the landscape had made it stand out. As I advance towards the water and the object draws near, its indeterminate form solidifies in my mind. It's a human arm, reaching out from the water and onto the bank. I crouch down to examine the few pertinent details. The fingers are still embedded firmly into the soil. The thumbnail is broken, colored by a peeling coat of faded varnish. There's a pallid, emaciated quality to the skin, spreading down the arm until it disappears beneath a thick, woolen sleeve. At the point it meets the surface, the water soaks into the fabric, turning it black from the original gray. With a sad exhalation, I rise to my feet and lean over the water's edge. The body of Marjorie Guthard lies against the silt, her cheek resting on the lakebed, her wide, bewildered eyes staring out into the open lake. She's been almost perfectly preserved, save for the striking tautness of her skin and its mottled gray pallor. She looks exactly like the woman I saw on the 34th turn, who'd tried to repel me from the road, who'd spoken of a lake drinking her wounds clean. It seems her ramblings weren't completely void of fact. It's clear to see that Marjorie has been exsanguinated, so completely in fact that the only evidence that blood ever flowed through her veins is a large dark stain across her shredded blouse. It doesn't take long before the perpetrator makes itself known. As I stare into the water, a steady stream of formless whispers sink up through the depths of the lake. The softly spoken murmurings drift up to my ears, taking root in the back of my mind and instantly blooming into a flurry of deeply persuasive promises. I find myself entirely transfixed by the still water, as a myriad of generous offerings unfold in throughout my consciousness. The whispers suggest an end to the phantom pains in my absent arm, perhaps even a completely restored limb, stronger than it had been before. Furthermore, it shows me a glimpse of its incomprehensible span, its furthest bank reaching across countless worlds, its deepest point lying below everything. I'm offered total knowledge of every league, every fathom, every inconceivable shore. My hand reaches down as the whispers continue, every bargain steeped in sweet beneficence. A moment later, my outstretched fingers brush against the soft grass and wrap around Marjorie's exposed arm. Digging my heels into the ground, I lean myself backwards and pull. The water ripples and splashes as I drag Marjorie's lifeless body slowly onto the bank. I feel the voices in my mind grow louder, erupting in anger as I back away from the lake. The promises had been convincing, each quiet solicitation undeniably persuasive. But after seeing Marjorie's wretched fate and the look of eternal betrayal in her vacant eyes, I found myself aware of a subtle undercurrent behind every syllable, a sense of desperation and timeless hunger emanating from beneath the lake's surface. I already have a clear understanding of what would have happened if I'd lost myself to those waters. I suspect it's no coincidence that of the countless shores it showed me, all of them appeared to be deserted. Marjorie wouldn't have stood a chance. She'd left the forest alone, grievously wounded and without a vehicle. She'd walked the whole way here, bleeding endlessly, the road's rejuvenating power battling every moment against her body's natural inclination to die. I suspect the road's influence wasn't strong enough, and when a whispering voice promised, ever so sweetly, to mend her, she would have been in no position to refuse. Her other sleeve brushes against dry land, her body leaving the water for the first time in decades. I keep pulling until my boots hit asphalt, laying her down on the grass just beside the Wrangler. After a moment of sober vigil, I walk to the back of the car and fetch Rob's foldable spade. A long few hours follow. I've never dug someone's grave before, and my injury is hardly conducive to the task. My fleece tied around my waist, pearls of sweat running down my brow, I manage to slowly chip away at the damp earth. 5 hours later, my back cramping, my hand raw from gripping the shovel, I attempt to lower Marjorie into the rough pit with some semblance of grace, her legs dropping limply into the soft soil despite my best efforts. It takes over an hour to shovel the soil back. It's a sobering and ugly task. As a layer of dirt covers her face, I realize this will be the last time a living person lays their eyes on Marjorie Guthard. Burying her suddenly feels disrespectful, as if it's an act I don't have the right to perform. Once it's done, I drop onto my knees, a dull ache in my muscles as I smooth out the disturbed ground with the back of the shovel. Marjorie. You! Even before I turn to face her, I can hear a scowl in her voice. There's an odious depth to that one acrid syllable, a potent witch's brew of contempt and accusation that feels like it's been festering in her drowned lungs for decades. Reluctantly, I rise to my feet and turn around, finding myself face to face with the woman I just buried. She looks different now. Her clothes are dry, her skin clear, with nothing to be seen of the deep, dark gash in her blouse. As Marjorie. Unlike the empty vessel below us, the woman in front of me is by no means at peace. She shakes and retches with the same indignant fury I witnessed when we first met. When she speaks, her words shudder under the weight of her own turbulent emotions. Marjorie, I chased you. I ran to you. I gave him up for you. As I'm sorry, Marjorie, I don't know what you mean. Tell me what you mean. Marjoire, the things I saw, things so beautiful. And I saw her, walking alone through the new worlds. I gave everything up for you. I don't know quite what to say. It's pointless to ask her what she means, to try and understand her frenetic ramblings. In the end, I can only try to speak her language. As, "Marjorie, I didn't mean you to." Marjorie's trembling breaths burst into a despairing fit of laughter. Marjorie, "Oh, yes you did. Yes you did. And now you're here." Marjorie's wild and volatile demeanor shifts once more, her laughter degrading further into a desperate crying panic. Marjorie, "And what do I do now? What do I do?" Marjorie cringes with the terror of the self-imposed question, placing her head in her hands and repeating it over and over again. As I watch her wrestle with despair, I'm struck by an idea I've never before considered. The disconcerting notion that, in death, we are not transported to a set destination by some ethereal attendant. That, in fact, nothing is decided for us. Perhaps the manner in which we spend our afterlife is down to us, a decision we have to make ourselves. Marjorie is standing over her own lifeless body, still lost, still entirely unmoored. There's no sign of boundless paradise, inescapable damnation, or everlasting nothingness, and the common thread they share, a final release from the weight of our own agency, is similarly absent. Perhaps we never get that freedom. Perhaps we continue like we always do, accompanied by all our imperfections, uncertainty, and discontent. Perhaps we must choose our eternity. After all my time on the road, that's possibly the most terrifying notion I've encountered. As he never stopped looking, you know. Marjorie snaps out of her wretched despair, instantly aware of who I'm referring to, staring up at me with an expression I've never seen her wear before. As I saw him walking on the road. He didn't stop. He was never going to stop. I think he was looking for you, Marjorie. He still is. Marjorie stares through me. For the first time since we met on that quiet Phoenician corner, I can see the faint spark of something other than misery and rage across her tear-stained face. I hold her gaze for a moment more before pulling my phone from my pocket. In a single sweep of my contacts, I delete every number except for one. A number I pulled from the Nokia during our second night on the road. A number that connects to a lost wanderer of the road. A.S. I don't know if this can help, but stranger things have happened. As she stares up into my eyes, I feel like we're finally meeting for the first time. Without a word, Marjorie reaches out a quivering hand and takes the phone from my outstretched fingers. Before I can say anything more, Marjorie Guthert is gone. A few moments later, a refreshing breeze lands against my cheek, a soft zephyr cooling my still warm face. It's a welcome sensation, and the first movement I've witnessed in the air since I set out onto the lake. Wiping the sweat from my forehead, I stare quietly along the bridge, the breeze picking up around me. It's a subtle wind at first, brushing stray hairs across my forehead, chilling the perspiration on my neck. Yet as I reach my hand out and feel the air slip between my fingers, I'm witness to a steady rise in both strength and magnitude. The sound of the wind grows from a whisper to a howl. Seconds later, the hanging sleeves of my fleece begin to stream sideways. My hair lifts from my back, billowing in the throes of a developing gale. I back up against the Wrangler's hood as the air finally erupts into a roaring, cacophonous cyclone. My hand reflexively seeks the sturdy frame of the Wrangler, my fingers wrapping around the grille, my arm tensing as the unrelenting wind threatens to drag me from the road. Squinting through the violent tempest, I focus on a single point in space, just above the threshold of the bridge. In the midst of the storm, a jagged line of white-hot light bursts out of the ether, tearing through the night's fabric, a crackling fissure that widens and yawns, forcing apart the curtains of reality as they frenetically struggle to recombine. Staring through the shuddering fracture, I'm subjected to the briefest glimpse of a boundless and impossible vista. It is a faraway place in both distance and time, an achingly beautiful and gloriously terrifying dreamscape, enduring on the majestic shores of infinity. Every moment there spans a millennium and unfolds in countless directions at once. Every passing shadow holds a darkness beyond measure, their edges burned by the glare of a waking sun, which looks across every conceivable world with a hollow, rancorous intent. In the midst of this maddening landscape, a singular entity approaches, gliding towards the portal with the clear intent to pass through. As it breaches the shuddering gateway, and the wind dies down around it, I stare up at its grand celestial form. The being is unlike anything I've ever seen, composed entirely from electric arcs of brilliant magnesic light which burst from a volatile and blinding central core. It sounds like a lightning storm, its plasmatic tendrils snapping and crackling, bursting chaotically through the night air before collapsing in on themselves. As they fall back into the creature's center, they emit pale clouds of vaporous fractals that fade softly into the air. Somehow, even as my eyes barely adjust to the stark light, I realize that the entity usually burns much brighter. It's dampened its glow for my benefit so that it can appear before me without scorching my eyes from their sockets. It's you, isn't it? You're the voice I've been hearing. You're the one who brought me here. The bristling maelstrom of light hangs in the air, crackling and shifting, its transient limbs strobing with chaotic incandescence. Part of me wants to hide, part of me wants to run, but neither are an option anymore. Releasing my hand from the Wrangler's grill, I take a single step forward, standing on my own and staring up into the entity's smoldering core. "Yes, can I get an interview?" The creature doesn't react. In the following silence, I feel it observing me. When it finally responds, its voice ruptures the night, echoing through my skull. Voice. There is little time, but you may ask what questions you have. Each reverberating syllable forms a string of literal shockwaves in the surrounding lake, emanating outwards from the being in a perfect circle. I watch the waves roll into the distance, showing no sign of ever diminishing, and I think about what question to ask first. In the end, it comes to me quickly. A promise is a promise after all. What happened to Marjorie? Why did she do what she did? The being pauses, as if considering its response. When it does reply, it speaks with a calm sobriety. Voice. She glimpsed an echo of the future, dreamed of the road, of the things that it passes through. Like whatever's through there? So I gesture through the gateway, which is now almost entirely blocked from view by the creature's spiraling form. Voice. She dreamed of untold frontiers. She saw a lone woman walking them. Over time, the fulfillment of that vision became everything to her. But it wasn't her. She thought she was seeing her own future, but it was... Voice. It was you. Those 3 words, as they burst into the open air, casting 3 narrow waves across the boundless water, hit me with a deep and heavy force. Unbeknownst to myself, decades before I was even born, Marjorie had been driven insane by dreams of maddening grandeur, of a life of boundless possibility and true significance. She had given everything up to chase a shadow that eventually turned out to be mine. I hadn't just pulled Rob into this game. I was the reason for everything. I was the cause for the tragedy that befell his entire family. She didn't just dream those sights. You influenced her. You let her see them. The same way you made Rob see me in Aokigahara. You pushed and you prodded wherever you needed so that I'd end up here. Are you the reason Bobby got the rules in the first place? Voice. Yes. But why? You toyed with so many lives across decades. Why me? Why does it matter that I travel the road? Voice. Because across all humanity, across every conceivable permutation, you are the one who makes it the furthest. It speaks plainly, as if the statement were a foregone conclusion. Yet its words strike me into silence. The creature continues. Voice. I've watched you work your way here through skill and through tenacity, and undeniably through luck. You were brought here because of these qualities, and they will carry you further along the road than any other. Then why didn't you just bring me here? All that influence and you didn't lift a finger? After everything that happened? Voice. Events transpired as they needed to. As they needed to? People died. Marjorie, Bobby, Ace, Apollo, Eve, Lilith, everyone. They're all gone. Do you not care at all? In response to my words, the entity remained silent for longer than usual. Voice. I care more than you know. There are things greater than your understanding, forces that exist beyond the realms of your comprehension, that you would consider a threat to everything you hold dear. My actions were guided by a higher standard of knowledge. Your protests are predicated on false understanding. AS. You're saying I don't understand death? Voice. You don't. S. That still doesn't make it right. Voice. Regardless, my influence is necessary. That which is necessary must be. S. What even are you? Voice. I cannot answer that question in any way you'd understand. S. That's not good enough. The creature doesn't respond, as if it doesn't feel it needs to. So far, it's returned my every argument with impenetrable certainty. From the domain it occupies, knowing what it knows, my arguments must seem entirely facile. Even if it did feel the need to justify itself after seeing the place it hails from, I wonder if there's any way I could ever comprehend its motives. Still, that doesn't mean my arguments are invalid, and the creature's lofty dispassion does little more than stoke my desire to oppose it. S. And what if I don't want any part of this? Voice. You are traveling the aberrant strand, a singularly stable flaw in the fabric of reality. As it carries you further from the world you know, you will be freed from the influence of the old laws. You have already noticed the effects in those who settled the road, those who were lost to it, and in yourself. Energy without consumption, knowledge without requisite experience. You are shedding entropy and causality, and in time you will reach realms of understanding you cannot currently fathom. You will find answers to questions you never thought to ask. You will discover absolute truth. For this reason, you will carry on. AS. That's the only reason? Voice. Do you need another? It doesn't come across as a question, but rather another blunt statement of fact. I understand the effect it's speaking of. Ever since the city, I've been encountering vague notions and fragmented ideas that occur to me randomly and without announcement. New avenues of thought leading to revelations that would otherwise lie beyond my mortal reach. I've started to comprehend things I could barely have conceived of back home. And though the onset of these notions had been terrifying at first, they grow less so with every passing day. AS. No. I don't trust you. I don't. Voice. Your trust is immaterial. You will travel the road regardless. The creature's already stark glow starts to intensify. Voice. I've watched you, on every turn, across every moment of your journey. One of the creature's countless protrusions lashes out at the empty air, forming another harsh, glowing fissure. It wrenches itself open in a few stilted jolts, a transparent, almost crystalline membrane stretched across the gap. Through it, I can see myself, in the center of a cornfield, examining a block of C4 explosive. It's as if I'm staring into the past through a jagged shard of one-way glass. Voice. I've watched you questioning. Though we can't be seen through the aperture, I see the glass-like membrane shake with the force of the creature's voice. As the window collapses, I can see the rows of corn thrown into a frenzy. A second arc lashes out at the sky, forming a second aperture. This time I'm expecting the sight before me. I see myself, crying in the forest. A silent radio by my side. Voice. I've watched you struggle. The second window closes. The creature has made its point. Voice. I've watched you fight to make your way here. Voice. You will not turn around. As. You make it sound like I don't have a choice. Voice. You do have a choice, Alice, but you have already made it. As much as I've grown to detest the creature's presumption, in that moment I know it's right. What it's saying is true. I've done things I never would have imagined in order to get where I am now. In fact, if this being hadn't arrived at all, I'd already be heading out over the bridge. I'm not proud of what drives me. That same ugly impulse that led me to refuse Rob's offer of return, that made it so easy to leave him behind in the silent city. But there's no denying the impulse is there. It's been with me the whole time, long before I ever arrived in Phoenix, Arizona. And it's buried deeper than I've ever wanted to admit. Do I get to say goodbye? The entity says nothing. It hangs in the air, flickering and coursing with rupturing bolts of light. The next thing I hear is a faint mechanical hum emanating from the Wrangler behind me. Turning around, I pace briskly back to the car, opening the door and reaching into the passenger seat. My notebook is booting up, seemingly of its own accord. Picking up the laptop, I lift the lid as I march back towards the bridge. I stare up at the silent being before me. When I look down to the laptop, my email client is already displayed on the screen. How long do I have? Voice. Long enough. The entity begins to regress, its arcs diminishing as the being at its core turns away. Its message has been delivered. There is nothing more to discuss. As it passes through the gateway into an unknowable world far removed from my own, I call out after it. I'm still not certain I trust you. The being focuses on me once more as the fracture begins to close. A final set of waves pass across the surface of the lake as it solemnly replies. Voice. I remember. A moment later, the being is gone. I stand motionless in the middle of the road, the entity's final remarks washing over me, its curious choice of words echoing in my head. In the renewed silence, the faint stirrings of an overwhelming and terrible revelation start to form in my mind. It could have simply said that it knew of my mistrust, that it heard the overtones in my voice, saw the disdain across my face, or otherwise sensed it in the space between us. Instead, the being spoke as if my current feelings were a memory, dwelling somewhere within its depths. It was undeniable that my time on the road was changing me, but in all this time I'd never truly considered how those changes might evolve as my journey continues. I'd never thought about what I might gain, what I might lose, or about what I might inevitably become. A short while passes before I lower my eyes from the empty space above the bridge to the screen of my notebook. Lowering myself down, I cross my legs and rest my back against the Wrangler. If you've been reading from the beginning, you've finally caught up with me. I hope you'll allow me a few personal messages. To Rob, I hope you're able to read this someday, and I'm so sorry for everything I've done, for everything I may do. I hope you understand that I didn't know, and that none of this was your fault. You did the best you could, and the days I spent with you were the most significant of my life. It was an honor to know you, and I hope that, among these pages, you find the answers and the peace that you deserve. To my mom and dad, I'm sorry I won't be sending this to you. In the end, I was carried along this road by a profound selfishness, and I just can't bring myself to face you. I can't imagine the pain I'll be putting you through, and I won't try to justify my actions. All I can say is that I love you, and I'm sorry that my last act towards you was one of cowardice. And finally, to you, the person to whom this message will be addressed. I'm sorry. I always thought I'd see you again someday, that the roads I took would eventually lead me home. That doesn't look so likely now. Though I could say a lot to you, I'm not going to. But I wish we could have been friends for longer. It feels like a lifetime since I first arrived at Rob Guthard's Quiet Street. I remember the uncertainty as I waited for him to open his door, with no conceivable idea what was about to transpire. Like so many other things, that's now changed. Despite being in an entirely new world, further from home than anyone's ever been, I know exactly what's going to happen next. I'm going to take a drive, take a left, then the next possible road on the right, then the next possible left. I will repeat the process ad infinitum until I wind up somewhere new. And from there, I'll keep driving, beyond worlds, beyond time, beyond the bounds of my imagining, to a place where the lake runs dry, where the broken moon drifts away, and the stars disappear in the rear view, to a place where everything has fallen away, and the road is all there is,